Morning. Good morning and welcome to this hearing of the Yoorrook Justice Commission, where we are continuing our inquiry into the ongoing social injustice for Victorian First Peoples, our hearing block 7. Before we begin, I'd ask Commissioner Hunter to give us the welcome to country.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to acknowledge that we are on the lands of the Wurundjeri, pay my respects to elders, past, present, and particularly this week, our elders, those that come before us. I'd also like to honour Auntie Faye, who previously gave evidence before the Commission and today gets sent off to her dreaming on Yoorrook country. So I'd like to acknowledge the hurt and pain in community. Would also like to acknowledge that today a new topic in health comes into it in the form of family violence, and acknowledge the high rates of Indigenous women that have died at the hands of family violence. And I do encourage people to reach out if they are struggling with today's evidence at all. And in saying that, I also know that culture is our protective factor. So make sure that you reach out to those around you, considering there is more than just one lot of sorry business going on. And Bunjil, he'll watch over us and keep us safe as we conduct Aboriginal business. So Wominjeka.
Thank you, Commissioner Hunt. Thank you. May we have appearances, please, Council?
Thank you, Chair. I too acknowledge the traditional lands of the Wurundjeri, unceded lands, and that we conduct our business today on those lands. I offer my respects to elders past and present, including fabulous Auntie Faye Carter, who I was very privileged to meet in this place and to hear her sharing. I acknowledge the strength of those who have and are experiencing the devastating impact of violence in their families and communities. We're starting a topic this morning where we explore those issues, and I recognise that they are deeply painful for individuals and communities. I acknowledge elders and ancestors who fought for the resources and understanding to prevent and address and respond to family violence, and who've sheltered victim survivors in their homes and in their hearts. Commission places.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name's Helen Tiplady and I appear on behalf of the State of Victoria today. I'll be joined later this morning by Richard Knowles and Lachlan Carter. On behalf of the State of Victoria, I'd like to thank Commissioner Hunter for her welcome to country this morning. I acknowledge the traditional owners of the lands on which these important hearings are taking place, the Wurundjeri people of the Kulin Nation. I pay my respects to their elders past and present. I acknowledge in particular the passing of the formidable Auntie Faye Carter. I pay my respects to all First Peoples here today and to all First Peoples watching these hearings online. And I acknowledge that sovereignty has never been ceded. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Today, Commissioners, pardon me. Today I appear with Ms. Fitzgerald and Mr. McAvoy of Senior Counsel will appear through the day to conduct our business. Our first panel this morning is witnesses from the Victorian Aboriginal Legal Service, VALS. We have Narita Waite, the CEO. We have Jürgen Kahn, welcome all. Could I invite you to introduce yourselves I understand, Ms. Waite, you have an opening statement to read. I might just go along the line first and ask each of you to state your full name and to ask you to undertake to tell the truth today. So starting with you, Ms. Waite, would you say your full name, please? Wade, you'd like to commence with an opening statement.
Thank you. First, efforts, I am confident will ensure another generation of strong cultural leadership. I'd also like to acknowledge that in coming here today, we do so not just as the Victorian Aboriginal Legal Service, but as an ACO who has 50 years of experience delivering legal and community services for community, but also a person who has had ancestors who inform every step, every word, and I'm sure that we can do them justice today. As stated, I am the CEO of the Victorian Aboriginal Legal Service, and if that wasn't enough, I'm also a member and co-convener for Treaty, the First Peoples Assembly of Victoria. I have been at VALS for almost a decade now, feels much longer. And I started out in the civil section before moving to the family law team. I also worked a policy and advocacy role before becoming CEO nearly 5 years ago now. I'm joined by Emily, who is a managing lawyer for our criminal practice, which has work in both summary and indictable crime, but also appeals. Jürgen Kane, who heads up our Aboriginal families practice, which principally deals with child protection, family law, and family violence intervention orders. VALS recognises that family violence is a gender crisis, most frequently and severely suffered by our women. We recognise that family and domestic violence also takes a severe toll on trans and non-binary people, men and women in same-sex relationships, and in some cases, it is perpetrated by women against men. Aboriginal people of all genders are severely affected by family and sexual abuse and by the civil, family and criminal legal system's response to it. In giving evidence today, we choose to use the language of affected family member and person using violence, as the binary nature of language like victim and perpetrator doesn't reflect the complexity that so often arises with family violence incidents and can lead to misidentification, as we know well. We also want to honour and pay respect to all Aboriginal people who've experienced family violence, to those who have shared their stories, and to the many who haven't felt safe enough to share those stories. We know that family violence is severely underreported because of the failure of the criminal legal system to adequately support you and other people affected by family violence. You have been inappropriately questioned, ridiculed, and denied justice, and we see you. The Victorian Government has acknowledged that the state's dispossession, criminalisation and dehumanisation of First Peoples, the removal of our children and denial of law and culture created conditions of intergenerational trauma and social and economic inequality experienced today. As this Commission has already heard, research has identified 400 massacres in Australia where more than 10,000 of our people were killed. The legal system didn't provide any measure of justice for us. It enabled these massacres by denying our humanity and giving us no right to seek justice. There are people alive today who were alive when Australia was still massacring and enslaving Aboriginal people. This is living memory, not some distant past we can escape from. There is pervasive silence to the history of sexual violence against Aboriginal women. Mass sexual abuse of Aboriginal women, our lives were not valued. Rape and murder were very common on the frontier. The police were often very complicit in that. Many of our people were also killed by the brutal conditions of slavery in Australia. In parts of Australia, the colonials enslaved and trafficked our people. Across the whole country, Our people, including children and young people, were forced into servitude and often not paid what was agreed to in the sham employment arrangements. The legal system enabled the British to enslave us, and the police enforced that slavery. Police were often directly involved in catching escapees from missions. They were directly involved in removing children from their families and enforcing our people to go to work in often very violent and sexually violent situations. The state was directly responsible for causing the stolen generations, and the police enforced yet another violent policy on us. Since colonisation, Aboriginal people have lived within a structure of violence. Aboriginal women and children continue to experience a violent culture of misogyny that has existed since colonisation. The war continues, it just evolved. Aboriginal women are 45 times more likely to experience family violence than non-Aboriginal women. Despite the Royal Commission into Family Violence held within the last 10 years, the numbers of Aboriginal women and children experiencing family violence, including those who have been murdered, continues to escalate. And yet, in Victoria, Aboriginal women are the fastest growing prison demographic. A 2013 study of Victoria's female prisoners found 87% were victims of sexual, physical, or emotional abuse, with most having suffered abuse in multiple forms. Victoria has the highest rate of Aboriginal children in out-of-home care, and IBAC found 41% of complaint files audited contained indicators of bias on behalf of investigators against Aboriginal and/or Torres Strait Islander people. The racialised nature of policing Aboriginal peoples and the intersection of negatively racialised and gendered causes a unique form of violence that Aboriginal women experience every day, where their status as a genuine victim is devalued. As a result, they are often over-policed as people who use violence, but they're under-policed as AFMs. Not only are Aboriginal women not believed and belittled, at no point in their life are Aboriginal women ever considered victims of violence. This is in spite of clear histories of police call-outs, irrefutable physical evidence of assault, and we as Aboriginal women are still victimised, still blamed, still criminalised. Our children are growing up seeing that their mother's life is not valued, not by community, not by the state, that their safety as a family is not important. We know that a majority of Aboriginal women are partnered with non-Aboriginal men. You can then extrapolate, given the overrepresentation of Aboriginal women experiencing family violence, that the people harming them are non-Indigenous men. This is therefore a continuation of colonial violence towards women. While the science of eugenics may now be disputed, the underlying current remains that our lives do not matter and are not worthy of protection. Government agencies like police and legal systems weaponise the criminality of Aboriginal women as a way to deny them their victimhood. We see this in criminal, child protection and family law systems and the lack of cultural safety in those processes. When Aboriginal women seek to leave a relationship, they have many forms of violence to navigate, from the violence they experience through seeking help, the risks of having their child removed as a result. And we know that the role of child protection has been examined by the Commission, and we thank you for that work. But this is still something that goes on today. What does it say that violence in the home is the #1 indicator of child removal? The legal system and government agency responses do not treat Aboriginal women as a victim in need of care or protection. If that was it, that would be one thing, but instead, they decide to frame Aboriginal women as perpetrators complicit in the violence that they experience and punish them for it. Once again, the Aboriginal woman is the problem. The damage and trauma that government agencies inflict on Aboriginal women is interconnected, compounding, and in many ways has been described as worse than that of the family violence they experience. The interactions of all these different agencies have led to a situation in which Aboriginal women live in a culture of fear because they know they can be subject to violence and they know that there is no redress, there is no safety, while the people using violence live in a culture of impunity. We see it not just in life, but also in death. Indigenous women are not deemed worthy enough for a proper investigation by police, who should be interrogating what may have happened to them. This is despite Aboriginal women being 25 times more likely to be killed or injured from family violence than non-Aboriginal women. A Senate inquiry into missing and murdered Indigenous women is looking at this issue for this very reason, with vows due to give evidence in those hearings next week. We call on the Commission to consider recommending that deaths relating to family violence are independently investigated, much like CCYP investigate child deaths where they have been involved with child protection. We ask this Commission to recognise that government agencies, especially Victoria Police, have long failed our people and communities when it comes to family violence. The Victorian Aboriginal Legal Service was established in 1973 to provide culturally safe legal services to our communities, but to also fight for change within systems and institutions defined by criminalisation, violence and racism. Family violence and its impacts cut across every area of practice at VALS. Its repercussions extend to issues of child protection, frequently serving as a driving force behind the removal of our children from their families. Family violence also arises in civil law proceedings, including cases involving tenancy disputes, debt issues, and also fines. Within criminal matters for children, young people and adults that we support through either our criminal legal practice or Bulitnaloo have experienced family violence in the home. Our lawyers frequently assist people who have been misidentified as the person in need who has committed violence. In our Aboriginal families practice, we provide legal assistance to respondents facing family violence intervention orders, while also providing assistance to community members through our Orange Door pilot program. Our Aboriginal families practice additionally provides comprehensive legal services, whether it be legal information, whether it just be a yarn, whether it be casework assistance, across family law, child protection, and other family violence domains. For family violence matters, our commitment is exemplified through the Family Violence Early Resolution Service, where our legal experts collaborate with the courts and law enforcement to negotiate pre-court outcomes. This service has proven instrumental in saving numerous clients invaluable time, resources, and needless and warranted stress and trauma associated with protracted litigation battles. In 2015, the Royal Commission into Family Violence delivered its final report comprising 227 recommendations. In January 2023, the government declared it successfully implemented all 227 recommendations. That was a bit of a surprise to me because we know that our women are experiencing family violence at astounding rates. We know that the system is unstructured. We know that they're not being delivered the safety they require. Criminal legal responses are also not an adequate response to eradicating family violence on their own. If decades of trying this space has taught us one thing, it should be that. What we need is societal change to how we perceive and value the rights of women and children and how they should be protected from harm. We need to start looking at violent relationships the state has with Aboriginal people and be as committed to the safety of Aboriginal women when it comes to violence perpetrated by the state, as well as those by the intimate partners. How is community to know that they shouldn't be committing violence against Aboriginal women when they see the state do it each and every day? We know that a carceral and police response to what is effectively a social problem does not prevent, treat, or solve the issue of family violence in our communities. Given Aboriginal women are over-policed as perpetrators but under-policed as victims, more police doesn't solve a thing. Incarcerating somebody for a short period of time doesn't actually do anything, because we know that people return to our community sometimes more violent than what they went in because of the violence of incarceration, the lack of appropriate supports, the lack of healing. Harsher bail laws and more funding for prisons doesn't solve anything. The family violence system in Victoria operates primarily as a reactive emergency measure, characterised by punitive measures towards people using violence at the end of the line, rather than a proactive, preventative approach. We need to be focusing on the front end and prioritise holistic services. Given what we know about the extensive violence perpetrated by the state via its various agencies, the question for us is, how do we deauthorise the power that the state hold? How can we dismantle the violent power that they continue to hold over our families, which we witness in terms of incarceration, in the deaths of our women in custody, the deaths of our women who go missing and under-investigated, and in the increasing numbers of Aboriginal children in care in the protection system, which has proven not to be very caring or protective of those children, and instead setting them on a path of failure. We ask Yoorrook and the state to imagine what a non-violent and non-carceral response to violence might look like. Take that moment, read through it. Non-carceral responses to family violence might sound kind of confronting, perhaps even a little bit scary. But it's about moving substantial resources and authority and power to community-controlled Aboriginal organisations in a systemic way. It's about giving our communities a chance. The Yoorrook for Justice report recommends that to address the injustices experienced by Aboriginal peoples, there must be a self-determining approach involving the transfer of power, authority and resources to First Peoples via the treaty process. You won't find any argument from me in relation to that. We do think, though, that this recommendation should be echoed in future reports of this Commission. We think that transformative change is required across all systems, all institutions. Transformative change is long overdue and must involve long-term sustainable funding and resources being transferred to ACOs to deliver family violence supports that are therapeutic, culturally safe and trauma-informed, and also focused on the early end. Any meaningful reform is hampered by short-term funding across a spectrum of services. Who hasn't heard about never-ending pilots or 6-month funding grants? Hey, maybe a year or two. Any plans to address family violence progressed by government and government agencies needs to prioritise Aboriginal-led service response to community, from early intervention, prevention and specialist therapeutic family violence intervention supports and case management. Aboriginal peoples and communities have long had to find ways to respond to family violence in the absence of police who don't attend or don't care, and government agencies who perpetrate more violence. There is a critical need for Aboriginal-led preventative, early help and specialist family violence intervention supports that are trauma-informed and therapeutic. This includes early access to legal supports as part of a holistic wrap-around service system. While we recognise the significant investment following the Royal Commission into Family Violence and the recent Women's Safety Summit, what plagues these investments is short-term funding for what are critical and fundamental supports. You cannot address the scourge of family violence with punitive response. You need to invest in supports and services that address the underlying reasons for violence and attitude towards women. This requires long-term flexible funding allocated to ACOs who can provide a specialist response. VALS and other ACOs have been supporting Aboriginal women, children and families impacted by family violence for a long time. Whether it be our Yoorrook program or our Healthy and Respectful Relationships program, we are consistently seeking funding rather than focusing on supporting our community and strengthening our practice. We're focused on trying to make Aboriginal modes of service delivery fit within stringent eligibility criteria. We call on the Commission to consider how to strengthen and resource our response both at an immediate level and through the opportunity that presents through treaty negotiations. Part of this includes holding the Victorian Government accountable for existing commitments on family violence, including priorities set out in the National Agreement on Closing the Gap, DALGA, and the National Plan to End Violence Against Women and Their Children, and Victoria's 10-year plan for change, while also integrating international rights provisions like UNDRIP that protect women and children from harm. But also part of this is recognising that bigger picture of structural barriers inhibiting progress around family violence, which needs to be addressed. And this includes systemic racism and ongoing discrimination, the cost of living crisis, the housing crisis, and the lack of emergency accommodation for affected family members, the lack of culturally specific supports, and the lack of resourcing for ACOs to run early intervention and family violence specific programs. The Commission has already heard about failings in health, in housing, in education, and other systems over the last few weeks. The legal system is also failing Aboriginal women and children who are affected by family violence, and we understand that there's a whole of system change that's needed to keep people accountable. That's why we're undertaking the development of a First Nations cultural capability framework in the legal assistance sector, as well as developing Aboriginal cultural capability training for barristers to transform the way that Aboriginal people are provided with legal representation and assistance to ensure it is culturally safe, responsive, as culturally competent as possible within a colonial Western legal system. It's why we're also working in partnership with JIRA to reimagine what does an Aboriginal-led family safety approach look like? What is the alternative to child protection? And I'm happy that this project is well underway. We would, of course, like to be engaging in more transformative policy approaches around family violence, but our FTE count is limited. We need people and resources to do the deep thinking on transformative approaches. Lastly, I want to speak directly to Aboriginal women who have been affected by family violence. We know that you have to be the heroes in your own lives far too often. When you reached out for help, the system didn't protect you. It didn't protect your children. When you told the police of what happened to you, or perhaps even showed them your injuries, you were belittled and not believed. You were turned away, told to go somewhere else. When you should have been offered sympathy and medical assistance, you were instead put in handcuffs. When you should have been protected, you were labelled the perpetrator and were criminalised and punished. When you should have had access to safe housing and appropriate supports for you and your children, you were instead languishing in a cold, concrete cell. When you should have been able to keep caring for your children in a place of safety, all of you were impacted by violence, your children taken from you. When you should have been offered culturally appropriate counselling and wellbeing services so that you had an opportunity to heal, you're instead forced to navigate a system after re-traumatising system to try and get your children back. The system should be the one that seeks to harm you, but it should be one who acts as sword and shield. It should be one that embodies the spirit of the Lady of Justice. We also speak to women impacted by family violence who have not been able to share their stories, perhaps because it's too hard, perhaps because it takes a measure of faith you don't have in a system that has continually failed you. We know that you're out there. We know that you're having to do it tough. We know that you're having to save yourself, your children, and your family every minute of every day. And we know that you do this in a way that honours the voices of your ancestors and culture, but just leaves you feeling as though the cycle will never end. We also acknowledge so many women impacted by family violence who are not able to tell their stories because they are not here. The state took them from us. Whether it's Heather Calgarrett, Arnie Tanya Day, or Veronica Nelson. We also want to acknowledge that it's hard and we want you to reach out. We also know that as an agro sector, we haven't been able to deliver the self-determined solutions that we want to, that you need us to, because the funding isn't there, because it's needed to build another prison. Hopefully, this commission, which has been such an instrument for change, will make government question its choices and redirect its resources to where they need to be. And lastly, I send a message to the Victorian government and agencies. Don't come here and cry. Come here, tell your truth, and then go away and work to change the systems and institutions that harm our communities and our women. Understand that if you do that, you tell society that it is not okay to perpetrate violence against our women because you will no longer do it. Take charge of changing systems so that government responses are protecting Aboriginal women and our children, that they recognise them as sacred and important, that you send the message to them that they matter, that they are safe. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Waite, for those opening remarks. We might come back to some of the themes you've touched on there. Can I just, Chair, acknowledge that we're joined this morning, I should have done this before, by the Honourable Jennifer Coates, AO, and Merrin Mason, the Acting Chair and CEO of the Victorian Law Reform Commission, have joined us this morning for this session.
Thank you. Welcome. Welcome to the Commission.
And I might take a moment now to invite Mr. Kane and Ms. Yates to introduce yourselves and the work you do at VALS.
Thank you. My name is Emily Yates. I am the managing lawyer at the criminal practice at the Victorian Aboriginal Legal Service. As Narita has touched on, we do a range of matters in the criminal practice that spans from indictable stream to summary, appeals, contested hearings, and all across the state we cover. That includes regional courts up to Mildura, Horsham, Ararat, everywhere you can think of. We have set agreed VALS dates, they're called, that we will be appearing for duty if anyone needs us, and also for our clients that are already scheduled to be there. So it's a very broad and diverse range of work that we cover across the state.
Mr. Kane.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Yoorrook. I'm the Principal Managing Lawyer of the Family Practice of VALS. This is my 18th year in the family law jurisdiction. That really is a lifetime. Family law practice covers the entire state. We have a base in Preston and also satellite offices in Warrnambool, Mildura, Bendigo, and West Melbourne. When an Aboriginal person needs family law assistance, we are there. Whether we have the resources or not, when that phone rings, we are there. So we cover the entire state. And when I say we cover the entire state, that is exactly what we do.
Thank you, Mr. Kane. Are you happy for me to call you by your first names? We've adopted that practice with other panels. Thank you. So for Commissioner's benefit, the most recent submission relevant to this topic today from VALS is the submission on family violence dated March 2024. It's NUT.001.0494.0003. Won't go to it right at the moment, but we may come to it as we go through. So, Ms. Wake, we might start with the topic that you touched on, that is the acquittal of the recommendations of the Family Violence Royal Commission.
Mm-hmm.
Commissioners will be aware that the Royal Commission reported in 2016 and the government stated it accepted all 227 recommendations and committed to implementing those in full. And to start with your opening statement about the unique risks and impact of family violence on Aboriginal women and children. And I should note, Commissioners, consistent with what Ms. Waite said, while all experiences of family violence, abuse and harassment are unique, the evidence clearly shows most perpetrators of gender-based violence are men and most victims of survivors are women. So when I use the term men and women in this context, I'm talking about all violence, but just recognising the statistics in terms of the majority of impacts. And the language that we will adopt is your language of users of violence and also affected family members, or AFMs, as you abbreviated it before.
Thank you.
Yeah. So can you tell us something about, Ms. Waite and others, if you wish to jump in, the unique risk faced by Aboriginal women and children to family violence?
Look, we all have, I mean, you outlined the statistics. I did my opening statement, and you hear it in government speak, you hear it in the media. But there's also that implicit assumption that those experiences of violence in one way or another attach to either the culture of our people, the behaviour of our communities. Even in the most progressive formulation, the reverberating intergenerational effects of colonialism always kind of locate the harm and behaviour in us. We are always the problem. And the reasons for those narratives are racist. The statistical story obviously tells us that Aboriginal women as agentless as victims, yet we know when they present as victims, they're not treated that way. The political function which those statistical stories are used to further justify more control over the lives of Indigenous women in this country. We also know that this isn't limited to regional Victoria. This exists in metropolitan Melbourne as well. Whether you're in Reservoir or you're in Carlton, responses are failing. For us, we've also seen that whilst these recommendations are apparently acquitted, there has been continuous budget cuts to the family violence sector. That means that there is less support for Aboriginal women. And we also know that there is a lack of an ability to self-determine what those modes of service delivery should be. And it means that often they're forced to go into a mainstream response. That mainstream response, like I said earlier, doesn't see them as victim. It sees them as the person who is committing violence or the person with which the problem lies. It doesn't provide them cultural healing. It doesn't provide holistic support. We also know that if you're trying to escape a violent situation, you need some place to go. Where do those places exist? That is what our women keep asking for. Where are the refuges? Where is the stable of housing to make sure that they can take their children to a safe space? Because when they can't, those children are removed. And that teaches the Aboriginal woman that you shouldn't report family violence because you risk losing your children to a system that will harm them. And I know that is a very long and winding response and probably not at all satisfactory, but it is their reality.
There's a lot in that, so I'd like to draw some of those themes out. Can we just step back a moment? In 2015, the Family Violence Royal Commission was commissioned and started its work in response to the death of Luke Batty. And we know that for decades prior to that time, there was a similar problem in terms of family violence and the disproportionate impact on Aboriginal women and children. So is there anything you want to say about that time before the Royal Commission and the work that was done, or the recognition by governments that this was a serious issue to be tackled?
It's a difficult question to answer in some ways because you certainly don't want to cause harm in other spaces, particularly with relationships with government, because ACOs are vulnerable in those spaces. But did family violence and Aboriginal women matter before 2015 to the state of Victoria? I'm not clear it did. You don't see any evidence of that in terms of funding, in terms of supporting self-determined solutions. You don't see that in the rates of violence occurring to our women and going unreported. And then even since 2015, if you look at the narrative that followed, it wasn't about Aboriginal women. It wasn't about the specific needs that they had as a community, what they needed to support them, what those unique responses looked like. It took a very mainstream lens. And we've seen, responses such as the Orange Door, etc. But our women don't access those spaces because they're not meant for them. They're not designed for them. And I think you've seen jurisdictions, whether it be interstate or national, also struggle with this problem around how do you tackle family violence in mainstream communities, in marginalised communities and in First Nations communities. And they tend to take a broad brush rather than seeing that the appropriate response is to look at every community's individual way and seek to deliver responses that are self-determined and that will put them on a path to healing, and also change our culture.
Anna, would you like to offer anything?
Yes, in the last 2 or 3 years, statistically, family violence applications before the courts have multiplied fivefold. And that's not because probably not because there's more family violence. It's just there's more people making those applications, and there are, as Rita was saying, that the problem has been focused on campaigns everywhere saying violence is not okay, Here's what you can do, put your hand up, leave, get help. And that's all easy to say for someone with means and ability and money to get that help, to escape. When there's no escape route, when you're tied to your partner because of financial means, or because that partner is controlling you, or because you've got nowhere else to go, or because you're worried about the state becoming involved, because you then leave and have no means and no home, that advertising campaign is not so great. And it fails Aboriginal women because they fall in that category broadly. They don't have those means. They don't fall within the picture of what that advertising campaign targets at.
So the Royal Commission found that programs existing back then in 2015, 2016 were not able to do various things, including reduce the frequency and impact of violence, prevent violence through early intervention, support victim survivors, hold perpetrators to account for their actions, and coordinate community and government services. So is it the case that responding to the Family Violence Royal Commission and other issues of policing and community awareness has actually created a predictable pressure on support systems and the criminal justice system?
Well, I'll talk about the support systems. It is or should have been a predictable pressure. There are very few support services around for Aboriginal women. And just getting back to what Nerita was saying before, there are precious few support systems around to assist persons who use violence to modify that behaviour. There are a handful around the state, and most of those are full or have waiting lists. And they are usually taken up by people who have been ordered by the court to attend them. There's very few people that go there voluntarily. So the system at the beginning, where we should be focusing, is throttled. It's full.
Emily, would you like to comment on your experience with the pressures on the criminal justice system and those pressures on resources to support perpetrators or users? Yeah.
I would say that there is, again, as Jürgen said, it should have been predictable. A lot of our clients that we have that are family violence related offences are normally breaches of intervention orders that we get. There is an influx of that, and it can be from a text message to stalking. It's a very broad range that can be covered in a breaching of an intervention order. It can also encompass assaults as well. But there's definitely been a rise in that anecdotally within our team, and managing that and making sure that we have enough lawyers to staff the demands that are placed on our service, especially when we are covering an entire state. And as Nerita has touched on, different communities have different needs and different issues. And depending on where we are at the time, there's different areas of family violence that are more prominent than others. So it's a high demand for our lawyers as well to make sure that we're servicing everyone that needs us. But we're on the end of this scale. We are when it's already too late, or things have happened that shouldn't have happened by that point, and we are intervening at that point. The prevention aspect of it is where it's lacking, and that's when these clients come to us, where we're now needing to assist them with criminal matters very down far the path that shouldn't have gone that far, but there wasn't enough supports in place earlier on to stop the demand on the criminal justice system. And that's the huge predicament we're in. The funding issue with not having adequate services, especially culturally specific services, even for VALs and our lawyers, to adequately staff the demand we have, but also the funding issue with the clients that we have that desperately needed more support than what they got, and have gone down a path in life that nobody wanted, including themselves as well.
And just on the legal system, and there's a perfect kind of example if you look at the Wyndham Law Courts. So that was designed and kind of progressed because you've seen community, both mainstream and Aboriginal, grow exponentially in the West due to availability of housing and just also pushing people out. And so they designed and are in the progress of building the new Wyndham Law Courts, but it's also been announced that they actually won't run. It's just going to sit as an empty building. So there'll be no specialist lists for family violence. There will be no therapeutic courts in that building. There will be no court operations, and that they're going to stay in their current building. They also made it very clear that there also wouldn't be funded support services to be there. So that means that people who are attending court will not be able to have access to somebody to provide them with food or clothing as most basic needs, but also connect them to housing or behavioural change programs. Because services, if that court does open and run, will not be funded to be there. And this is what we see, just really disjointed decision making and resourcing. And it gets quite frustrating then when you see never ending investment in police and prisons when you're trying to make sure that women have a safe space to be.
Can I just pick up the point that you touched on about prevention? This is the subject matter of your recommendation 6, and I should compliment you on the quality of the written submission you've put in. It's enormously helpful and clear. I wondered if you could explain the vision you have of the preventative measures that you have in mind in that recommendation 6, where you call for further funding. But in particular, I'm really interested in this concept that we've heard a lot about of intersectionality, which as I understand it means the intersection between the problem we're looking at and other matters. And in relation to prevention, I'm looking at what would be a preventative measure which could be implemented soon and would have a big impact. And the thing that occurs to me from what I've heard earlier is housing.
Mm-hmm.
And I just wondered if you could share your experiences of the extent to which the lack of being able to access public housing, I think there are about 5,000 places, shortfall for Aboriginal people, to what extent the provision of proper housing to some of those 5,000 would have an impact on the area in which you work?
Just in terms of recommendation 6, when we talk about funding, proportional funding for ACOs to deliver culturally safe, self-determined prevention and early help services immediately, what we're saying is that often enough, what we're delivering are pilot programs or programs tailored to a certain, regional or postcode. And that means that then we can't be in other communities that require us. That would be Mildura or Shepparton or Geelong or Colac, or even metropolitan Melbourne. We're also saying very clearly that when we shouldn't have to fit Aboriginal health and family safety responses into a mainstream eligibility criteria, that we should be able just to have our models, which have been proven to work time and time again, funded to reach community. And that you also can't expect people to be delivering services from Preston to reach Mildura. That's why, for example, VAL's moved to establishing regional place-based hubs to make sure our lawyers were in community, easily accessible. And this has resulted in us being able to do a lot of early legal help and thus prevent people entering the justice system. When you talk about a client and intersection, when an Aboriginal woman experiencing family violence comes to us, sure, there'll be that specific issue of them being misidentified that has to be addressed through the criminal legal system. But then there'll be issues of housing. Well, my housing provider is about to evict me because of the damage or rent owing on the home. So that now becomes an issue we need to address with. There's also issues where the user of violence has utilised their identity and racked up debt and fines that needs to be addressed. invariably when Aboriginal woman is misidentified or seeks help from the criminal legal system, child protection get involved. And then we also have a child protection matter that needs addressing. And often they've left their home and they're couch surfing, whether they're staying with a cousin or a friend, or in a short-term refuge, and those situations are unacceptable to child protection. So instead they remove the children and put them in never-ending placements. And this is where the housing element that you raised is incredibly critical. If we had safe housing for women to go to, then that would add a protective factor according to child protection that would negate against the removal of the children. It would also provide an immediate measure of safety for that woman and her children, which should be paramount in any response. It would also mean that they have a place to which they can then look at engaging in services locally to make sure that they are well supported, that they can be supported to engage in community culture and kin. You know, when you have a roof over your head, you have a measure of safety and ability and agency. When you don't, you have nothing. And housing is also critical for Aboriginal women who are victims of family violence who are incarcerated. Recently, there was a coronial inquest into the death of Heather Calgarrett, and we heard evidence that her parole application was getting held back, but then ultimately she couldn't be released on parole because there was no housing for her to go to. And invariably she died in prison. And one of her children will never know her at all because she was a baby. She gave birth in prison and that child was removed immediately. And I wish that that denial of housing was a one-off story, but isn't an everyday occurrence. And we really can't build housing fast enough and quick enough for women who are in need of help right now.
Just to add to that, it's a compounding problem. So the mother loses her accommodation, children are taken away because she's got nowhere to stay. Then she goes to apply for new housing and she's told she can't get one because she's got no family, no children. So it's a circular problem and mum is stuck in the circle.
Can I just ask so that the Department of DFFH will say in the best interest of the child, right? Isn't it of the best interest of the child to be with a parent in the family, particularly for Aboriginal children? So what do they do about assisting in housing?
That is the short answer, they don't.
Yeah, they don't. The longer answer is they are supposed to provide supports to get parents back on track for that very reason, to reach that aim in the act of reunifying children and parents. But in practice, what actually happens is they say, you need to do this, and this, off you go. And there's no assistance for someone that's just had their life shattered to go out and try and get housing, try and secure all things that state wants them to do. And I understand that protective factors need to be addressed. No one wants to see a child at risk, but risk is, considerable risk is widely interpreted rather than its proper interpretation and what I believe is the interpretation it was intended to have.
Can I just ask another question? Narita, you mentioned Orange Door.
Yes.
It's been around 5 years now, it's been rolled out. Have your clients accessed it? Is it culturally safe to access it? Is it doing enough? Has it got enough funding put into it? Like, you just mentioned it before, that was all.
Yeah, no, I think the design and operation of the orange doors was a reason why there was a priority for under the Deljo agreement to look at piloting for Aboriginal orange door models. But those orange door models obviously had to exist within the framework that is set by the mainstream. What we often try and do, and we talk about it in our submission, but also Jürgen can talk to it soon, is try and interact with the Orange Doors so as to provide some measure of cultural safety for Aboriginal women who might have, you know, on an off chance decide to access it because they've got nothing else. Because we don't want any Aboriginal women feeling culturally isolated, which is basically what those Orange Doors do.
Yeah, and so we are actively in contact with Orange Door on an ongoing basis. The truth is we see very few women coming through there. One of the issues, I guess, for us is that, and this relates to a broader picture of funding that Narita was talking about before, these programs, I mean, Orange Door has been stable for a short amount of time, but these programs like the early resolution program, for instance, I'll pick that out to pick on, that was funded as a pilot for 6 months, then for another 2 months, then for another 3 months, then for it. It is impossible for us to actually retain people to fill those positions, which is what we were meant to do. I mean, tenure for those sort of lengths of time is impossible. So it is set for failure.
Story we've heard repeatedly of this response to all these urgent and deep-seated problems is to set up a pilot, which of course then you've got all of those issues. How many funded Aboriginal community controlled refuges and family violence services are there, to your knowledge?
Rumballara have 2, but I believe only one is operational because building's unsafe, I think, for the other one, but I'm sure Rumballara can clarify. I know Elizabeth Morgan House, which is a long-standing Aboriginal community controlled organisation to support women fleeing violence, have a refuge that operates as well. I know that they've been pursuing for years additional funding from the state to try and expand those refuge options so that women can flee safely with their children into healthy housing. They're the only ones that I'm actually aware of that are operational.
The enormity of the issue and the long-standing nature of the issue, that's all that's there for women.
Yeah, it's so, it's really hard when you attend every Aboriginal Justice Forum community roundtable, and in every community you hear calls for refuges to be established so that women have somewhere to flee. There's also the issue that refuges often have rules about children and ages of children that can be in those refuges, which then makes it hard for mum who effectively has to choose between children and safety.
So for example, an 18-year-old might not be able to stay with the family if they're in emergency accommodation.
Correct. And anybody who has any humanity in them, let alone is a mother, understands that you will never, ever pick anything over your children. And that is a situation that women find themselves in time and time again. And I mean, just the stupidity of having a rule about a 10-year-old. You know, my sons will be 7 at the end of this year. And in 3 years at 10, no way in hell is he responsible enough to be by himself. God help everyone if that was true. And it just beggars belief. And just in terms of the question, Commissioner Hunter, that you spoke to in terms of child protection, part of, I think, the lack of ability to action any assistance for housing is because they know that housing doesn't exist. They know that there is no ability to prioritise housing for women because they would need more houses built. And also understanding that you need different housing models, you know, mixtures of units and apartments and homes, because surprise, surprise, every families come in different sizes and shapes, and you need to accommodate that.
So do I take it from the exchange that we've just had that housing, suitable housing, is both a necessary preventative measure, but also a critical response to family violence?
Correct. And alongside that, housing also comes really addressing with utility providers their rules around excluding people from their services. We have a lot of Aboriginal women who have been in coercive and violent relationships, and often those utility accounts are in their name. And they rack up substantial bills and debts, and then because those go unpaid because they don't have the funds to do it, they then can't access those utilities. So I think we also need to consider around brokerage funding. You need to have, in order for child protection to be confident that your home is safe and appropriate for children, you need appropriate white goods and beds and furniture.
Can I invite your response to this? The focus is on removing women and their children to appropriate housing. Is any consideration being to flip the equation to remove the users of family violence so that women can stay in their home with all the economic impacts that has?
Never, because the system has this approach of that the women and children should leave, and then there should be never any further interaction with that user of violence. And that isn't reality, particularly where that user of violence is perhaps the father of said children. There invariably be interaction one day. But there's also for those men to kind of exit the home, where are they going? There's no transitional housing support for them. There's no housing stock for them to access. And so invariably you're looking at them either couch surfing or ending up on the street, and invariably ending up incarcerated where they won't have access to appropriate programs to change their behaviour, but often heal issues that we have. When you talk about users of violence, when they come to us, many of them suffer, and I'm talking over 80%. I think the latest data set from our client data was like 84% of them have mental health issues. And then we're talking about disability, whether that be intellectual or some other form. Often enough, they have been removed by the state as children and had a lot of transience and lack of help, and very irregular education and then following into that employment. So all of those things need to be addressed, and they don't get addressed in the prison system.
Ms. McLeod, can I just can I just add, while we're talking about users of violence, that VALs only deal with Aboriginal men, correct?
No.
You deal with all.
Correct. So in terms of our client cohort, across the service, we're just shy of a 50-50 split between Aboriginal men utilising our service and Aboriginal women. In some sections, like for example,
as in all, including, I know you deal with the women, but as in men, I'm just, it's probably a personal issue here that I'll bring up that, and I don't know the statistic, but they're not all Aboriginal men that are perpetrators.
Oh God, no.
Sorry, users of violence to Aboriginal women. I just
want
to be clear. I know we're on the topic of Aboriginal, but I don't want to demonise our men at the same point, that it's not consistently.
No, like I said in my opening statement, statistical data is clear that if we're talking about users of violence against Aboriginal women, the majority is non-Aboriginal men.
Thank you. I just wanted to
that is clear.
So can I just invite your reflection on this submission by VACA about that and the stereotyping of users of family violence being Aboriginal men towards Aboriginal women, just to see if you keep statistics or just invite your anecdotal reflection. They say research has found the vast majority of Aboriginal women in Victoria have non-Indigenous partners, so 85% of Aboriginal women in Melbourne, 67.9% in Shepparton and 82.4% in Bendigo. They extrapolate that given the high prevalence of family violence experienced by Aboriginal women, it's likely the person responsible is non-Indigenous. So that's the VACA submission. And JIRA say, looking at their case studies and their caseload, that is also the case. The preponderance of users of family violence are not Aboriginal men towards Aboriginal women. Was that consistent with what you're saying?
That's correct. I don't have the exact numbers here for our practice, but that is correct.
So can I invite your reflection upon that? Has there been a stereotype type response to the problem or the prevalence of family violence that assumes that it's Aboriginal men that are the perpetrators?
It goes to the racism issue, is that we are identified as the problem, we are seen as the issue. It is in the Aboriginal community that a culture of family violence exists, rather than seeing it as a society-wide issue, without recognising that not only are Aboriginal women victims of violence from non-Aboriginal men, but from a white state. So for me, it goes to racism, but Jürgen and Emily can mark further.
Certainly, it is a statewide thing. It happens in the metro areas, but I will say that anecdotally in the more regional areas, it's not uncommon for us to hear the police say, that's a violent household, it's an Aboriginal household, so it's a violent household, without any qualification. And we'll touch on sort of misidentification a bit later, I think, but that leads into that issue. So without any further inquiry, they will pick a user of violence out of that household just because there's an Aboriginal person living there.
Just because you've raised it now, I might touch on it, that issue of misidentification. How does the fact that a user of family violence is not an Aboriginal person play out in terms of policing response, criminal justice response, and outcomes?
Well, Emily can talk about the outcomes because she gets the end of the hose, but
perhaps we could just explain first what this misidentification problem is.
The misidentification is basically picking the wrong person and identifying them as the user of violence. And this is a systemic problem. I know we toss systemic around as a fairly common word, but Victoria Police, when they're called out to an incident, use a code of practice. That code of practice invites a gender-based and stereotypical response. They use 6 points, I guess, that they look at when they're called out to identify what they call the predominant aggressor. One of those is how fearful the person is. Obviously, that's an easily manipulated thing when the person is clever, articulate, usually white, calm, and the mother is not, she's hysterical, fearful, or whatever. So, and it's inherently gender biased, of course. Another thing they look at is the historical pattern of violence, and as I said, in regional households, police will say that's a violent household, so they just pick someone. Another thing to look at is the nature of the injuries, not once considering whether those injuries are defensive ones. So the man rings the police with a scratch on his face and says, look what she did. She's hysterical in the background there, and so the police pick him as the person who needed protection. And if there are children there, also the children, and it destroys the family because they make an application.
So just staying with that criteria there, the police are tending to look for the observable physical injuries and not necessarily emotional, coercive, mental, cultural, psychological.
In my experience, no. Police, and I fully appreciate police are overworked. Only have to look at the cars parked in Burke Street with riding all over them to see they've got a grievance. But police are dealing with call-outs, in my experience, family violence call-outs as a roll your eyes matter. They come out there, they want to get it done as quickly as possible. They look around, they pick the first, set of criteria that fits within their code, and they take that without any further inquiry. And the defensive wound scenario is a real one. one that we see very often, and it happens. And just a couple of other things they are looking at here is the capacity of each person to inflict an injury. And I mean, that's pretty self-evident. If one person injured and the other one is not, then that becomes a yes-no type of thing. And then they look at other inquiries with our other agencies. I mean, I have never seen an evidence where police on the spot have called other agencies to see what's going on in this household. And the sum of that is they look and they go, well, who's the person that needed protection here? And looking at all those things, it's very easy to paint a picture and misidentify someone, because this set of criteria here leads someone down the path of inherently gender biased and racist framework.
I also asked too, and you may correct me, but my reading around much abuse of family violence, many are quite adept at inflicting injuries where it doesn't show, like pulling hair,
Yes.
in the abdomen and other places. So the look for a visible injury on a face or an arm would seem to be not quite naive.
Correct. And very often it's the mother who is presenting as hysterical because the father may well have called the police and or many times before said when they come, they're going to say that I should take the children away. And so she's hysterical. And she presents as hysterical. And so to look at him, who's calm and quiet and scratching his face, they look at her, who's hysterical and crying, go, well, we're making this call based on this observation, based on our code of practice.
Because they're quite adept at using the
Yep.
state as a weapon against the Aboriginal woman.
And this is the very, I mean, this is the embodiment of a systematic problem.
Would you say that there was racism at play in the assumptions about women being the perpetrators when men present this way?
Yes. Yes, because the assumption is from and certainly we hear this right across the state, the assumption is that the male is the aggressor. In an Aboriginal household, the Aboriginal male is the aggressor. So when that can be manipulated to look different, then it is.
So you have police with a code of conduct and the skills they acquire through their experiences and in their academy training. How do we address this issue of police discretion and their awareness that they might be being played by the system here? How do we have the individual police who are making these decisions? Is it a matter of awareness, or is it and training, or is it a matter of something else more fundamental is required?
Well, it's certainly a matter of training, but and I note in the code of practice that it says that all police are to be trained in this. But again, I think I looked at some recent previous statistics that show that although training is mandatory, very few police take it up, and that's across all the states. And again, in a state where police are saying I've barely got time to do my job, it's very hard to imagine a scenario where police are voluntarily saying, yeah, I'll take extra time and do that training.
Do police record their decision making using these criteria in any formal way?
I'll record their initial observations and parts of interviews in their application. But again, it's like the application evidence is, it's a couple of paragraphs.
And police observations and this misidentification problem can result in family violence notices. Yep. So could you just tell the commissioners how those family violence notices are used?
Again,
or intervention orders, obviously.
Yep. Well, they're used then. Well, if in a misidentification matter, let's play this out. The woman is then has to appear in court. Legally hostile environment. In front of a judge who's going to hear 50 of these a day and wants to push them through. the state gets wind of it. I mean, women have the most to lose here. I mean, if a,
Meaning child protection?
Yes.
Yes.
women have the most to lose here, and they'll often put their hands up and say, okay, I'll agree to it, because they historically haven't had, they've had no joy in getting help from the state. So they're not going to get help this time. So they just put their hand up and say, I'll agree.
And who of the state and federal governments is responsible for funding the legal assistance that these people require
It's a shared.
Yeah.
under the
duty.
National Partnership
Yeah.
Agreement?
No, so the National Legal Assistance Partnership Agreement is where the Commonwealth comes together with the state and agrees kind of what areas they will fund.
Mhm.
It doesn't currently require states to input funding into that agreement. States separately choose as to where they will fund legal services.
And family violence response falls to whom? Whose responsibility is that?
So if you look at the landscape currently, the National Indigenous Australians Agency is responsible for funding family violence prevention legal services. And then the NLAP provides funding for civil and family law services for legal aid commissions, CLCs, and Aboriginal legal services. States then top that up where they believe it's permissible. But as we've talked about, there is never-ending pilots. And for example, our successful pilot of regional justice hubs, which make sure that women have place-based access to family and criminal lawyers, will cease as of 30 June next year.
Just wanted to come back to the funding, but just to check whether Commissioners had any questions around the misidentification issue before I turn to funding.
Just one, I take your point, and I know the statistics that sort of the majority of Aboriginal women, our partner, have non-Indigenous partners, often. Is it also that women are not, Aboriginal women do not fit the sympathetic victim model?
Yes, and Amy Maguire has done quite a lot of work in this space that I would direct the Commission to look into. Also, there's the Canadian interim report from the National Inquiry into Missing and Murdered Aboriginal Women, Girls, as well as LGBTQI+ people, which found that Indigenous women experience higher rates of violence as a direct result of a culture of impunity created by police and state actions, and part of that falls into this creation of the perfect victim, which Aboriginal communities will never meet.
Just by being Aboriginal, you're already struck out.
Correct. It goes to our earlier evidence that we are always considered to be the problem. And also, if you look at the way the system has been created and continues to operate, it hasn't addressed its deeply racist roots yet. And so they come out to play each and every day. There's also the work of Professor Judy Atkinson in terms of her book Trauma Trails, Recreating Songlines, which I also direct you to take a look at, that really talks to that point as well.
Just to touch on that as well, there's also a damaging effect to these women that often then enter the criminal justice system. So whilst family violence safety notice is a civil application, we in the criminal team in our practice have seen a huge influx of women that are needing our assistance after being accused of being the perpetrators of the users of violence in their relationship. And even in preparing for today and speaking with the team to get a gauge on their experiences and stories, the amount of case studies and anecdotal evidence that they provided on a daily basis that they get for women that need our help, that have been charged with violent offending against the male in the relationship, has grown a lot. One example, it stood out quite loudly, was in one of the regional towns that we regularly visit and assist with. This woman was defending herself and her sister, and against a male user of violence. This was the sister's partner or ex-partner at the time, and was in fear of her life and her sister's life. They were both being attacked and beaten. She grabbed the nearest thing to her, which was a knife, and stabbed him in the leg. It did leave quite serious injuries, but it was enough to remove themselves from the situation and flee to safety. As a result of that interaction, this woman was charged with the highest charge that you can get in the magistrate's court without it going to the county court, and resulted in months-long criminal justice issues for her. And we fought quite hard to get these charges withdrawn on a self-defense basis. Prosecution took quite a bit of convincing. And in that process of fighting for these charges to be withdrawn, she was also picked up and remanded on very low-level shop-related thefts. And this was before the bail reforms came in, which meant that police applied to remand her. And this was unfortunately over the weekend, which meant that this woman, because she was on bail for allegedly violent offending against the main user of violence, she was an unacceptable risk and was held in custody until she could be heard in court on Monday for her bail application, which ultimately was successful and she was bailed. But she spent the weekend in custody when she had 3 kids at home that she was the caretakers for, had never been in custody before, and couldn't be heard because there was no court sitting. And ultimately, the charges were withdrawn because prosecution eventually came around and agreed that was in self-defense. But that didn't get that time back that she spent in custody and away from her children, who had to be in the care of somebody else for that weekend. And it was an incredibly traumatic experience, understandably, for her. And ultimately, the shop theft, I believe, went ahead, but it was a good behaviour bond for a couple of months with no conviction because she had pretty much no prior history at all. This was not in her DNA. She was not a violent person and was accused of that, probably because she's an Aboriginal woman and wasn't believed in first instance by police and then also by prosecution. And that resulted in months of fighting to get this withdrawn, which our lawyer was successful in doing, but it took quite a fight. So that's just one example of very many cases that we've got where we are helping women who have so many issues that stem from being the affected family member in family violence, but it also bleeds into the criminal justice system and them needing to defend themselves as well in the criminal justice space. So I would say that's a huge increase at the moment.
Can I ask you just briefly to go back to the question of funding? The Respect Victoria recent report mentions funding arrangements do not meet the level of need and ongoing longer term funding is required. The report highlighted that while 57% of initiatives were seed or pilot funding and 23% was expansion of existing or private projects, 20% extension of existing project. So no commitment to long-term ongoing funding, and also discusses the opportunity for prevention work by increasing the investment in the eco sector. Now, you touch on this in your submission, page 13, talking about the non-renewal or cutting of critical funding for ACOs since the government's announcement of the full implementation of all recommendations from the Royal Commission, and the need for investment in case management, prevention, early intervention programs and departmental staff. So can I invite you to offer your thoughts on the funding and how it should be? It's obviously you're suggesting it should be long-term funding and not programmatic or ad hoc short-term cycles.
They're looking at me desperately to answer this because they're like,
I'm happy to throw it. I'm happy to throw it.
but in terms of the funding space, part of the problem, as I've stated in my earlier evidence, is that we're having to fit into mainstream eligibility criteria that doesn't actually work for the self-determined models that community need to be delivered to stem and provide women a measure of safety. We also see through the National Legal Assistance Partnership very discrete what they call schedule funding. And that schedule funding is often very weird, is the best way to describe it, because it doesn't make sense most of the time. There'll be a stream of funding for workplace sexual harassment, but that's got nothing, that's not helping Aboriginal women who are experiencing violence in the home, and that's what we need resourcing to do. And we're told, oh, it's okay, just deliver that project, and then, you know, we'll see what we can do in future. Or we're given funding, you know, there's a scheduled funding for vulnerable women, but then they have their own set definition on what vulnerable women are, which doesn't meet the Aboriginal community definition for what is vulnerability in our communities. We also know that the funding isn't calculated in a way that accounts for need and the complexity that presents itself for Aboriginal community, because the experience for Aboriginal women is very different and requires more intense and complex support, because they're having to enter a system that wasn't designed for them, that doesn't work for them. And so the legal support is much more intensive. It needs to be coupled also with community programmatic support. And that's just impossible. And we also see that time and time again, we're told we need to endlessly pilot responses. You know, first off, it'll be 2 years, then it'll be another year, then it'll be another 6 months. Or in case of Yoorrook, it just rolls over every 12 months. And eventually, I imagine the pilot might end. And you've seen this also in JIRA, which I'm sure they'll speak to when they give evidence, that one of their programs is like being piloted for over a decade at this stage. And we're still crying out for that long-term investment. And we need to have flexibility, because the way that you will address family violence legal assistance response in Mildura will be very different to how you address it in metropolitan Melbourne. Because there'll be different partners that are available in terms of service streams. There'll be different needs. We also know that the Aboriginal community, because our elders die early, our parents die early, that we have a very young population that are under the age of 25. And so what they need in terms of that early prevention response is very different. But Yoorrook and Emily can expand if they wish.
Yeah, I was only going to say that this sort of uncertainty about funding just breeds uncertainty. I mean, it's very difficult to know and identify that need, and then try and plan for that need when we don't know what we've got to plan with. These funding, you know, pilots ideas are great. We have lots of ideas, you know, short-term ideas to get money through and that. But they don't put people on the ground, which is what we need to do, is put people on the ground. And we can't do that when we can only say to people, well, you know, you've got a job for 6 months. In the current climate, no one's going to come work for 6 months. It's not.
No doubt it has an impact on your retention and recruitment of staff and the investment in workforce generally across the state.
Well, through the National Legal Assistance Partnership, or through state funding, there is no ability to provide workforce supports, particularly when you look at the complexity and trauma our clients suffer. That invariably has an effect on those staff who are working to support them. And you need the ability to make sure you have appropriate supports for them, those staff, to deal with that trauma, so they don't burn out and they don't leave the profession. This is something that is a regular occurrence.
So it sort of begs the question, how can we be here? We had a landmark family violence Royal Commission. We had the acceptance of all recommendations of that Royal Commission. We had an implementation monitor reporting the acquittal of those recommendations. Now have a national plan to end violence against women and children with its framework announced and communicated recently. And we have a family violence outcomes framework. Do we have enough frameworks and strategies? Is it just down to dollars, or is there something that each of you would say was critical to transforming this horrendous situation?
For me, I think I've been clear that I would like to see the same recommendations around transformation and decision-making in criminal justice and child protection from this commission into these areas of family violence, health and education. But I would also hope to see a narrative and some recommendations around increasing government accountability. All of those things that you mentioned don't have any accountability measures against them for government.
Well, the implementation monitor, for example, is no longer reporting on the acquittal.
No, it doesn't exist. And, you know, if you look at whether it's the Plan to End Violence Against Women and Their Children, the 10-year plan for change, or international rights provisions that protect women and children from harm, there's no robust or transparent data. There's no monitoring mechanisms in place that actually ensure the effectiveness and progress of those initiatives. And that's why, as part of the treaty process, we really do want to see that Aboriginal-led Public Accounts and Estimates Committee established so that ministers and Victorian government departments can't shirk their accountability any further.
Now, you said the National Indigenous Australians Agency was a major funding.
I said that they funded the Family Violence Prevention Legal Services.
Okay, so do they have any accountability measures from the state on that funding?
I am not funded under them through the Family Violence Prevention Legal Services because I'm not one. So
Yeah.
I'm unsure. That probably most be a question for JIRA. But if I can be trite, as they say, I would suggest that government accountability doesn't start and end in Victoria, that the federal government also should be held accountable for their failings.
That's where I was getting at with the NIAA. Yeah.
Can I just ask so the Family Violence Commission finished in 2015, is that correct?
2016 reported.
Yeah. So recommendation 146 is prioritise adequate funding for Aboriginal and community controlled organisations. And it says that it's implemented. Would you agree that it's implemented?
No, they must have implemented that in some other jurisdiction, definitely not here.
Sorry, Commissioner.
Can I ask around police accountability? We've heard a lot about the intersections our mob have with police. Can you share any insights or any comments you have around, well, what does further police accountability look like? So we've made recommendations in the previous report around independent oversight, but thinking in this context around family violence, and you know, hearing the harrowing statistics, you know, on the system on our women, specifically in the context of Victoria Police. Any thoughts that you'd like to share with us on that?
From a criminal justice lens,
Sure.
in terms of mandatory body-worn camera footage, I would say that is a must because it's often optional when they turn it on or it was not working. You've got members executing search warrants without body-worn camera footage most of the time. So that doesn't exactly promote accountability because it's done under disguise, essentially. And a lot of the things on body-worn camera footage are also blacked out or audio redacted, and then you have to try and fight to get what that audio was and go through sometimes months-long process to get that. And I know in our recommendation 10 as well that Vals has advocated for establishing an independent process for automatic reviews of family violence safety notices that are issued by police against Aboriginal women. And that's a mechanism to check whether this is actually accurate or whether it's another case of misidentification and racial profiling of an Aboriginal woman. I think that those are the two key things I would say from my perspective, but I'm sure Nerita and Jürgen would have suggestions.
I agree with what Emily has stated, and that is why we've been such a loud and annoying voice for the state around the need to establish independent police oversight. What we must also recognise that police are also humans, and that they also may be in relationships with Aboriginal women, and that they may be the perpetrators of violence against Aboriginal women. And then where do they go for help? There is a lot of work and a lot of stories that have been told around how if you're in a relationship with a police officer and they commit violence against you, there is no ability to seek redress or justice, and that you, in fact, can find yourself the one who is criminalised, the one whose children and family and supports are taken away. What I would also suggest is that we also need to be taking that more, rather than always just tinkering with broken systems, we need to do that work on imagining what does and what should policing look like in this era. not a police system or institution that is underscored by racism, but one that fits with the current values of the Victorian community. And that takes being brave and sort of entering that transformational space. And I suggest that treaty is certainly a vehicle to do that.
And you are a member of the Delta Partnership Forum.
Yes, we are.
Yep. And in your experience, how much power and authority does that, we're talking about accountability, you mentioned earlier, how much power and authority does that forum really have?
None.
And the report for family violence was handed over, I think it was 2016.
Right.
Is that right? And the self-determination reform framework and the Victorian Aboriginal Affairs framework was around a similar time. And the community's been advocating for self-determination at the Delta Partnership Forum and the other ones as well, but I'm asking about Delta. And where do you, or do you see any transfer of power? There might be some resources, but true power to the community in the context of family violence?
I can't think of one instance. And you talked about that there may be transfer of resources. Yes, that there might be pockets of increased resourcing from the state, but that doesn't mean it's resourcing based on what Aboriginal community have asked for. It may be what fits within what the state wants to offer under their guise of their definition of self-determination, which is very different to ours. And I suggest that most likely should Delta give evidence to this commission that they would highlight the same issues that the Aboriginal Justice Caucus did with their agreement with the state on justice.
Can I just follow up with that? Given that that forum has been around for a long time, sort of as a what should be done? Should it be scrapped and something else started? Should it be rules changed? Because it seems to me it's almost a cover for a forum, so therefore look what we're doing, but nothing's actually changing. It really is a sort of a cover for a continuation of the status quo. That's just my impression.
I mean, if we want to talk about these agreements, whether it be the Aboriginal Justice Agreement or Delta, being partnership approaches, then we need to have genuine partnership. That means partners of equal footing. That means that Aboriginal community control partners at that table have an ability to have power and resources and decision-making transferred to them. It means that you're not worried about what you might say or advocate for or push because you've got a pilot that's coming up in terms of exploration of funding, because that's a constant concern. Yeah, it's hard. I would suggest that although those agreements, as you say, are enduring and the problem still persists, that the ACRO partners who sit at that table go there with a genuine commitment to represent communities' wishes for change and transformation, and that we shouldn't throw the baby out with the bathwater. Instead, we should be focusing on how do we evolve those types of arrangements to fit within our definition of self-determination and what that looks like.
I also just want a final remark on the constant use, both in this commission, when talking about working with Aboriginal people. They always say genuine partnership, as if you had to add that word to mark it out from all the other partnerships which weren't genuine. Yes, it's just sort of a personal bugbear of mine, and you sort of think, well, can't we just have partnership?
We're on the same page there.
I just want to come back to my comments a bit earlier about resources, and by no means was I coming at a place that was supporting. It's just more so, sorry, that governments say that they give resources over. So I'm not saying they give full power and resources over, but and we've got obviously access to the recommendations that you have provided. But if there's anything sort of more broadly around systematic accountability that you do want to share with us, then it'd be great to hear from you more as well. So broadening, I guess, my original question from not only police accountability, but also what does the system accountability look like? And I understand we can negotiate that through treaty and stuff, but what sort of insights do you want to share and impart on us today?
I mean, some of them are in our previous submissions around how you increase government accountability across the board in terms of our submissions on child protection and criminal justice. Those apply in these circumstances. I would say that for us, there really is that missing link for who is accountable for royal commissions, whether it be family violence or this one, in terms of its recommendations. And we certainly support the Aboriginal Justice Caucus's call to make sure that whilst treaties being negotiated, we do establish an Aboriginal Justice Commissioner to make sure that inquiries don't sit on the shelf, that there is accountability for implementation of recommendations, whether it be criminal justice or child protection or family violence, educational health. These are areas where our communities can't wait. And certainly we all know that there is significant research out there around how instituting, degrees of independence and making sure that things are transparent play a part in creating a fair Victoria, which is what I would think we all want.
And we're fortunate and blessed in this commission to have 4 Aboriginal commissioners out of the 5. And reflecting on previous commissions, we haven't had that. We actually haven't had the representation. Do you want to share any kind of views on how important it is in future royal commissions to have, a stronger guidance of Aboriginal voice on commissions or inquiries?
And I think it's even certainly whether it be a Royal Commission or inquiry, or even institutions like the Victorian Equal Opportunity Commission or the Commission for Children and Young People, making sure that there is at the highest level at Aboriginal representation results in work that benefits our communities. We've seen this in the Commission for Children and Young People with the Deputy Commissioner role. Uncle Andrew Jacomos did a wealth of work around out-of-home care. Then Justin Muhammad on Task Force 1000. Then Commissioner Singh in relation to Aboriginal children in the education space. None of that work would have occurred if not for those Aboriginal commissioners. But we don't see that in other institutions, and we don't see that in royal commissions, which is why when you look at those recommendations, whether it be family violence or the Mental Health Royal Commission, you see an absence of our people.
No, Ms. McLeod mentioned the statistics before, and of course I've got national ones, 35 times more likely to be hospitalised due to violence than non-Indigenous women, 6 times more likely to die as a result of family violence. Is that not a crisis for our people? Like, if we were to equate that to the general population, would you say that's not a crisis for Aboriginal women?
Beyond, if there is a word, and I'm no English major, but if there is a word beyond crisis, that is where we're at. Maybe we were at a crisis 20, 30 years ago. We're past that point. It is far more acute, and it is never ending.
And no one should die at the hands, and this isn't. But I see a national outcry when there's dare I say this, a white person, there's a national outcry, there's marches, but when it's an Aboriginal woman, the silence is deafening.
And that is because we are not the perfect victims. And that is underscored by the racism that exists in this country and its institutions, and particularly its media. And I appreciate the sensitivity in which you approach that. I mean, I had 2 grandmothers, and both of them were victims of family violence. And one was Black, one was white, and systems fail both. I mean, it's tragic, but in the case of Aboriginal women, there is an absence of anything. And we have to fight for the smallest of resources, the smallest of considerations. And it means that every day that Aboriginal woman feels not only let down by the state, but in some ways by us as a sector as well. And I can understand that and sympathise with it. Yeah, it's hard. That's all I'll say.
We might bring up on the screen the webpage, the Family Violence Outcomes Framework, and the vision to end family violence. There's 4 domains under that framework, reflecting the long-term outcomes to be achieved. The outcomes, number 1, family violence and gender inequality are not tolerated. That's under the heading prevention. Number 2, victim survivors, vulnerable children and families are safe, supported to recover and thrive. Number 3, perpetrators are held accountable, connected and take responsibility for stopping their violence. And number 4, preventing and responding to family violence is systemic and enduring. And a similar approach in the National Plan to prevention, early intervention, response, recovery and healing. So can I invite you each to respond for the things that you need to see happen in the criminal, civil and family law systems and policing, if you wish, for us to be able to deliver these outcomes under the framework?
Okay, I'll go first. Well, it's it's none from 4 on all of that. The gender inequality, we could put gender and race inequality there. The code of conduct that I touched on earlier, that just invites that sort of inequality, and until we see better training and a change in that code of conduct and actual mandatory training that police actually have to take up and are actually accountable for, that's never going to be achieved. And as far as survivors being able to recover and thrive, again, this is a great statement to make for people who've got means. Until you provide means for victims to start a new life or to flee family violence safely and in a way where they don't have to come back, because we do see this from our Aboriginal women coming out of prison, many of who are victims themselves. We work hard to make sure they have somewhere else to go, but there's many of them that don't have anywhere else to go, and they go back to their violent household. Round and round it goes. So until it's a bigger thing. We've touched on housing, we've touched on shelters, we've touched on all those sort of things. Until those areas are addressed, we're never going to achieve safety for those people that are trying to get out of a violent relationship. You want to do the other two?
Sure. I mean, I was just going to say, in terms of the perpetrator perspective, in domain 3, with what we see on a daily basis, and I'm talking about the main user of violence in this situation, not misidentification, there is such a lack of early intervention. I know that we've said that a little bit here, but the clients that we have that are using violence in these relationships come with their own plethora of traumas and reasons behind why they're doing what they're doing, because it might have been learnt behaviour, it might have been, as Narita touched on, they were taken out of care and they were subject to many different forms of violence throughout their entire life, and they know no better. So there's a lot of things going on with our clients that need addressing and need addressing early, and one of the things that we struggle with is making sure that we have the right supports in place set up for the main users of violence so that they don't continue doing what they're doing, and so that Aboriginal women and children are safe. And what we're doing right now is not working. And again, throwing people into custody and saying that's your punishment, that isn't solving the problem. We've been doing that for the dawn of time, and it's still happening and it's still continuing to escalate. We are missing the crucial element of funding ACCOs to be able to support the main users of violence to, for instance, Dadi Manwari, they run a fantastic program that I'm sure everyone knows about, but they are overrun. There is no way to get clients in there for months, sometimes 6 months. So as a lawyer representing someone who is trying to change their life and are making terrible decisions in relationships and hurting people, they also need help so that women and children are protected. And that help is not readily available at the moment. And it's really hard and challenging as a lawyer in that system that is broken and not working, and it's not fixing anything, and it's not protecting our women and children. And we need these sorts of supports in place so that we can set that up for our clients so that hopefully they never re-enter this system and that they never hurt anyone again. And trust me when I say that most of our clients express those feelings and want to change, they want to do better, but it's so much unlearning and so much support needed to get there, and we just don't have it. I think that's a huge issue.
Emily, do you do any assessment? Do you ask users of family violence, those that are consciously choosing violence, do you ask them why they're choosing to use violence?
Sometimes, look, it depends on the circumstances. Obviously, you have people that are a little bit more closed off to those sorts of conversations, but you get other people that are very vulnerable and open about it. And understandably, especially if we're talking about Aboriginal men, they might struggle to open up about those sorts of traumas. And as a female, may not feel comfortable if it's men's business. So it depends. But I would say that for those that have opened up anecdotally, it is a long life history of their own suffering and their own trauma and undealt needs from childhood often, and reliance on substance abuse and addiction to cope with things that they haven't dealt with from earlier on in life. And, some clients we get are only using violence when they're under the influence, and they're a different person when they use substances. When they're sober, their partner says that they're a completely different person. So the funding to get into rehabs is, it's non-existent. The rehabs, as most recent as this month, were at minimum that we could get into was 2 months minimum. And this is an urgent, as Nerida said, beyond crisis. And we can't even get people the support they need to address those urgent needs right now. So I would say that, in short, to answer your question, the undealt trauma that they have in their own life bleeds into their relationships where they do things that they're not proud of and they know is abhorrent. And I've had many conversations with people that really want to change that but don't have the adequate supports in place that they feel they need.
And the prevention piece of that is obviously assisting people so they're not exposed to trauma.
Absolutely. And that's, again, even earlier on in the stage. And by the time that our clients come to us, that's long past that point. And that goes back to what Nerida said in terms of a societal shift. There needs to be a whole shift and restructure of the system.
So the government recently announced saturation consultation program. I don't have the details at my fingertips, but in Ballarat, which was addressing issues as broad as gender equality conversations, sports field, in community leadership positions across the community. I'm not sure if you're aware of the details that have been announced, but how important is that addressing of gender equality and the health issues, if I can bracket them together, to addressing this problem at the cause?
I would say very important. I think, especially for Aboriginal women, the disrespect that is ingrained in society is prolific. And we're having those conversations early on, and especially men having these conversations early on with other men, I think that only promotes, ideally, more positive respect for all women, and especially Aboriginal women that suffer the most at the moment. So I would say incredibly important.
And how successful are the programs, assuming you can get a place, how successful are they in assisting people to transform their lives?
Anecdotally, I would say very. I have had quite a few success stories, if you can call it that, where we never have them as clients again. So if they don't come back to us, that's a good sign, and we know that they're doing well. Housing is also a big thing. Once they've been able to be you know, for instance, Dadi Munwurrung, we had a client that was there. They were very transient before going to Dadi Munwurrung, which meant that they kept going back to their ex-partner, breaching intervention orders, going back to that house because there was no other housing option, and the cycle continued. Whereas in Dadi Munwurrung, it was a reset, and it was linking back in with culture, which we've touched on is such a protective factor in community, and being able to yarn with elders was really powerful for them. And then whilst there, was able to set up the path they want to lead after leaving and get their ducks in a row, I guess you would say. And once they had that in place, they were able to leave, go and have a new place to live and lead a different life. And as I said, they never came back to us as a client. So I would say that the success rate is pretty high, and the protective factors of culture is, you know, unquestionable.
Commissioners, you may have some further questions. Just note that the VALS representatives have a bit of a hard deadline coming up, but
No, can I just really quickly? I was just looking at the DELC chart, and it's got the Family Violence Reform Rolling Action Plan 2020 to 2023. I'm not sure if you're familiar with it. And if I just look at Aboriginal-led prevention and frontline services, last time that was updated was early 2022, and it doesn't go into 2023. Is that meeting the net? Like, we've got this stuff, right? And our women are still dying. I don't understand. And it's crisis. It's not, this is nothing new. And as you pointed out in your opening statement, it reflects back on colonisation and, you know, gendered violence against our women. My brain's not computing, like it's just not working for me that we're sitting here probably having the same conversation that was had 10 years ago before the Royal Commission. And you're all nodding. I don't think but we know the answers.
Correct. And this is why, you know, outside of this space, we keep pushing the state around enacting true self-determination and doing that transfer of power and resources and decision making, because that is the only way you solve the problem. And looking at tackling violence against women, not only through legal responses, and often they'll just revert to bail because they're not imaginative, and they actually don't engage in the preventative areas where the resourcing is needed. And we've talked about those: health, education, housing, but also supporting the wider culture change around how we consider Aboriginal women. Until the state does that work, I feel that this will be a pervasive problem. And the Aboriginal community also need the resources and space to be able to develop those transformative approaches. We talked earlier about the joint partnership with JIRA on creating an Aboriginal family safety response. We are doing that off our own backs. There is no resourcing to help, which means that we are overstretched and overburdened. We would love to be looking at alternative legal system approaches to family violence, and working in with Aboriginal communities and ACOs to do that. But there is no resourcing to do that work. They resource themselves to develop policy, but they never resource us to do and develop initiatives for us.
Thank you. Can I just commend you on your work in this space?
Thank you. It means a lot from you.
I also want to add a thanks to you, Nerita, and the panel, all of you, for the work you do, and thank God for the Victorian Aboriginal Legal Service. That's all I can say. But Nerita, your work has really focused on this space, and the thing that strikes me today is that underlying racism against our people, difference sometimes between the genders as well. And it's very hard to keep hearing that, and that there's no change, because the racism, we know racism exists. We know that it permeates everything. But when you hear it in this space, it's really horrific to think we can't get it out of the system. We just can't get it out of the system. It's there. for the people that think there's no racism in this country. I mean, it's there, it's embedded, and it's the space that's so apparent from the descriptions of some of the things you talked about and the statistics you've given. So I thank you very much for doing the work you do, and we'll certainly be looking to make strong recommendations from some of your work. So thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you, Annie Eleanor.
Thank you, commissioners, and thank you, panel, for your time this morning. Thank you, each of you. Commission pleasers will now take a 15-minute break.
15 minutes? Quarter to 12?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Shall we resume, Council?
Yes, thank you, Chair.
Session has commenced. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. My name is McAvoy. I'm here as Co-Senior Counsel assisting the Commission. On behalf of Council assisting, I acknowledge that we are here on the lands of the Wurundjeri people, and we acknowledge that sovereignty has never been ceded, and this always was and always will be Aboriginal people's land of this state. Chair, I understand that that my learned friend from this state would also like to make an appearance.
Commissioners, I appear today for the state of Victoria with Ms Tiplady, who announced the appearance of myself and Mr Carter earlier with her, particularly in respect of the evidence to be given today by Brigid Monagle, Victorian Public Sector Commissioner, and Tim Ada, Secretary of the Department of Jobs, Skills, Industry and Regions. On behalf of the state of Victoria, I would like to thank Commissioner Hunter for her welcome to country this morning. I acknowledge the traditional owners of the land on which these hearings are taking place, the Wurundjeri people of the Kulin Nation, and pay my respects to their elders past and present. I acknowledge that sovereignty has never been ceded over this land, and I also pay my respects to other First Peoples here today and watching online.
Thank you, and welcome.
Chair, the witness for this session is the Victorian Public Sector Commissioner, Ms. Brigid Monagle. Commissioner Monagle is in the witness stand, and I call her to give evidence. Commissioner, could you please tell the Commission your full name?
Brigid Helen Monagle.
And your role is?
I'm the Victorian Public Sector Commissioner.
And do you want to take to provide truthful evidence to the Yoorrook Justice Commission in your evidence today?
I do.
Thank you. Now, Ms. Commissioner, I understand that you have an opening statement that you would like to make to the Commission.
I do.
Could you make that now, please?
I'd like to begin by acknowledging the traditional owners of the lands we're meeting on today, the Wurundjeri people of the Kulin Nation. I pay my respects to their elders, past and present, and I extend those respects to all First Peoples present or watching online today. I acknowledge that sovereignty has never been ceded and that First Peoples' spiritual and ancestral ties to these lands are ongoing. Thank you, Commissioners, for the opportunity to appear before you as part of this historic and important truth-telling process. I'm grateful to participate on behalf of the Victorian Public Sector Commission. As a steward of the public sector, I want every workplace to be a safe place for all First Peoples employees where they can thrive and be fulfilled. This is both important for the health, wellbeing and careers of First Peoples employees, but also for making sure that the public sector is better at its job. The Victorian Public Sector Commission has been working to make change, but we know First Peoples employees still experience discrimination based on race, feel less safe to raise concerns, and take on an often invisible cultural load. None of this is or has ever been acceptable. I look forward to the Commission's findings and recommendations. I am deeply committed to working together for a better future for First Peoples in Victoria.
Thank you, Commissioner. Now, you've provided a statement to the Commission.
Yeah.
That's correct?
That's right, sorry.
And that statement is true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
That's right.
That statement appears at tab 2 of your documents, Commissioners. It's some 24 pages plus annexures, and it's dated the 31st of May 2024. And it's the case that the Victorian Public Sector Commission has provided a response to a request for information from the Commission?
That's correct.
And if we turn briefly to paragraph 7 of your statement, we can see some of your history in the public sector.
That's correct, yeah.
And so you've had over 20 years of experience holding a range of senior public service roles, importantly at at paragraph 7C, you identify that you were Executive Director, Social Policy and Social Delivery Reform, Victorian Department of Premier and Cabinet. And in that role, you were responsible for what was then called Aboriginal Affairs Policy and worked alongside the Executive Director for what was then Aboriginal Victoria from January 2017 to December 2019. Is that correct?
Correct.
And who was the director at that point?
You mean the executive director, sorry?
The Executive Director, sorry.
There was two. There was Jason Mifsud and then Josh Smith.
Thank you. Now, so it's the case then in coming to give evidence today, it's not the case that you have no experience in Aboriginal affairs in this state. You've got a deep well of experience to draw on.
I'm not sure if I'd say deep, but I would say solid.
You also note that you have in your statement that you worked in New Zealand while you were both a tertiary student and worked in the public sector in New Zealand.
That's correct.
And that was for a total of 6 years.
That's right.
Over 2-3 year stints. Do I understand that?
2, 3. That's correct. Yeah.
And in your statement, you note that the experience that you had in New Zealand helped in your work in the Victorian Aboriginal Affairs and in relation to the treaty work that was going on at that stage.
That's correct. Yes.
Could you just explain to the commissioners how it is that you found that your experience in New Zealand assisted in your role?
Thank you, Mr. McAvoy. Happy to. Firstly, when I moved to New Zealand and worked in the public service there, I had obviously never worked in a public service that had a working treaty. And a treaty that had been in existence at that stage for over 150 years, while albeit, contentious moments around the treaty at some points. The difference in the public service there to my experience in Victoria was quite profound, both in terms of structures and processes and resources, in terms of traditional owner groups having control over a lot of resources and different range of services that they provide to their mihi or whānau in Maori terms. Also in terms of government working under the models of the treaty in terms of all Maori having right to participate in all services as New Zealand citizens, but also special services what's classed as special services in terms of being First Peoples or Maori. But more importantly, in terms of my day-to-day experience, I would say was the way that Maori culture and language is woven into the way that the public service and indeed the wider community operates in a more fundamental way. So it's the sort of nature of different Maori cultural practice is more woven into the public service there. So for instance, when I started a job, it's very common, happens all the time. You have a palfrey, which is a Maori welcome ceremony, and it's a really beautiful ceremony about welcoming new people into the workplace, which is both meaningful in terms of it being a Maori ceremony, but also it's fantastic practice for any new person to come in and feel that sense of welcome and transition. And so I learned a lot by seeing things done differently, but as I said, also in terms of understanding how a public service can work within an environment of a treaty.
Just on that point, who conducted those ceremonies of welcome to the workplace?
It depends on it depends on different workplaces, but when I think of one example, when I started at New Zealand Treasury, normally you'd have a senior Maori person who worked there who would conduct it, but more often than not, if it's senior people in the workplace who would conduct the ceremony.
You started the answer by saying that there were differences you noticed in relation to the structures. Could you just expand on that a little bit, please?
In terms of the structure of relationship with Maori, so it was very accepted, legally binding that different Maori groups. So, for instance, in the South Island, it's largely there's Ngāi Tahu, which is the traditional owner group for the South Island, that any issues that relate to South Island, you would talk to Ngāi Tahu, and that you were required to. So in terms of anything from land to fisheries to water to education. And so that was, it was a very accepted way of working. It's an expectation that that happens.
And so are you saying that, I don't wish to put words in your mouth, but in returning to work in Australia, that's not your observation as to the way it happens
That's correct.
in
It's
this
not.
jurisdiction?
Yeah. But changing, I would say. So when I first returned from New Zealand around 2004, very much not the case, noting I was more junior then and I might not have had visibility. When I returned from my second stint in New Zealand in 2013-14, it started to change.
I'll just ask you a couple more questions and then return to the structural issues a little. Was the practice of speaking Maori language widespread within the public sector in New Zealand?
I wouldn't necessarily, I would say widespread, but maybe not deep, if that makes sense. So most people would say kia ora for hello, or or morena for morning. And if you had a meeting with Maori groups, you would do everyone would do a mihi, which is sort of like doing an acknowledgement, but it's talking about who you are and where you've come from. But in my time there, language probably didn't go too much deeper than that amongst Pākehā community, which is the word for settlers, I guess, in New Zealand.
So Pākehā government employees were expected to be able to identify themselves and present themselves in Maori language?
That's right.
And that was uniformly done?
My experience of it was, yeah.
Did you learn to speak Maori language while you were there during the 6 years?
I did a course. I'm not very good at languages, Mr. McAvoy. I did 6 months of a course and I can still speak some, absolutely.
And do you speak any First Peoples languages from Victoria?
No.
Have you done any courses here?
No.
How important is the embedding of language in the Maori government systems? Can you make any observation in that respect?
I can only speak from my sense of that, and I think it's really it's quite important because language in my view, and if you're speaking language, then it's respectful, but it is also helps you really embed yourself in culture. So some of the language I learned, like one of the terms that's often used in New Zealand is mana, which is a sense of you shouldn't insult someone's mana, which is their sense of self, the sense of pride. And if you insult someone's mana, you're opening yourself up for conflict. So quite often in New Zealand, when you're thinking about meeting with people, you think, well, I don't want to insult their mana. I don't want to embarrass them in front of their colleagues or their family. And so if I have something that's tricky to raise, I'll raise it in a different way. And that all comes from one word, one concept, which I don't necessarily think we have by not using Aboriginal languages readily. It's like you don't have that key into certain elements of culture.
Are there any reasons that come to mind as to why we couldn't have the adoption of First Peoples languages in Victoria as part of the day-to-day business of being a public sector employee?
Firstly, I would say I think that would be amazing if we could. I would understand, though, that you would need and want to do it in partnership with the traditional owners of the groups that you're living in. One of the benefits, I guess, in New Zealand is they've gone through a process to, as this as I understand it, arrive at one form of language across the whole country. when there's been multiple different languages. But so you would absolutely need to speak and make sure that there is an appropriate and there's capacity of the right people to teach that language.
This commission has heard evidence from a senior elder, Auntie Vicky Cousins, about the need for inclusion of First Peoples languages in government and in other sectors of life for First Peoples. If there were mechanisms to do that, which were led by the communities, that some discussion that you would be prepared to have as the Public Sector Commissioner?
I would love to have that discussion. That would.
Commissioners, I just propose to move on. Are there any questions that you have in relation to that area before I move on?
I will just add to that government's very quick to pick up our language for a report or a room or a framework, but don't use it anywhere else. Would you?
Oh, absolutely. I'd agree with that.
Thank you.
When I was speaking to Area, I felt really nervous but centered. If that, it felt respectful for me to be able to do that. And when I was before I started doing the language course, I felt very embarrassed because everyone around me had much more than me. And I was also, you reflect on your own lack of knowledge through that process too. And it made me reflect on sort of my ignorance about where I'd grown up in the same way. But I very much enjoyed being able to, even the very small bits of language that I was able to use, it felt very centering.
But also importantly, it's a key part of everyday life and society. So not just in the workplace.
No, yeah.
Living.
Yeah, and I mean, I just would like to preface, I'm not an expert on New Zealand but yes, absolutely. You're going to the fish and chip shop and you use all the Maori words for fish. And you say kia ora or ka pai, or in the word for meeting there is hui. You don't have a meeting, you have a hui. So you're just using it all the time. And I've been back here for 10 years now, and I know that they've made a lot more progress in that as well.
Yeah, and it's a part of like identity, right? Really important part of identity, important part of their identity as a nation themselves. And you made reference to them being able to come together and agree on a language. And I think that I don't know much about that process, but and not passing any judgment on it in any way, but I mean, it's really important that those other kind of individual languages that those mob do and have are still maintained and be able to thrive. And I don't know if that model, given the how big Australia is, will really work as well. But yeah, I just think that we can't skip over how important language is to our identity and so forth as well. So no.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Monagle, it wasn't, as you've said, just in relation to language, but it was a depth of knowledge of the history of New Zealand in Pākehā Māori relations that was expected and a normal part of a public servant's, knowledge base. Is it correct to say that?
In general, yes.
There's also a reasonable understanding of Maori culture, and people understand and can use terms such as whenua and iwi and hapu and understand the differences between them.
I think I couldn't speak for outside of Wellington or the public service, but I think in the public service that would be fair.
And you accept that as a statement of general application, that in Victoria that level of knowledge even is not present in the public sector?
Yes, I would accept that.
And do you think that as public sector commissioner, it is a level of knowledge that is necessary or appropriate, particularly given that this is a state that is undertaking a self-determination framework and about to enter treaty negotiations with the First Peoples Assembly?
I very much think that it would we need to have a stronger understanding of First Peoples culture and history.
And that falls within your bailiwick.
In some ways, absolutely it does, and in other ways, it falls within the bailiwick of the separate employers within the public service and indeed the public sector as well.
Thank you, and I'll come to that in a bit. You also note from your own experience of education in this country that your knowledge of First Peoples histories in this state and the country has been less than you would have liked.
Absolutely.
That way.
Yeah.
Of course, that's an issue for all Victorians in terms of the curriculum as it presently stands and as it has previously stood in terms of what's taught in schools and at universities.
Definitely what previous happened. I couldn't speak to what's in the curriculum at the moment beyond my own child's experience.
And so there will be the consequence of that is that there are generations of Australians and Victorians in this case who have a real what might be called a deficient knowledge in respect of the relationship of First Peoples with their countries and their territories and their cultures and their relationships with the government. Would you agree with that?
That would be my assessment. Yeah.
And so the case would be if you were to engage in an educational process with the public sector, you would be seeking to lift the public sector up above that which they exist within the surrounding community and give them access to that greater degree of information.
That's correct.
And I think your earlier answer was that you accept that greater level of knowledge is appropriate given the policy directions of the state in terms of self-determination and development of treaties.
That's correct.
Now, are there any signs that you can point the commissioners to today to say that we are in fact moving in that direction? Because the context in which your evidence is being given today is one where the commissioners have heard time and time again about a failure of cultural safety and a failure of knowledge of First Peoples and First Peoples' way of life. Is there anything you can say about to give them some comfort or idea that we're moving in the right direction?
The way I would answer that, council and commissioners, is that there has been a lot of effort in the last 10 years in particular, in my experience in the public sector, to improve cultural awareness, cultural competency, cultural safety, and overall increase the numbers of First Peoples in the public sector, particularly at management and executive levels. Some of it there's indications that it's had an impact, but there's a lot that would show that those indications aren't there. Further, we have gaps in terms of impact. I could tell you, and I think it's in my statement as well, is the BPSC has a guide on, it's called an Aboriginal and Torres Strait Island Cultural Safety Toolkit. we know it was in the last financial year, it was downloaded 10,000 times, but I don't have evidence to show that that's been used or implemented. I do have evidence based on, we have a survey called the People Matters Survey, which is done annually, and that shows some improvement in terms of Aboriginal people's experience in the public sector in a range of fields. However, the results are still unacceptably lower than non-First Peoples outcomes. So we are seeing, sorry, I know that I'm going on to the experience of First Peoples rather than going to the cultural competency, but I think it's a range of evidence that would show that we're making some improvement, but there's still a lot more that needs to be done.
Excuse me, I hear that, and I've read it quickly through your statement, but you've had the one strategy, the Barring
Jinang, yeah.
Yeah, and that went from 2017 to 2022, and that had the ambition of raising the proportion of First Peoples to 2%.
That's right.
Move off 1% over the 4 years.
It's now got to 1.2%.
This year, but it went back again, like it's been up and down. We've now instituted the second one. What's different in the new one that's going to get some outcomes that the first one didn't?
In two ways, Commissioner, there's two key differences. One is we are going to focus much more on working with graduates or people in the vet TAFE system to try and increase numbers of applicants for jobs.
How are you doing that?
So we have a person who employed in the BPSC whose role is to go around different institutions and work with community to hear from and encourage people to apply. We're also conscious that one of the things we heard through our evaluation that happened, that was done by PwC Indigenous Consulting, was that some of the jobs that are advertised don't necessarily, they're advertised at whole of public sector and not necessarily targeted at particular jobs in particular workforces. So being better in terms of our communication and advertisements around those jobs. So that's one part, and it's the bigger and more important part is efforts to make the public sector a more culturally safe space for First Peoples to work in, so that word is able to spread that there'll be a better environment for First Peoples when they work in the public sector.
Again, how is that happening?
How is that happening? Yeah. So it's a range of different initiatives. I think one of the approaches we take is that it's not just someone should do a cultural safety course or a cultural awareness course, and that's been done because we have had that and we're not necessarily seeing the traction. So it needs to be first and foremost about improving the numbers of First Peoples leaders and executives in the public sector. It needs to be about making sure that all our leaders feel culturally safe and culturally competent, so that they're able to work with staff and make sure it's a safe possible safe place as possible for all First Peoples. Individual agencies do a raft of different work to improve safety, but in the public sector, for me, it's about one of the key things that we do is monitoring compliance, and so it's about working with different agencies to understand what they're doing, looking at data across the system, and then providing that data back to them so that it's really clear about what's been achieved or what hasn't. And quite often that can be quite uncomfortable.
But the data, as you've seen, most of we didn't get a lot of data because it's not collected. So data around designated positions, data around promotion rates, data around retention rates, none of it's available. So how is this going to be, these ambitions, which are aspirations, how is it going to be monitored, and who is that going to take responsibility if it's not fulfilled?
So the first thing I'd say on that, those data points. That's a problem that exists for the whole public sector. We don't have data that's comparable on anyone in the public service around separation rates, promotion rates. So because on a few different reasons, would you like me to go into the reasons?
No, I don't. I'm just aghast
Yeah.
that it doesn't exist.
Yeah.
Because it should be easy enough. Sorry, Commissioner Lovett.
Wait, can you share what the VPSC is doing now around internally? Can you just give us the composition of Aboriginal leadership and where our people's positions are in your organisation?
In VPSC.
And what levels?
We have 2 Aboriginal staff,
Yep.
1 VPS 6 and 1 VPS 5.
So, and are they ongoing roles or are they contract roles?
I understand them to be ongoing. I might have to check that.
Yeah. And if you, as the VPSC, are promoting leadership as one of the kind of key pillars, do you think it would be appropriate that the VPSC should have executive or an executive that reports directly to you as the commissioner?
Yeah.
If you have an expectation that all other departments have, investing in leadership, then I think that that's the question to you. Do you, I think that VPSC should be investing in their own organisation.
I agree, Commissioner Lovett. We did have 1 Aboriginal director up until I think December last year, and I absolutely agree. I think it would be beneficial both to the Commission and to the broader sector that one of our executives or more, absolutely, at least one, would be First Nations.
And just to unpack that a bit more, how long was the contract of the executive, not the name of the person, but the contract that was invested in from the VPSC?
I'm not aware. I'm happy to find that out. That person got another job.
Yeah. But I guess what I'm getting at is that here is that you have personally a long-term contract yourself.
Yeah.
As an executive, as all executives do,
Yeah.
just using you an example because you are the commissioner.
Yeah.
But you also have deputy commissioners or people that report to you with long-term contracts.
That's right. Yeah.
I guess, and you'd be aware of their tenure or their contracts, how long they are. But when it comes to, investing in Aboriginal leadership, we see that there's a bit of a void in our people getting long-term contracts. So, there'll be more to say about this across the VPS, but I think if you are monitoring and evaluating what other departments are doing, I think there's a leadership opportunity to also invest in yourselves, because I do I reflect on if you are reviewing cultural competency across the VPS, how are we doing that, or how are you doing that? And where is, your executive advice coming from as well? It's a really important point. How do you do that?
Commissioner Lovett, I might just ask a question going to your point. Commissioner, there's a public sector advisory board.
There is a advisory board for the Victorian Public Sector Commission. Is that what you're referring to? Yeah, under our legislation. Yes, that's correct.
And how many members does that board have?
It has 4 members.
And are any of those First People?
No.
And so does that board have a role in advising the Public Sector Commission in relation to the work that it undertakes?
It does, yes.
And in regards to the strategies that the Commission adopts? Do you think the board would benefit from having First People's representation on it?
I do.
Do you know whether there are any restrictions on adding further members to that board?
I'm not aware of that. Happy to take that on notice.
One of the questions.
Could I just ask a question, please? I want to know are you aware of any employment schemes in other state governments happening currently for Aboriginal or Torres Strait Islander people?
There are some, Commissioner. I don't have the detail, but I'd happily provide you with information. In terms of targets, like we have in terms of the 2%, I know that Queensland has a target which is 4%, which is less than their population of those peoples. And the Australian Public Sector Commission has a growth target of 5%.
For me, it's very hard to see you growing Aboriginal people into positions at a leadership level if you haven't got an entry point at all for people to progress through the system. And that has been done before in the Commonwealth, but I'm not sure what's happened since COVID. Everything's kind of broken, really.
So, I mean, the reason why, sorry, no, you carry on.
I'm happy for you to continue with the question, Commissioner Lovett. I was going to go on a different path.
I just wanted to come back to the cultural competency, Commissioner, because, you know, we hear that we don't just hear. We have lived experience as our people, Aboriginal people. We are overrepresented in the criminal justice system, the child protection system, family violence system. And a lot of the system, the issues are, but not only yep, they're deep in colonial roots, but it's the competence of the people who are working in organisations that are assessing our people or having the wrong views of our people and our lived experience and the barriers that we've continually faced. And this is why we come back to competence, cultural competence, cultural awareness, cultural safety, and so forth, because, you know, a lot of bureaucrats are implementing the system and we end up overrepresented in every single one. But when it comes to funding equity, we're nowhere to be seen. You know, we have Royal Commission after Royal Commission or inquiries, and yet we are not being able to, we're not invested in. And, you know, I mean, how do our people get ahead? So I think that's why we keep coming back to training and competency and all that kind of stuff, because it's really important that we actually get this right so our people aren't overrepresented. And because, I mean, thinking about a future of thriving, it makes it really hard. Because it's just, it's so hard to see, you know. I mean, I'd welcome your response to that if you have any.
I can only agree with you, Commissioner Lovett. I absolutely agree that cultural competency and awareness is vital for creating a workplace that is culturally safe for Aboriginal staff, but also for interacting with people who use the service system, or making judgments about people or recommendations about people who use the service system, and understanding cultural difference is essential for that. I would say there's a range of different practice across the sector by different agencies. Some of it, and from my viewing and watching, it is increasing in number in terms of people participating in those range of courses or doing practice on a day-to-day basis. But I would absolutely agree there's a lot more that needs to be done.
What does system accountability look like, Commissioner? So if we think about, and I asked the question of the Minister for Police around accountability of our people dying in custody, and there hasn't been. Have police ever been reviewed or any accountability on the HR process internally? Zero. So how do we ensure, how does the government ensure, and how is the government ensuring that our people have somewhere to go when they are reporting cultural safety? I mean, we had Elijah come to us from the community, sitting with the other commissioners from the Children's Commission, and saying that we are having to report racist behaviours to people who are exercising racial views against us. So how does the community and current staff, but also future staff, have confidence that, you know, there is an accountability, so when things are reported, there is an outcome?
In terms of accountability at the high level, at the leadership level, the secretaries and just talking about the Victorian Public Service here, the secretaries are employed by the Department of Premier and Cabinet.
Yep.
The Secretary of Department of Premier and Cabinet, well, technically they're employed by the Premier. And so the Secretary of the Department and Premier and Cabinet has the employment relationship with those secretaries and does their performance plans.
Yep.
And has those discussions with them. And then within each agency, the accountability is meant to flow down in that sort of linear structure. So similar, so a secretary responsible for the deputy secretary. So that's, they're the arrangements in terms of performance management. There are also other ways of being held accountable. So one of the things that we do in the VPSC is we've done research. It's a document we've called Acknowledging the Lived Experience of Aboriginal Employees. And we did that for the first time last year, that brought together a different range of data to report back and I guess show the sector and its public and show the secretaries this is the experience of First Peoples in the public sector. So that sort of transparency, the shining the light, is one of the key elements where the BPSC plays a role in that. But the actual accountability in terms of delivering an agency runs through the Secretary of Department and Cabinet, Premier and Cabinet.
Have you provided any recommendations as the Commissioner for BPSC to the Secretary of DPC on what needs to be expanded in the context to, you know, accountability? Because many Aboriginal staff participate in the People Matter survey, and for many years, you know, the lived experiences of you know, Aboriginal people working in the public service would probably not feel safe in reporting because they don't have, and this they'd be backed up by data.
Absolutely, yeah.
In your report as well, that they don't have confidence in the system, that it's actually going to end up turning into an outcome for them.
Yeah, absolutely.
So any recommendations from you to the Secretary of DPC?
Not on accountability per se, Commissioner Lovett, but we have made recommendations, indeed a commitment through the phase 2 of Barring Janang to work with the Deputy Secretary for First Peoples State Relations in DPC about designing a program of regular, whether it's training or support or programs for both self-determination, education, knowledge, comfort, and also around treaty preparedness as well. So, and then we do have also, in addition to that, a range of recommendations in a range of different documents we have around what could be done to improve, but not in, I haven't done that in the way you're asking, Commissioner.
Sorry, I just really quick question, just off the back of Commissioner Walter's question about the report. You said that one of the things you were going to do was look at TAFE and VET. That for me is a low bar. Why don't you also look at the universities?
Oh, sorry, Commissioner, we do have a program for universities. We have a pathway, a specific pathway for graduates through our graduate program, and we will continue that, and we want to grow that as well. But one of the things that we did in phase 1 of Barring Janang, which wasn't that successful, was a pilot around people in the VET and TAFE system. And we want to do that again and try and grow the pool of people who want to come into the public sector.
Thank you. Thanks for clarification.
Thank you, Commissioners. Commissioner Monagle, the question was put to you about the changes that are being undertaken, the action that's been done, and you responded in terms of there's a significant amount of effort, and the experience of the commission, this commission, is that there appears to be a lot of reporting and a lot of effort, but with very limited results or very limited completion. And so one could be forgiven for thinking that what is going on is that there's a lot of superficial noise and gesturing, but there hasn't been any success in making the deep cultural change that is necessary if the state and the public sector that services this state is going to actually be able to reshape its relationship with the First Peoples. Do you have any comment to make in relation to that? Where is the substance of what's happening, and where is the strategic plan for the delivery of that substance?
If I was to talk about, in particular, about Baranjanang, phase 1 and our new phase as well, I think it's fair to say that the initiatives that were committed to in that have been carried out and implemented, but we haven't necessarily seen the success that we wanted to in terms of reaching the 2% target. We have seen success in terms of numbers at management and executive level. So I think you would have seen in the statement during the time of phase 1, or in the past 2 years, the number of executives has gone up by 150%, granted off a low number to begin with. So it's qualifier. So, and then gone through the process of doing the evaluation and then working with our Baranjanang advisory group and also our community of practice to recommit and update for the next 4 years. And with that, the Victorian Secretaries Board, which is all the secretaries and the commissioners of police and ourselves, have committed to a range of actions and funding to carry that out over the next 4 years. Having said all that, though, I absolutely understand the frustration and the perspectives of commissioners and yourself around the raft of documents and strategies that where things haven't been implemented or we haven't seen the sort of aim for objectives.
We've drawn the Commissioner's attention to the valuation process and creating some transparency and shining a light on those lived experiences. But I suggest to you that the experience tells us that that's not going to shift. That's not going to shift people's attitudes and the way in which they deal or understand First Peoples in this country, in this state. And that there's something much more substantial that needs to be done. And in your role, you must have a deep understanding of cultural change in large organisations and what's needed to affect that. And there's no issue in terms of delivering on the last Baranjanang strategy. But what is the overall plan for actually making this cultural shift that to date has not happened?
For me, culture in an organisation all comes from leadership. And I think evidence would say that as well. And so it's the more that leaders live and breathe change, that's where the cultural change will come. And then that will, from what I've seen in the public service, the leadership, there's a genuine commitment to the change. And then working in different ways to improve.
Can you just explain the difference between commitment and genuine commitment?
Sorry, no, I was just enhancing. It's a commitment.
So that leadership forum that you're speaking of is the Victorian Secretaries Board?
That's right.
And that Secretaries Board, are you a member of that?
I am.
And it comprises the secretaries of each of the departments?
It does.
Deputy secretaries?
No, just the secretaries.
And so in terms of the commitment of those individuals. Is there any measurement that you can point to give this commission some comfort that the Victorian Secretary's Board is as committed as you might think it to be?
Not in quantitative terms. In discussions I've had with them, and their commitment to Barrenjoey Phase 2 was resounding in that it's the right thing to do.
Can I ask on that board how many Aboriginal secretaries there are? That's it? None? So there seems to be a commitment to leadership, and you've got this leadership group with no Aboriginal people on it.
Thinking about your point a little bit earlier about recruiting a future workforce and executive roles. In your experience, do you have, is there, when the public service is recruiting to executive roles, is there any expectation that there's a minimum competence that each person applying for the job needs to demonstrate around how they know and understand Victorian Aboriginal people and culture?
I'm aware of there is an expectation at the moment. It would be for certain roles, I would expect, but not for. I'm not aware of anything consistently applied.
And we've been doing a lot of analysis on this, and I'm not going out on a whim here. I'm confident that it's not represented, which is why I asked the question. Do you think, though, that would add value in having a minimum requirement or criteria when recruiting to all executive roles, whether they have intersection with Aboriginal communities or responsibility of managing Aboriginal staff? That should just be embedded in not only the position description, but through the interview process to demonstrate competency in engaging and delivering for First Peoples in Victoria.
I do agree. Yeah.
I'm just going to go on to another topic. I just ask whether the commissioners would like a 5-minute break or whether the witness would like a 5-minute break.
I just had a final small thing. I'm feeling quite perturbed because I feel like there's sort of a generic sort of commitment to change, but no substance below it, and unguided, watched good intentions have not done First Peoples any good for a very, very, very long time. And I'm just not feeling any reassurance that change is actually coming, besides people being genuinely committed.
Can I just add, because I have the same unease, and I think it's captured by your answer when you said what is critical is leadership. That leadership's a word, and what does it mean on the ground? I mean, I think I'm right in saying that at the moment, without dissecting the categories, but of a workforce of 365,000 in the VPS, there are 705 Indigenous
Sorry.
employees. Is that right?
No, yes and no. The 700 is for the Victorian Public Service, which is around 67,000.
All right.
Yep.
Well, that'll do.
Yeah. So that's.
I mean,
the
what is leadership? How does it look? I mean, it's not the secretary sitting around saying we all genuinely want, or just want even, these outcomes. And, you know, I mean, your job is if you like, analysing how change in the public service can happen. And this has been the ongoing frustration in our hearings, that we hear the very genuine commitments, but no outcomes of significance. And I mean, you're the person who, by saying leadership's what's needed, can maybe tell us, what does leadership look like? Is it more paper, more guidelines, more frameworks, or is it something that you can see and hear and touch and measure?
The latter. I think it can manifest in a range of different ways in terms of leadership. So it could be as simple as ensuring that in an organisation and that acknowledgements are done regularly, which seems quite basic, I know. It could be, but then it's down through to also understanding, having performance plans, expectations, making sure those systems and processes are correct and working well, making sure that you've got processes, safe processes if to respond to issues of racism, bullying, sexual harassment. So there's sort of a range of both the positive and then the more process-driven as well that needs to happen at any organisation.
That's the theory, but we're not hearing the action.
Are they happening? I think that's the shopping list. Are they in place? And if so, why do we only have 700 out of 60,000 employees?
So in terms of are they happening, those range of things, I think there is evidence to show that they are happening in not in a sort of consistent or a coordinated way across the public sector. I think that there is pockets of strong practice and there would be pockets of not good practice, absolutely. And our evidence shows that. And then we, and I'd refer in terms of the documentation and the data would show that there are positive signs in terms of some of the data that we collect at the VPSC through People Matters survey in terms of less rates of bullying, less rates of harassment, less rates of racism. However, the gap between First Peoples and non-First Peoples is still too large. We're not seeing a more accelerated improvement for First Peoples. So there is a range of stuff absolutely happening, but it's not as strong or consistent as it needs to be.
Isn't that your job?
In some ways it is, and in other ways it's not. So in terms, would you be happy for me to go into
No, I don't want to hear more theory. As a commissioner, it is your job to make sure that this is happening across the Victorian Public Service. And I would want to hear what the actions are that you will do that will actually make sure that those things happen, and not in a hit and miss way, but in a consistent way that will guarantee to deliver outcomes.
So I don't have the power of direction. So I have the power. My powers are largely around influence and advocacy. So the power of direction over employers in the public sector sit outside my act. So my role is largely around influence, monitoring, and reporting.
In that, if I might just jump in there, Commissioners. It's correct, though, Commissioner Monagle, that under Section 39 of the Public Administration Act, you have the power to conduct research and disseminate best practice guidelines. Yeah. Have you conducted research into the cultural shift that's necessary to achieve actual greater respect for First Peoples, for respect and safety for First Peoples?
No, I haven't.
Is that something that you could do?
Yes.
Is there any reason why you haven't done it to date?
We have, while we're working on Barrenjoey Phase 2, just getting that complete. That was completed in recent months, and then we will start to work on that works, particularly with First Peoples state relations in the Department of Premier and Cabinet.
And under the same section, you have the power to conduct inquiries as directed by the Premier?
As directed by the Premier.
So if this commission were to make a recommendation that the Premier direct you to conduct an inquiry as to why the public sector is failing to reach its objectives in terms of respect for First Peoples and its public sector employment targets, you could undertake such an inquiry?
If the Premier directed me to, yeah.
But you can't do it of your own volition?
Can't.
And when conducting that inquiry, the Public Administration Act provides you with powers of some coercive powers in terms of production of documents and requests to attend and give evidence,
That's correct.
similar to this commission.
I'll take your word for
I
it.
withdraw that question. You don't need to answer that. In addition, the functions of the commission set out at Section 40 of the Public Administration Act allow you to issue and apply codes of conduct and standards.
That's correct.
And what happens if the codes of conduct aren't observed?
So I don't have any powers in relation to that, but individual employers can act on someone's employment if a person is found to not comply with the code of conduct.
And what happens if the employer doesn't adequately respond to breaches of the code of conduct? Who are they accountable to? Who's the secretary of a given department responsible to if they fail to uphold the code of conduct?
My understanding is that would be the Secretary of the Premier and Cabinet.
And a further role under the functions set out at Section 40 is to monitor and report to the public sector body heads on compliance with public sector values and public sector employment principles and standards. So is that through the Victorian Secretaries Board?
It can be, but we also publish data on our website that just goes straight out.
So those are two tools at your disposal?
That's right.
And you have in fact issued statements of values, codes of conduct and standards?
Yes, we have the code of conduct for public sector employers and employment standards.
When was the code of conduct last issued?
I understand 2016.
2016. So you haven't revised that code of conduct during your term as Public Sector Commissioner. Are there any plans to revise that code of conduct?
Something absolutely. I don't have any specific plans at the moment, but I'm open to it.
You're familiar with the code of conduct though, and you understand that the code of conduct is really an expansion on the values recited in the values statement for public sector employees?
Under the Public Administration Act, yeah.
Yes, and it's the case that there's no singular item or collectively the items of the code of conduct read together to the effect that the position and roles and rights of First Peoples in Victoria needs to be respected and upheld by public sector employees, is there?
That's not in the Public Administration Act, and it's not specifically one of the values.
Was it a surprise to you in coming into the position that it wasn't one of the values?
No, it wasn't a surprise to me.
Do you have any view as to whether it should be?
I think absolutely. Something around the value of being able to have the cultural awareness, safety, competency that's required to work with traditional owners and First Peoples of Victoria would be valuable.
There's no restrictions on your ability to amend the codes of conduct, are there?
Not that I'm aware of.
No. I'm happy to proceed through to 1:30, Commissioners, and I know that we're under some time constraints, but I just make the offer, if you want to have a break, then we can do it for 5 minutes, but I'm equally happy to go through as long as the witness is.
We need 5 minutes, thanks.
Thank you, Chair. If we might return at 1 p.m. With a view to sitting through to 1:30. Thank you very much, Chair.
Ready to resume?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Now, following on from our discussion before the short break, Commissioner Monagle, the VPSC has produced under their Mbaring Jinang project a document called the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Island Cultural Capability Toolkit. Is that correct?
That's correct.
That's a VPSC document.
That's correct.
And that toolkit is available online. And who was that toolkit produced with or by?
We were supported in producing that by the Victorian Aboriginal Childcare Association.
And how long has that been available on your website?
Since, I think it's June 2019, but since 2019.
And has there been any updates to it?
It hasn't.
Is it due for update?
It is, yes.
And is that scheduled to happen anytime soon?
Yes, in the next 12 months.
Is there a process of accreditation for people who have completed the toolkit? Or
Not as such, no.
is the process of accrediting public servants in terms of their cultural competency something that you've considered?
No.
Are you aware of other sectors in which cultural competency is accredited?
Not that I'm aware of.
If I suggest to you that it's something that might be used as a tool for ensuring the appropriate cultural skills in the medical profession when dealing with First Peoples communities. Are you aware of that?
No, I'm not.
It's a discussion. I can tell you that it's a discussion that happens from time to time in the legal sector as well. A system which provided for recognition of people's acquisition of knowledge and skills in relation to dealing with First Peoples, perhaps in a graded way and with a form of registration. Is that something that you are opposed to?
I'd be open to considering it and working with employers, public sector employers, but more importantly, with First Peoples and First Peoples groups to understand how that would work. Absolutely.
You haven't heard of the process out of Queensland called the Black Card?
No, I haven't.
Do you accept that encouraging people to obtain such skills in a way that is recorded might provide some greater protection for First Peoples in terms of cultural safety in knowing who they're working with?
If that's what First Peoples said, absolutely, I'd accept that.
Is there a mechanism by which First Peoples, perhaps a traditional owner group in Victoria, could say to you that we only want government officers to come and work with us who have acquired a certain skill level? It could be accommodated?
That would be a matter more so for other employers or other leaders in the public sector rather than me, in terms of, I mean, I'd be open to having those discussions. But given other employer, the secretaries or deputy secretaries run those programs and have the employment powers under the Act, then they would be the ones that would need to have those discussions.
You have responsibility for public sector standards, though.
I have responsibility for providing the employment standards, which are derived from the employment principles under the Public Administration Act, and the Code of Conduct, which are derived from the values in the Public Administration Act, not in relation to employment and what's required for employment. Sorry.
Are you saying that in order for that type of system to be embedded in the values, code of conduct, standards or procedures for the Victorian public sector, it would require legislative amendment?
we'd have to work through the finer details, but based on what I'm hearing, I would expect that something like that would require legislative change, potentially.
Now, in your statement, you say that you're supported by a deputy commissioner, an executive team of 7, and you've said that earlier in your evidence, none of whom are Aboriginal people, but then there's approximately 90 full-time equivalent staff.
That's right.
Of which there is one grade 5 or 6, did you say?
One VPS 6 and one VPS 5.
You've given some evidence earlier today about the Baringinang First Peoples Workforce Development Framework 2024 to 2028. Is that the document that's going to set the actions for the public sector in respect of First Peoples employees for the next 4 years?
It would be one group of programs that would contribute. There is and there will be a range of different strategies in different entities within the public sector.
Just going back to the cultural capability toolkit, are you aware of how much take up that toolkit has had?
The best data we have is that in the last financial year, it was downloaded 10,000 times. And also the evaluation done by the PricewaterhouseCoopers Indigenous Consulting in its focus groups found that employers and First Peoples participants found it to be a valuable and useful document and that they did use it. But beyond the downloads, we don't know the extent of impact.
Is that something that could be done in terms of monitoring the use of it?
Absolutely. It's a real gap, not across in terms of the VPSC's work, is that we have a range of different guidance and we know when it's downloaded, but we don't necessarily know how it's used or what the impact it has. So that's a priority for me as a commissioner for across everything we do, is to better understand its impact.
Are we able to get a copy of that, or can we download it? Or
sorry, the
toolkit.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's online.
It is online.
Yeah,
We can
that's right.
download it
Yeah.
offline. Who was that created with? That toolkit?
Backer.
Okay, so that's the Victorian Aboriginal Childcare Agency.
Yeah.
Can I ask why you'd be doing it with a childcare agency?
I wasn't around at that time. I don't know, but I can try and find out for you, Commissioner.
Yeah, no, look, they're an Aboriginal organisation and honour the work they do, but I'm just wondering why you would choose that, go down that line.
Yeah, I couldn't tell you, sorry, but
If in any review of that document, I'd suggest to you that given the environment that the state is currently in, where it's about to enter treaty negotiations, that input from the First Peoples Assembly of Victoria would likely be very helpful. Would you agree with that?
absolutely.
Commissioner Hunter, I think that the cultural capability toolkit it's in the material. I
okay.
just can't point it to
No, that's all right.
4.
Was it?
In going back to the Baringinang First Peoples Workforce Development Framework 2024 to 2028. The strategy is said to include focus on improving the collection and use of workforce data about First Peoples employees in the Victorian Public Service HR systems to help monitor employment-related outcomes. I mean, that's going to the very issue that many of the commissioners have asked you about lack of data. But you have no ability to direct agencies to do that.
No.
Does anybody have the capacity to direct agencies to adopt those data mechanisms?
I would expect that ministers and also the Secretary of the Department of Premier and Cabinet would have the ability.
And as far as you know, there have been no directions of that type to date?
Not that I'm aware of, but there has been a range of different initiatives to improve general workforce data across the public service.
This, in terms of the timing of the 2024 framework, was it developed in response to the request for information from this commission, or was it developed independently?
No, it was developed over the past year and a half. So after we got through COVID and we had a director working on it all through 2023.
So this commission's also heard issues in relation to the data gaps as between the Victorian Aboriginal Affairs framework and the Victorian Government Aboriginal Affairs report, and the Close the Gap data. Is the lack of alignment of data a real issue in terms of being able to monitor and measure performance?
Yes, I'd say so, yeah.
And so is it something that it would warrant priority response from government?
I think, yes. I think we, as a public service, our data can be quite fragmented around our own employees. It's based on pretty much every department. Oh, no, actually that's changed. There's about 3 or 4, maybe 5 different payroll systems across the big departments, across the 10 departments plus police. And by having a range of different payroll systems, and then there's different systems out there in the sector as well, it makes it difficult to align data and to compare and also track change.
Yes. So in the material that has been provided in response to the request for information, there is some data regarding retention rates at paragraph 78, page 33 of the request for information. We could bring that up, please, operators. It's paragraph 78,
Yep.
page 33. That data appears to show that non-Indigenous people in the Victorian public sector have longer retention rates in employment in the public sector at the moment of a factor of 2 years longer. So 5 years for First Peoples and 2 years longer for non-First Peoples.
Sorry, I can't quite read that. I think, are you referring, that's the data for the Department of Families, Fairness and Housing?
Yes.
Yeah. Yes, that's my reading of that as well.
Have you had the opportunity to consider why that might be so?
I have personally considered that, yes.
And what has your consideration led you to? Any conclusions or observations?
My observations would be that First Peoples carry either a very visible or invisible cultural load in departments. My observation would also be that, especially in DFFH, where First Peoples have very hard jobs, challenging jobs quite often in the front line. I would also reflect that there is quite a significant competition as such for First Peoples in the public sector job market and the ACO job market. And also what I would say in terms of retention rates is, again, another challenge in our data is when we talk about someone leaving, we're unable to track them where they go. So they could actually be going to another job in the public service or potentially through machinery of government changes as well, which is when there's changes in departments. Our ability to track people where they go isn't strong. So it could be that, yes, while one person is leaving DFFH, they might have gone to the Department of Health.
If it,
Have any information on the proportion of people who are performance managed out, whether Aboriginal staff are overrepresented in those numbers?
No, I don't have that data.
thank you, Commissioner. So
Sorry.
you've
Oh,
referred.
Sorry, I just had one more reason in terms of my observations as well as that where you've got short-term funding or a contract ends to, if First Peoples work in programs that don't have ongoing funding and that ends, then they'll be counted as separation as they leave as well.
And are you aware that it's quite often the case that First Peoples are employed in projects that have limited lifespans?
I wouldn't be able to say for sure. It is my observation that there, to go to earlier points, there are a range of pilots that sometimes don't go on. Yeah.
And you've referred to the cultural load that people are carrying. Do you distinguish that from conditions of cultural safety, or do you? Yes. So the lack of the lower retentions rates would also be consistent with potentially a lack of cultural safety or an absence of cultural safety.
Yeah. Apologies, I should have absolutely referenced
and
that.
in referring to the machinery of government changes that might impact on retention rates, those machinery of government changes ought to affect the whole of the public sector and be reflected in the non-Indigenous rates.
Sure, that's correct. Yeah.
Is there a potential that the retention rates are lower because of lack of promotion or career development opportunities that arise as a result of biases, conscious or unconscious?
There's potential for that.
And so you talk about people being a degree of competition and people moving between, perhaps moving between agencies. And one of the reasons that you would accept that one of the reasons people might move between agencies is because they can't make any advancement in the department that they're working in.
There's potential for that.
And the fact that there's a longer retention rate for non-Indigenous people might also be consistent with the fact that those opportunities are perhaps more prevalent for non-Indigenous people. But the present data doesn't tell us any of that, and we're
and I would say too, you'd see it in the executive numbers that have gone up, I think from 5 off the top of my head to 32 over the past 5 years. When you only have 5 executives, average First People staff might not see a longer term future for themselves in terms of promotion through the service as well. And so that's one of the reasons why it's one of the many reasons why it's so important to have First Peoples executives and leadership.
Now, if we can just turn to paragraph 102 of the statement, please, operators. That's on page 18 of your statement, Commissioner Monagle. There is a table which reflects, I think, some of the material that's been provided in response to the request for information or indication of the topics for discussion before the Commission. Can you see that table at paragraph 102?
Can now, yeah.
And so, just so that it's clear, this is data for First Peoples in the Victorian public sector at both captured in both 2018 and then in 2023. Yes.
Yes.
And so the FTE's full-time equivalent, correct?
That's correct.
And 500, is that 528.3 full-time equivalent jobs?
In 2018, yes.
And that was 1.2%?
That's right.
And we're now in 2023 and it's 676.4.
Yeah.
Which again is 1.2%, which is the figure that Commissioner Walter pointed to earlier. So there hasn't been any effective increase.
No.
And then in terms of executive FTE, there's been increase from 13 to 32.9, which is a 1.3 to 1.7 effective increase.
Correct, yeah.
And then in terms of the engagement index score, can you just explain what that means?
That's a combination of I'm not quite sure of the exact number, but it's a combination of different answers to questions in the People Matter survey that relates to someone's sense of connection to their workplace and commitment to their work.
And so what do the figures indicate then?
It stayed the same for First Peoples.
Mm. And then the next category is senior leadership, and it has a figure of 61.1% for 2018 and 70.7% for 2023. So just please explain what those figures show.
So that shows that First Peoples in the public sector have greater confidence, I would say, in their senior leadership between that time. But what it also shows is there has been a general increase in the wider VPS population as well.
And finally, the experience of negative behaviours in the workplace. The figures there cited are 2018. That was a figure of 30.4% of people experienced at least one or more negative behaviours of bullying, discrimination, and sexual harassment in 2018, as compared with 25.2 in 2023. There's a limit to how much reliance you can put upon those figures. You would agree?
These are based on a voluntary survey of all public sector staff with the exclusion of government school teachers. And so on the basis that it's voluntary, and then also you have participants in the survey have to select whether they identify as Aboriginal or Torres Strait Islanders, or prefer not to say, or not. So there's sort of 2 points of first you have to do the survey, and second then you've got to tick the box. So having said that, though, it is a large population size, so it's over 100,000 people participate in the survey, and in a time series, it shows change over time.
Yes. Finally, I want to take you to what is question 102 in the paragraph 126 is where your answer starts on page 22. Question 102, what actions are being taken to increase First Peoples and traditional owner representation on public sector boards? The commissioners have the answers that you provided at paragraph 126 and 127, but can you just speak to that for a moment as to what is actually being done to increase representation on public sector boards?
I can speak to what we're doing in the VPSC. There are, as I understand it, a range of different actions within portfolios about improving and increasing the number of First Peoples on boards. Boards are generally appointed by ministers on the recommendations of departments. So as part of the 23-24 budget, there was $500,000 over 2 years, which was provided to the VPSC to roll out to improve recruitment of people from diverse backgrounds, which includes First Peoples, although that sits uncomfortably with me about the language used in that budget bid. But and we are coordinating the implementation of that program.
But your own board doesn't have any First People representatives on it.
That's correct.
And so how much confidence should this commission have that the program is actually going to work when the body charged with rolling this program of greater board representation out doesn't even have any representation itself?
Sorry, what was the question?
How much confidence should this commission have that you will be able to achieve the greater representation on public sector boards when your organisation, being the one that is tasked with bringing that about, doesn't have First Peoples representatives on the board yourself?
That's a good question, and I think there would be a valid sense of queries about capacity and capability to implement that. All I can say is that we will do it to the best of our ability.
You've highlighted the need for strong leadership in terms of in the delivery of cultural change. Having First Peoples participating on the boards that oversee some of the government sectors it would be critical to ensuring that the leadership has appropriate cultural input and oversight. Would it not? Yes. And so, I mean, how does this commission then understand the rollout of this notion of greater representation on boards to be given effect? I mean, what's going to happen? How is it going to happen? There's 1.5 million over 2 years to support the recruitment of people from diverse backgrounds, but I mean, I don't wish to be frivolous about this, but how is it going to happen? It's not going to magically occur. How in your mind do the public sector boards achieve a greater representation of First Peoples?
Well, in terms of public sector boards, the first way in terms of increasing the representation is around when departments and under their portfolio responsibilities advertise for roles on boards, that they make sure that there is that they're appropriately working with First Peoples to encourage them to apply. So improving the applicants' numbers and making sure that people feel safe on those boards. And then this training is to support board culture. So we are looking at opportunities to training for boards to help them understand what improving its culture in terms of First Peoples would do. In terms of raw numbers, that would be the responsibility of departments and ministers when they're appointing boards.
Sorry, I'm just, that money is to go towards boards to train them to be culturally appropriate.
Oh, so, and also to access training opportunities to feel confident for First Peoples to feel confident applying for boards as well.
So most of the, sorry, I'm really frustrated because I'm sitting here thinking most of the public service, we're overrepresented in all of it. We've got people employed within there that aren't culturally, well, don't make it culturally safe. So at one end, we've got people making policy or delivering services to First Peoples that, you know, may or may not be culturally safe because we don't really know. And yet you want to employ people in there and it's a system that works against us. There's nothing really gelling here for me.
And to add to that, it seems like, again, we're on the theory, but what instructions have been given to departments to actually ensure that when they are advertising for board positions, that they ensure that First Peoples are encouraged to apply, or even set quotas to say you must have a first person representative on your board.
So that would be a matter for government. So in terms of setting those expectations and the target, without wanting to say that absolutely I'm committed with this, but it does at board appointments are the purview of government and portfolios.
And there's been considerable change happen through expectations obviously set by ministers who are making these appointments and the Premier around gender equity. Yes. And that's driven, right? Yeah. And they've achieved that because there's expectations set, just building on but there's no expectations around, or even Aboriginal women.
No, there's not.
And so, for instance, your commission could undertake research as to whether perhaps identified positions on those boards are necessary for the transition to a more culturally adept government.
I would have to take advice on my powers in relation to government boards. I'm not confident sitting here right now that I would have the ability to do that under the Act.
With respect to the agencies, though, and the secretaries, you could make those recommendations about their particular agencies.
So do you mind
So
phrasing that?
that for those agencies in developing their respective boards, that they would require that there be identified positions?
Again, I'd have to take that on consideration.
You get to, how often does the Secretary's board meet?
Monthly,
Monthly, and you have a position on that.
yes,
And do you feel unequal at the table?
I do.
Yeah. So there's been a lot of questions asked today about, authority. I think you mentioned a little bit earlier around you have influence, but can't keep them accountable, but influence around that.
Yeah.
Now, I think the reason why I'm asking these questions is you have the ability to influence these people and drive the change alongside them,
Yeah.
setting expectations,
Yeah.
coming to your point around leadership.
Yeah.
And do you feel that there's more you can do at that forum to drive change?
Yeah, absolutely.
On matters that we've covered upon everything today. Whether
Yes,
it be-
absolutely, Commissioner, absolutely. The only question in relation to boards is that unlike the public service and sector, and employers within that, which sort of my boundaries are quite clear, government appointed boards are a little bit different. And so my powers might not necessarily apply in the same way. But having said that, I absolutely accept I could be a more stronger influence on this.
I'm just curious with the whole discussion and all the grand codes and plans that have been spoken about. This is in the context of 700 people in a workforce of 60,000. Now, is it seriously suggested that that number is going to catch the attention of an august body like the Secretary? I mean, the picture that's presented is that there's been a real lack of attention to this particular area. And I just wonder why we wouldn't expect that wouldn't continue, given the numbers and the prioritising of numbers of that size in a much larger group, which gets me to the fundamental question about is whether the problem is the failure to attract more Indigenous people into this coveted area of employment.
Sorry, do you mind rephrasing?
Well, the first question really is, all of the discussion has related to, at the moment, a workforce of 700 out of 60,000. And we're talking about, cultural change to make their workplace experience better. And what I'm questioning is whether the lack of present impetus in that area comes from the fact of the very low numbers, the 700 out of 60,000. Can you really expect that the Secretary's Board or whomever is responsible, be it you or them or both, will give attention whilst the numbers are still so small? It seems to me to be, a highly theoretical framing that we're wandering through at the moment. Unless the numbers are increased, there's really, what's the imperative on government, you or on the Secretary's Board, to make cultural change for 700 people.
I think that there is the size, I'd almost say the reverse, that the smaller the number, the more impetus there should be, because it's so important for the public sector to have a good, strong First Peoples workforce for the work it does. So while the number is relatively small in a large population, I'm not aware of another strategy, sorry, not a group of actions or commitments or funding around a group within the public sector. And so I feel like there is absolutely a commitment and from secretaries around that group. I'm not sure. I don't entirely think that the 7, whether it's small or not, is part of that discussion. Have I answered your questions?
Well, the other aspect that I wanted to ask you about is that what caught my attention earlier is when you said about workplace participation by Indigenous people, that it was something like patchy. That wasn't the word you used, but you said that it was inconsistent, I think was the word, over the public service. When we were talking about leadership and what was necessary to encourage greater participation, and you defined leadership and said that it was inconsistent over the public service. Now, what stands out where there's been greater success as against those areas, the inconsistent areas where there hasn't been? What is the leadership quality that you've seen that distinguishes the one from the other outcome?
Do you mean when not talking about workforce participation, numbers of people employed, or in terms of being a stronger, more culturally safe place of
Numbers.
Numbers. I think if you look at the numbers of where First Nations people are employed, it's largely in relation to departments where there's frontline service delivery and there's, I would say, greater connection to First Peoples in a face-to-face environment. Where it's more removed, so for instance, say the Department of Treasury and Finance, where there's lower numbers, or parts of Department of Premier and Cabinet that's not the First Peoples state relation, there's not that frontline connection to people. That's my observation about the numbers.
Pretty, it's not really progressive for our people. We would like them, they don't just need to be frontline
Yes, I agree.
workers, right? We need to create the path where people are in those other areas, because it's really low expectations for our people.
I agree, absolutely.
How many Aboriginal or Torres Strait Islander people are in mainstream executive positions? So I think it was 38 on there. Or it might have been 37.
36, I think.
36, okay. So how many of them are in mainstream positions? Because, you know, building on the low expectations that, no, we just get tunneled into Aboriginal affairs. And many of our people do want to go and work with our people, but also it's kind of, you know, it's very limiting around, you get, you know, there's a lot of glass ceilings. So yeah, the question is how many are in mainstream executive positions?
I couldn't answer that, Commissioner.
Yeah.
My observation is not many.
Yeah. And do you see that as an issue?
I do, absolutely.
Yeah, because I mean, you know, and we wouldn't always expect people from multicultural communities just to work in the multicultural side of the business, just like we wouldn't expect women to just work on women's related issues.
That's absolutely
That'd
right.
be fair to say. You know, and our people are tunneled into, you know, certain opportunities. And this goes to broader economic, you know, economic prosperity and wealth and all the other areas of societal opportunities. You know, the boards are incredibly important. And we know through lived experience, but also as a former bureaucrat myself, I know that many of, you know, the boards aren't represented by our people. It's really hard to get through that exhaustive process around, interviews, and going through and continually proving yourself and justifying why you should be appointed over another person. It's doesn't work for our people. It's not that we have the skills, don't have the skills or ability to be able to do that. And then when we finally do crack being on these types of boards, then we're subject to, oh, we only talk to you about Aboriginal related stuff, rather than I'm just here, contributing to organisational success. Rather than, oh, well, we'll just get the Aboriginal person to speak up during NAIDOC. There's a lot of barriers. I'm concerned about the pathway to, we've heard many people sitting in your seat, but also ministers come and talk about talk about, treaty readiness. And if we can't get, opportunities, but also our people working in cultural safe environment in government, how do we expect departments to be treaty ready and be able to ultimately transfer power and resources if we can't just be able to turn up to a workplace and be valued for what we bring, our culture, our identity, and be able to just thrive in that environment? How does community have confidence that whether it's VPSC, whether it's justice, education, can really be treaty ready, but ultimately transfer power and resources?
Just building on Commissioner Lover's point, in the current framework, is there an action to build the numbers of First Nations people in mainstream executive positions?
Not specifically, no, just general.
Is there any reason why not?
No, there's not.
Thank you, Commissioner Waller. I have one final set of questions for you, Commissioner Monagle. You're just over 1 year into your term. The term is a 5-year term.
Yes, that's right.
So there's just shy of 5 years to go.
4 years.
Sorry, 4 years to
Yeah.
go. Where would you expect the Victorian public sector to be by the time you finish your term in terms of its relations with First Peoples and First Peoples participations in the public sector?
Just before you answer that, can I just take you back to when you spoke so passionately about, working in New Zealand, about Maori culture, tradition, language and stuff before you answer that? Because I think it's, what do you...
Rather than expect, what I would hope for, if I can answer it that way, I would hope that our number of First Peoples in the public sector and in leadership roles, and to go to Commissioner's point about mainstream as well, that there's a growing and more even spread of First Peoples in the sector. I would very much like to see much greater cultural capability, awareness and competency in the public sector, and much greater much greater sort of self-determination in the public sector as well, and so that we're there to support public sector staff to implement those government policies and work with traditional owner groups or treaty partners, but also to working confidently and in line with self-determination principles with Aboriginal service delivery agencies as well.
So I suggest to you that you've referred, in your answer, you've said it should be much better. But what we're talking about here, if we're going to achieve any sort of equity, it's exponentially better, isn't it? Not just much better.
Exponentially, potentially, but also I should have said, I want to have the data to know how to measure that in a meaningful way, not a sort of input or download data. I want to have the information to better understand how we're tracking, and so that if things aren't tracking as we project, that we're able to intervene.
So in order to achieve that in the remaining 4 years, you would want that data by the end of this year, would you not?
Like it tomorrow.
What steps are being taken to get that data now? How are you going to have that data at the end of your second year in the office?
No, I doubt that.
So how long is it going to take to get that data in a satisfactory way in order for the First Peoples of Victoria to participate fully in the public sector?
I'm hesitant to put a time frame on it. Some of the data to get the data would require significant change to how departments run their payroll systems and run their workforce data systems. And the change required would be what's the right word? It would be significant or intense change that's required, and it would be some of the change required would require consultation with unions and a range of different entities to get there. So I'm hesitant to put time on it, not to sort of duck from what you're asking me, but more in that the efforts are complicated and the change to get the change that we want to see.
Is it simply a resources issue, Commissioner? If you had the resources, could those agencies make the adjustments in a suitable time?
It's not just resources, although that's part of it. But as you would expect, these data systems are highly complicated in complicated workforces, and any change made to them needs to be done in a very deliberate and planned way. So managing payroll systems is you don't want to not pay people. So you've got to make sure that you're progressing it very much deliberate and planned. And so part of it is around the organisation and the planning to get there. Part of it also too is we don't know how many First Peoples don't identify either through the workforce data or through the people matters data as First Peoples. There has been a fear. I understand that there's a fear in the past in identifying potentially for discrimination, and so part of the story too is what we've spoken about is making public sector workforces more culturally safe, so people feel more safe to identify.
Well, I can tell you that we've also had evidence here about over-identification being a more prevalent experience, particularly in other sectors. So the numbers might in fact be inflated. Now, I'll just make this observation that if the achievement of your aspiration for the end of your term is dependent upon data, then you might not get there. Do you have a plan B?
That is one of my aspirations for the term. So in terms of, sorry, do you mind rephrasing the question?
Well, you said that your aspirations for your term were for much greater participation in the workforce and much greater participation in leadership roles and much greater cultural safety in the public sector. And you said that, but critical to achieving that is having access to the data. And then I asked you whether you could get the data in 12 months and you said, no, I don't think so. And so I'm standing here hearing your responses saying, it doesn't appear to me that you can achieve the outcomes that you've identified if the data is critical to those outcomes and you're not going to get the data. Is there some other plan that you've got in mind besides
Yes.
that one that was relying upon the data?
Yep. So one of the things we are doing over the next 12 months is, I guess, for want of a better word, say work around in terms of the data, and actually work with the key agencies, so the key departments, about more manual collection of data rather than relying on their payroll systems. So working with them to go through payroll systems and utilize a range of what are referred to ANSCO codes. I'm not sure if you're aware of those, but the sort of codes around different industries, and manually applying those so that we can track and compare data instead of relying on the systems, which would make that more straightforward. So the manual is not ideal, and it would be a lot of individuals processing, but it would help us towards the data collection as well. So, but also working with HR leads in agencies to understand what is possible in the near term.
Would you have any resistance to coming back before this commission at a later stage to report upon what you've been able to achieve in terms of delivering on your aspirations?
I'd be happy to.
Commissioners, I don't have any further questions at this stage. I note that we've run over time and you have to you take another witness at 2:30. If there are no other questions.
Got one, just one, quick one. I hope it's quick. Where do you have any source beyond First People State relations? So the question's really around independent advice. Is there any independent advice coming to you as the Commissioner for the VPSC from First Peoples?
As groups, so as part of our research we did on acknowledging experience, we did focus groups, but not as individuals, no. I mean, individuals are always welcome to approach me. They haven't during my term.
And because we're grappling with kind of providing systematic recommendations for change here. And, one of the things that is on our minds is accountability, system accountability. And I think that, trying to understand where and how independence can play a pivotal role in how future directions are shaped.
We do, sorry, Commissioner, I spoke over you. As part, we do have our advisory group, which is made up of largely senior Aboriginal employees, and also, I guess you'd call them people and culture leads or for Aboriginal staff, and they provide advice to us as well. It is within the boundaries of their employment, so but they provide advice to us.
And what is something that you're proud of, or that you've seen change in the context to your leadership around First Peoples? Doesn't just have to be in this role, but what's something that you want to share with us about what you've been able to drive as in change for our people to progress, whether it be big, small?
In terms of this role or in general?
You.
In general, I guess the most proud moment of my career was working on the first treaty legislation, and that was my career highlight.
Chair, that concludes the evidence of this witness. Might Commissioner Monagle be excused?
Yes.
And we are due back at 2:30, at which time Ms. McLeod SC will be taking the next witness, who is Tim Ada, the Secretary of the Department of Jobs, Skills, Industry and Regions.
Thank you, Council. Thank you very much today, and
Thank you.
we'll adjourn until 2:30. Are we saying 2:30?
2:30, may it please the Commission.
Thank you. Adjourn.
Thank you, Chair.
This this session of the Yoorrook Justice Commission has recommenced.
Thank you, Chair. The witness for this afternoon is Mr. Tim Ada. Welcome. Do you please state your full name for the Commission?
My name is Timothy James Ada.
Mr. Ada, you are the Secretary for the Department of full name, Job Skills, Industry and Regions.
Yes, I am.
Do you undertake to give truthful evidence to this Commission today?
I do.
Commissioners may have an earlier version of Mr. Ada's statement. There is a version that stated today's date, the 13th of June. Which version you have?
Mine's the 7th of June.
I'll just point out the slight change. There's a change to paragraph 135. The reference there to 8%, Mr. Ada, you wish to amend that percentage?
I do. 0.135 should reflect that around a third of public sector bodies attached to the department have First Peoples representation of them. So it was a transcription error in the statement.
So paragraph 135, Commissioners, across the department's portfolios, statement should read around 1/3 of public sector boards have a First Peoples representative.
We could understand that a bit more tangible terms. Anyway, we can unpack that during the session too.
In terms of how many people that is?
Yeah, correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And for the transcript, the statement is DJSI.006.001.0019, although I'll just check if there's a revised number for that. Yeah, we'll fix that up with the tendering. So Mr. Ada, you wish to make an opening statement?
I do, just a brief one if that's okay. Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Thank you and good afternoon. I begin by acknowledging the traditional owners on the land of which we're meeting today, the Wurundjeri people of the Kulin Nation, and pay my respects to their elders past and present. I also acknowledge all First Peoples that are here today and joining online. I also acknowledge that sovereignty has never been ceded. Thank Commissioner Hunter for the warm welcome to country this morning that I watched online. I acknowledge the Commissioners and your leadership in this historic truth-telling process. I also recognise the ongoing leadership of First People communities and traditional owners across Victoria, as well as their businesses and entrepreneurs in paving the way towards greater economic parity. For millennia, First People in what we now call Victoria had thriving economies based on connections to land, water and resources. The ongoing and wide-ranging impacts of colonisation resulted in First Peoples' exclusion in economic participation, including in education attainment, employment and wealth creation. Human Yoorrook strategy has the aim of achieving economic equity for First Peoples in Victoria within a generation. The true value of economic prosperity for First Peoples in Victoria will not only be realised in improved economic indicators, but in wider societal factors. I acknowledge the leadership of the Koori Caucus, which led the development of the Human Yoorrook strategy, and there and other First Peoples partnership bodies that work closely with the department. I thank the Koori Caucus for their frank advice and expertise, including identifying where the department needs to do better. In giving evidence today, I'm committed to meaningfully assisting the Commission. I thank Commissioners for the opportunity to be here today to make these brief opening remarks and to answer your questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ada. Can I invite you to turn to paragraph 11 and 12 of your statement? You've made reference to the colonial history of the state and its impacts. Could I invite you to read paragraph 11 and 12 of your statement?
The enduring impact of this history and its systems continues to inflict harm on First Peoples today. Genuine self-determined economic development is crucial to repairing the state's relationship with First Peoples in Victoria. This means wealth creation that is owned and controlled by First Peoples and traditional owners and is sustainable and enduring and not subject to dictation by the state. As Secretary of DJSIR, I acknowledge the opportunity and responsibility of DJSIR to support First Peoples in Victoria to access the skills and jobs they want and need to fulfil their career aspirations to support more First Peoples businesses to start, grow and thrive, and to support First Peoples to have the same opportunities as all Australians to build wealth and prosperity.
And you acknowledge in paragraph 13, there's much more that I and the department need to do to support First Peoples' economic development and prosperity.
I do.
Not just because of our historical colonial legacy, but because of the need of those peoples.
That's right.
Okay. You play a key role as Secretary for the department in delivering on government policies and programs aimed at elevating the economic status of First Peoples in Victoria, correct?
That's right.
And you've reflected in your statement on that colonial history and the early history of this state with a recognition that the economy of Victoria thrived because of the land resources and associated uses that were taken from First Peoples, correct?
That's right.
That deprivation of the land and its natural resources has created drivers of intergenerational poverty and disadvantage. Do you agree with that?
I do.
In your statement, you address the steps that the government has taken, including through the work of the department under your leadership, to improve First Peoples' economic development. Your statement addresses action taken internally and actions taken via, I might call external programs or grants to other bodies.
That's right.
Can I ask you, in a general sense, your view, in light of your opening statement and the paragraphs that we've just read in your statement, how well the department is tracking against this objective of economic empowerment?
I would answer that by saying that we have made some positive steps in recent years, including a more active relationship with Victoria's First Peoples through a number of partnership bodies with which we work closely, by improving the way in which we allocate grant monies, for example, to Aboriginal businesses and traditional owner corporations to give them more flexibility with regards to how they pursue their economic goals. But we are a long way short of true self-determination in terms of how we function as an organisation.
In terms of that gap or that shortfall for self-determination, where are the areas of need?
I think I feel confident we're on the right path as an organisation in having a much better understanding of the needs and wants of Aboriginal Victorians in terms of their economic aspirations, their education aspirations. But for a number of reasons, we haven't been able to make the progress that we could have or should have with regards to transferring the control and resources to Aboriginal people to make those decisions for themselves.
Okay, so can you explain in a broad sense what those failings look like at a more granular level?
Our system of government largely sees the Victorian bureaucracy, and my department is an example of working to provide advice in pursuit of the delivery of commitments and policies made by the state. And as I've just mentioned, I think we've got better as an organisation being able to represent advice, often now which is co-designed with Aboriginal Victorians, but our system of government sees the elected representatives in ministers, in most instances, making the final decision with regards to the allocation of resources. Even though we have been able to make steps towards providing support to First Peoples organisations and traditional owner corporations in a much more flexible way that honours their right to make decisions about pursuing business opportunities and economic opportunities, the principal resource allocation decisions are still made by the state. Now, that's not being disparaging when I say that. I'm just answering your question about the way in which ultimate decisions are largely made. But the organisation, as I said, I think has taken some considerable steps to a much better understanding and representing in the advice to ministers how programs should be delivered, and how grants are ultimately structured in a way that delivers more self-determination for Victorian businesses and traditional owner corporations, recognising that there's still a long way to go.
So are you saying that you're doing the best you can with the funding you're given? And or are you saying that you could do better with the funding you're given?
We could do better with the funding that we've already got, and of course we could do more with more resources if it were allocated. Our organisation has taken some positive steps, including under the leadership of my predecessor, which I've sought to build on, in making the organisation a more culturally competent organisation. That we're not yet an organisation I'd describe as culturally competent, but we are more competent than we were. One of the things that I've been speaking to the organisation about over the course of the last years is the pursuit of the Yoorrook Boys' goal of achieving economic parity for First Peoples in Victoria within a generation is everyone's business in the department, and that culture change inside an organisation takes time. So to answer your question, we could do better with the resources that we've currently got to allocate as an organisation, and we could certainly do more if more were allocated.
I ask you to reflect on this broad question, and we might come back to it. You've had something like 25 years in the public service and around a year in this current role.
Just over a year, that's right.
Are the systems and structures of the public service fit for purpose in order to deliver on the goal of economic empowerment of First Nations people?
I think what I would say in respect to that question is that the systems within the institutional systems within the Victorian Public Service are not robust enough to make the progress that we want to see. They are better than they've been, but there is a degree of autonomy that is left to leaders such as myself in pursuit of the progress that we need to make. That's a responsibility I'm prepared to carry. But to answer your question, I think there is room for stronger institutional arrangements within the Victorian Public Service and sector, and opportunities for more coordination across departments.
So I understood the first part of your answer just before was that you do effectively, these are my words, the best you can with the budget you're given, and there are things you can do internally as well. So that brings me back to my question, is the public service actually capable of delivering those reforms, or are we dependent on political decisions made, government being set by government policies, rather?
I'd like to think that the Victorian public sector can be capable of delivering the reforms. It may well not be in its current form, and that reflects the fact that we haven't yet made the steps that we need to, and some of those steps require institutional change, in some cases governance change, and investment ultimately. I'd like to think the public service in Victoria and the public sector in Victoria is capable of delivering the reforms required, but it's not yet in my...
Can I ask a more basic question? I know we're mostly looking at census data, but in the last 20 years, 2001 to 2021, has the economic position of First Peoples in Victoria improved?
One way to answer that question is looking at the closing the gap targets and target 6 and 7. We just haven't seen the progress, no, Commissioner. There are other reference points, including the number of Aboriginal businesses, which has grown actually quite significantly over that period. But on fundamental measures of employment and income,
household ownership, yeah.
and household ownership, they haven't moved substantially. But there are some measures where they have.
In 20 years.
I acknowledge that.
The references you made to, in effect, restructuring the public service to meet the reform aims, can you describe what you have in mind there?
In part, I'd answer the question.
Coordination, I think, was one of the things that you mentioned.
So while there is, and I think you had the Victorian Public Sector Commissioner just earlier, and she spoke about the role that the Commission has in terms of providing policies, and I think the Commission does a very good job. I think there is an opportunity for more shared principles and coordination across the Victorian public sector in pursuit of the goals around, for example, economic equity for First Peoples. I think I mentioned before that the competence of my organisation, while not incompetent, doesn't have the level of cultural competency that we'd like it to have. And we're making progress, but we've got a lot more to do. And then I think I mentioned that there's the opportunity, which is ultimately a matter for the government, about institutional and governance changes that might move closer to self-determination around the transfer of power and control. So I think there's things within organisations, including mine, around competency. I think there's opportunities around coordination, and I think there's opportunities which is a matter for the government, and I'm conscious that treaty negotiations are just around the corner, around what some of those broader changes might be that go to the way government works with Aboriginal people.
So I'm still a little unclear about the coordination.
Commissioner North, can I ask you to turn your microphone on?
It's on.
Okay, thanks.
On coordination. So one of the coordinations mechanisms we have, and I think it, is a good one, is the Closing the Gap Forum, which a number of senior First Peoples in Victoria participate in and indeed chair. And as a secretary, I'm a member of that Closing the Gap Forum. I think there's an opportunity for that forum and for the secretaries to play a stronger role, including myself. I think there's an opportunity for the Victorian Secretaries Board, of which I'm a member, to play a stronger role and to provide for more accountability with regards to the progress, including against closing the gap measures and other things. And I'm not being critical of what currently exists, but I think those are the sorts of tangible things that we need to drive the cultural change inside organisations and for the Victorian public sector as a whole and service as a whole to be delivering on the reform ambition, principally around self-determination.
Can I jump in here? You'd mentioned leadership a bit earlier. How many executives are in your executive team across the department?
We have an executive board, and there is not a member of an Aboriginal Victorian who's a member of the executive board. We have an Aboriginal man who is an associate deputy secretary in the organisation, who leads our Aboriginal Economic Development branch. We're currently recruiting for 2 executive positions, one in Creative Victoria and one in the Aboriginal Economic Development branch, which I'd expect and hope are filled with Aboriginal Victorians. That gives you a sense, Commissioner.
Yeah, I guess my question, Secretary, is though, how many, so I understand you've got an executive board, but how many executive directors, how many directors across the organisation does it have? So do you have 50 in your executive leadership team? And I'm talking about SES 1, 2, and you are SES 3.
That's right. So we would have of the order of about 130 executives across all executive classes in the organisation. We, I think, had 2 First Peoples on the executive. We've currently got 1, and we're recruiting for 2 executive roles at the moment.
And how many of those Aboriginal or Torres Strait Islander people in those executive positions are in mainstream?
One of the roles that we're advertising for at the moment is a senior technical specialist in our Creative Victoria team, which and the other role we're advertising for is in our Aboriginal Economic Development branch.
That's at the moment 0 though. Like the question is, how many Aboriginal people are in mainstream executive roles right now, Secretary?
None.
None. 0. And how many direct reports do you have?
About 7.
7 deputy secretaries report direct to you.
6 deputy secretaries and a CO.
And if what plans or thoughts do you have around, elevating to a deputy secretary role? I mean, I think not to take away, and I'm not talking about individuals purposefully, but you have associate deputy secretary. How many associate deputy secretaries do you have across the organisation?
We only have one associate deputy secretary role, and that's
Who is Aboriginal?
That's right. Yes.
That
We
How does that
did
sit with you? It doesn't seem right.
we did have 3, and we've now got 1. Yes, right.
And it just doesn't sit right though. Like, I mean, you're the leader of the organisation, and
Right.
other secretaries have been promoted to the deputy secretary level, and we are in 2024, and you've got big plans, big aspirations by the sounds of it so far, we're looking at career pathways. We're Department of Jobs here, and regions, and it's hard to grapple with not having any Aboriginal people in mainstream executive roles, which we heard earlier from Public Sector Commissioner very little, and then also having one that's isolated to be Associate Deputy Secretary. I think visually people in the organisation would be sort of, I guess, reflecting, going, how important is it if we have one associate DepSec who is Aboriginal and the rest of them not? I think visually you can understand what I'm trying to.
I understand, Commissioner, and we don't have the Aboriginal representation at senior levels in the organisation currently, and I'd like that to be different. I accept that.
In terms of talent identification and recruitment to executive roles, what steps have you taken to nurture, to look for that talent and nurture it?
We have a number of staff in the organisation that have been supported to build their leadership capacities. A couple of First Nations staff in the organisation are currently involved in significant external leadership development training at the moment. In the next financial year, we've allocated a small amount of money to support learning and development specifically for First Peoples employees in the organisation, and I acknowledge it is a small amount of money, but we have put that aside as a priority to support the learning and development and professional development priorities of our First Nations people in the department. So
Can I ask you how much it is?
it's $100,000 we've put aside for next year.
Is that an internal reprioritisation that you've done through that, or was that through a budget bid process? Like, how did you identify the 100K?
Can I take that question on notice, Commissioner? I just don't have that with me. Yeah.
So, as well as the executive level assistants and deputy secretaries, your department works closely with trade commissioners, Victorian trade commissioners, and people with economic expertise, correct?
That's right.
So how many trade commissioners are there representing Victoria today?
We have 7 commissioners based offshore.
And how many of those are First Nations people?
None are.
How many assistant trade commissioners are there who are First Peoples?
I'm not aware that we have any First Peoples working in our overseas network, of which is about 100 staff.
And when you send people on trade delegations with other countries, at what level and in what capacity are First Nations people participating in those trade exchanges?
Over the course of the last 18 months or so, supported by Yoorrook, the department supported a number of First Peoples trade missions to a number of countries. 30 or more Victorian Aboriginal businesses have participated in those trade missions. Those trade missions have been specifically about providing opportunities to better understand export market opportunities, meet potential customers, and understand the culture of those markets. Separate to that, we have a broader trade missions program, inbound and outbound trade missions. We've conducted about 30 of those over the course of the last 12 months. It's a long-standing program, and in the next financial year, we have plans for about 20 inbound and outbound missions. There has been some Aboriginal participation in those inbound and outbound trade missions, not enough, and it's a priority for us to engage and encourage more Victorian Aboriginal businesses to participate in that missions program over the course of the next 12 months.
And for those, I use the term mainstream as opposed to the First Nations exchanges, for those mainstream trade exchanges, in what capacity are First Nations people participating?
Our intention would be that they participate like any other business, with a view to identifying their opportunities for their own business and ideally securing them. The success of those trade missions are measured by the new customer contacts and the export business that are concluded by the participant businesses.
So when you said it's the intention, is that happening now, or is that?
That's happening now. It's just that we don't have enough Aboriginal businesses participating, to use your term, in the mainstream trade missions program, and that's something that we want to change. We have had members of the Aboriginal Economic Development Branch travel on a number of the missions I've mentioned over the last 12 months, which has been important, and more than half of our international network is participating in cultural awareness and safety training over recent months with a view to increasing their competency. But I accept that we don't have any First Peoples members of staff as part of that overseas network.
Can I just ask, do you reach out to businesses, or do they need to find you? I'm wondering where you get the Aboriginal business from. If you've got no one internally, it's probably not the safest space, but it's probably a really good opportunity for our First Peoples business, right? Yeah, so how have those people gone about navigating that?
So the missions, the trade missions, the inbound and outbound trade missions are promoted through various channels, including the Global Victoria website. One of the keys, I think, to success is obviously is our Aboriginal Economic Development team working closely with colleagues across the organisation to identify businesses who might be ready. It's not for every business, because you had to have a certain readiness in terms of your ability to conduct business overseas. And then partnerships with organisations like Kinaway and others are really important in identifying businesses that might be ready to participate in one of those missions. Commissioner, we are not as mature in this area as we would like to be, and we need to continue to improve in terms of how we work internally with partner organisations like Kinaway and others to better reach Aboriginal businesses who might be willing to participate.
And just curious, what sort of areas have the businesses that have gone over? What areas have they been in? So what's their business?
Aboriginal businesses,
yeah.
just in the last 18 months.
without naming
I
the
think there's
business.
been businesses, a number in the food, food production, fashion, beverage production. I think there's been some professional services companies. That gives you a sense, Commissioner, of the sort of companies.
Yeah, thank you.
Can you just articulate to us what the role of these commissioners are? So I think there's 7, if I remember correctly. What do they do?
Commissioner, they're appointed under an act of that sees them being in effect, not a diplomat, but a trade and investment representative for the state of Victoria, in terms of supporting Victorian businesses to pursue export opportunities, and also to identify and attract businesses abroad that might have an interest in investing in Victoria for the purpose of sort of economic growth for the state. That's their primary purpose.
And I mean, I'm just coming back to the council's point here, where do you see the benefit in having representation from Aboriginal people in that role?
Yes, absolutely, and I'd like to see more members of staff who are First Peoples.
And who appoints those commissioners?
They're appointed through a Governor and Council process, Commissioner, under an Act recommended by the relevant minister and then appointed through a Governor and Council process.
Yeah. And has your department put up any proposals around having an 8th commissioner who is Aboriginal?
We haven't put that formally in advice to the government, Commissioner, no.
The businesses who do accompany trade missions, you've mentioned those who might be export ready or looking for those sort of opportunities. So they're poised. What sort of criteria does the department use to assess the standing of those businesses?
The principal selection criteria is that most of those missions have a sectoral focus and a market focus. So obviously demonstrating a fit from a sector and market perspective, obviously their export readiness and their ability to conduct business. And then often there are co-contribution requirements from the participating business, not significant, but some co-investment by way of, incurring some travel costs, surface travel costs and those things.
And then the other thing you mentioned was cultural exchange. Are those people selected because of their expertise in cultural training, knowledge exchange?
First Nations businesses that have participated in the First Nations trade missions, again, have been largely identified for their interest in that market and their interest in doing business in that market. We have been careful not to ask of them to play the role of a sort of a cultural ambassador, if you will, if I'm trying to answer your question. We are conscious of the cultural load that Aboriginal businesses carry, and we wouldn't wish to infer any additional responsibility on an Aboriginal business that we wouldn't on any other business that participates in that mission. Reflecting, of course, that one of the objectives of those First Peoples trade missions has been there has been a cultural exchange element of those missions, and that's been designed with the participants and in some cases organisations like Kinaway that we've partnered with.
So the organisations like Kinaway are making recommendations to you about who performs those cultural exchange elements or who are businesses who are ready, export ready?
So for example, we recently partnered and supported a mission that was designed and led by Kinaway. It was to North America. There was a significant number of Victorian First Nations businesses that participated, and Kinaway in that instance was responsible for designing the program, and we supported that here in Victoria, and a member of our team based in North America supported the mission on the ground from a logistics perspective.
Sorry to take you off track here, but I'm just staying with this line of questioning and bringing an example closer to home. Say there's a free trade agreement that's negotiated between governments. Let's take the UK agreement, which includes reference to provision of legal services. And there's an opportunity for lawyers to take a trade delegation if they happen to be looking at your website and work out there's that opportunity. How do First Nations lawyers get themselves in front of the department and say, pick us as a group? We want to go and do an exchange to explore opportunities for our legal services overseas.
So that opportunity exists to a degree now, but we have not been proactive enough as an organisation, to go to the Commissioner's earlier question about being proactive to draw the opportunity and to the attention of Aboriginal businesses in Victoria. We've not been as proactive as we should have been, and that's a priority for us moving forward to make sure that Aboriginal businesses, be they legal services companies or otherwise, at least have an awareness of the opportunity and an opportunity to talk to the department about what opportunities might exist.
Strategy. So you haven't been proactive, but you've got a strategy. Lots of fake departments have come in with strategies, but they're not implementing. And on the strategy, just council may go there a bit further, but Koori Caucus is not involved in that anymore. Obviously, they've been disbanded. Am I correct?
Commissioner, if I can just before I come to that, I was referring to our mainstream, if you will, to use that term that's been used today, trade missions program. We've not been proactive enough as a department in engaging with Aboriginal businesses and peak bodies. That's what I was referring to earlier. If I can come to your question now about the Koori caucus. The Koori caucus, yes, does exist. We have 9 members of the Koori caucus. The Koori caucus in an earlier incarnation was responsible for developing Yoorrook as a strategy, and the caucus is a partnership body that we work with closely in terms of the implementation of Yoorrook and increasingly talking to the caucus about opportunities across the department to do things differently in pursuit of the overarching goal that the strategy has around economic equity within a generation.
You've got mainstream, like you can incorporate First Peoples within,
Exactly, yes.
because then that just others and excludes. Just a thought.
Commissioner, the strategy that we've been pursuing and talking with the caucus about is how do we best deliver programs and strategies like Yoorrook, but embed the principles of self-determination and the aspiration for greater Aboriginal economic development in everything the department does. That's very much the work that we're doing inside the organisation. That's nascent in some parts of the organisation. It's more mature in others. The programmatic funding we get for the implementation of Yoorrook is fairly modest in the schemes of things. And there is a bigger opportunity to better target and leverage the department's base funding across the 11 portfolios that we support in pursuit of the broader objective of Yoorrook, which is around growing economic equity in Victoria. So that's very much something that we're focused on as an organisation, and it's nascent in some respects.
So when can First Peoples expect to see that strategy that is actually going to go right across the department rather than being in a niche?
I'd like to think. I'd like to think that, and this is something we have been talking with the caucus about, and other partnership bodies like the First Peoples Direction Circle for creative, our creative portfolio, and the Koori Skills Working Group for our vocational education and training. I'd like, Commissioner, to see some practical improvements, if you can call it that, from the coming financial year. And I'd like to think that that can grow over time.
And who's responsible? Who's ultimately responsible? Whose head's on the chopping block that actually happens?
In some respects, mine as the leader of the organisation. I've sought to embed over the last 12 months explicit goals in all of the executive performance plans in the organisation. Commissioner Lovett asked me about how many. There was about 130 executives, and in the coming financial year, I'd like to make the goals for all of our executives more explicit, related to tangible steps that we're taking inside the department, and that would extend to Aboriginal employment and procurement.
Because I just want to reiterate the first point is we've seen no progress in 20 years.
Understand, Commissioner.
So the government's objective, sorry, Commissioner.
What are you doing to strengthen the capacity for non-Aboriginal businesses around exportability? What are you doing in that regard?
In terms of supporting the cultural competency, if I can.
No, not about cultural at all. Just like for businesses to get them ready to strengthen their ability to export their products.
Okay.
Yeah, just not Aboriginal at all. Just mainstream. To use that word again. What do you do as a department to lift them up and make sure that they can generate the wealth that's being generated off our lands?
So in some cases there are budget initiatives from time to time that go to specific sectoral endeavours, be it digital games, or be it food historically, or be it fashion. There have been programs in the past which are specifically about building the export readiness of businesses. Moreover, businesses that participate in inbound and outbound trade missions have the opportunity to participate in a number of workshops and if you can call it information sessions, about making sure that they are as ready as possible to seize the opportunities.
And how many years has that kind of been a practice?
Been a long time, Commissioner.
Long time. And then bring us to First Nations businesses. That same opportunity is not there. Like when we can't even articulate to say it's in its infancy. And we've been left behind out of being able to export our, well, it could be food, it could be culture, it could be, it could be anything, it could be any business that our people want to set up.
I recognise that, and the only thing I would add is that under Yoorrook in the last 18 months, there has been some steps, as I've mentioned, to have a more explicit focus on supporting the export readiness and the ability to capture export opportunities by First Nations businesses, but it is in its infancy, Commissioner.
You may need to take this one on notice, but it'd be good because I've read through and I don't get a sense that we understand the true investment that's gone into non-Aboriginal businesses to get them export ready compared to our people's businesses to get them export ready. We're hearing that, you've got to have to be able to export internationally, you've got to have a minimum of $1 million turnover in your business to be able to do that. So if we're not able to build, that wealth and have the capital, which is what we'll come to a bit later, opportunities to raise capital, we'll never be able to break the threshold.
I agree, Commissioner.
Mr. Ada, it's your responsibility to deliver on the government's policy of growing prosperity through jobs and skills, correct?
Correct.
And you mentioned in your opening remarks that there is some autonomy for leaders with those sort of responsibilities to pursue the way they pursue government objectives. Given the evidence that you've just given in relation to not being sufficiently proactive or proactive enough, what recommendation should this commission find to assist you in bringing yourselves up to scratch? What would help you to say, yes, I have to do this?
I think it would be helpful just to offer one suggestion in response to your answer for more, and people in my role shouldn't need this, but it goes to the point of consistency and building the capability of the public service. But it would, I think, be helpful to have explicit expectations, if you will, maybe embedded in legislation that put a positive onus on people like me in my role to pursue the very things we've been talking about. For example, I had the opportunity to go to New Zealand last year, and I saw the steps that have been taken in New Zealand around embedding expectations of public servants, particularly senior public servants, in legislation, for example. Now, I'm not necessarily suggesting that's the best thing to do or the only thing to do, but it's an example that I'd offer in response to your question.
And can I ask you personally for your observation, would that assist you as a secretary in delivering on economic prosperity for First Nations people within your area of responsibility to have those KPIs?
I mean, someone in my role shouldn't need to be told what's important. I'm not suggesting that. I think it would be helpful, though, to have very clear expectations. I think there's less room for error if expectations are codified and made very clear. That's what I'd say.
Do those sort of commitments and delivery of government objectives depend on your tenure in the role? Is there a slippage that occurs when secretaries change hats or leave the public service?
There is a risk, Ms. McLeod, of that happening. I mentioned before I was fortunate that my predecessor in the role had made some important reforms and built some momentum in the organisation. I've sought to build on that. But you're right, there is the risk of things falling through the gap or that momentum not being maintained if there are changes at senior leadership without the other scaffolding that we've just talked about.
And what is needed to have enduring economic reform?
I think having an organisation, a cultural expectation in the organisation that this is something what we do. This is what we do when we come to work. It's not something that we do over there. That's success. And while we're not there as an organisation, I think we've made some steps towards that, but it takes commitment and consistency and discipline.
I take it you'd accept that to grow the economic prosperity of the state through jobs and skills, there needs to be a significant investment in those without jobs and skills.
That's right.
And what is the broad guiding principle that you have taken to heart or put into practice in the department in relation to investing in those without those jobs and skills?
A couple of examples I would use are our Jobs Victoria employment services. The state government has invested a significant amount of money and resources over the course of the late 8 years or so in supporting disadvantaged job seekers, including a good number of First Peoples, to be supported back into employment, sustainable employment. Sustainable employment in the context of Jobs Victoria we refer to 26 weeks in employment. It's one thing to have someone placed in a role, it's another thing for that employment to be sustainable. So Jobs Victoria has been an important policy intervention, and in actual fact, a good number of Aboriginal controlled organisations have been contracted to deliver those services very successfully, I'd have to say, in many instances. For example, Rumballara Football and Netball Club in Shepparton is currently contracted to deliver services in that region. I think the work that we do as an organisation to support the stewardship of the vocational education and training system and the operation of Victoria's network of TAFEs, that being public providers, that the TAFEs that in Victoria support a number of disadvantaged cohorts, and in some respects, obviously, First Peoples fall into that category. It's been pleasing to see an increase in the number of First Peoples commencing in vocational education and training in the first quarter of this training year. In some respects, some policy reforms and decisions taken by the government in the last 12 months around eligibility, but also introducing a First Peoples fee waiver for vocational education and training from January this year is examples of where impediments are being removed to include and support greater participation. So they're two examples.
I think you say in paragraph 25 that you report to, my maths is right, 9 ministers.
I do.
Lucky you. Is there in your department or in any department that you're aware of any work underway to anticipate macroeconomic reform ahead of the treaty negotiations?
We have been doing some work around providing advice to our ministers about the sorts of challenges that are currently being experienced in Victoria, but also some of the opportunities. I think the government at the time of the budget referred to the development of an economic statement, and that's something that we're providing some advice to our ministers around what their contribution to that might be. Obviously, that's a matter for the government, but that's an example of some work I aspire for our organisation to, while we are a line organisation, to have enough policy heft to be able to contribute and provide the advice to our ministers to be able to participate in the cabinet process.
And is that with a view to entering into and negotiating treaty?
To go to treaty, obviously there's a process being that's well underway and codified in various different acts and organisations that have been established. We've certainly had a number of conversations with the Koori Caucus over the last 6 months about, in addition to the implementation of Yoorrook, and in addition to some of the opportunities I spoke to before about embedding this broader aspiration across the department, what are some bigger reform opportunities that might exist? That conversation was only held relatively recently with the caucus, but it was a really interesting conversation, and some of those ideas I'd like to think could be considered in the context of treaty. There's also some other things that came up as a result of that conversation that, you know, in the ordinary conduct of our business as a department, that we would be seeking to brief ministers on.
So as I understand it, the caucus members are individually appointed on their own nomination or nomination by somebody else.
That's right.
They're not representative
No.
of peoples. Have you had conversations with the Assembly or any other treaty body about the role of your department in the sort of economic reforms we're talking about?
We, to my knowledge, haven't met with the Assembly on this specific topic. We, as mentioned, we have spoken to the caucus and we regularly engage as an organisation with traditional owner corporations. Some of the bigger opportunities that the caucus and traditional owner corporations have spoken to our department about are the opportunities that will deliver controlled, sustainable revenue for Aboriginal businesses and traditional owner corporations. Indeed, some of the work that we've started with those organisations already goes to that. There is some support that's been provided through Yoorrook to traditional owner corporations to start feasibility studies, business cases for some of those bigger opportunities on country that may, and again, it's perhaps not my role, and I don't wish to be sort of get ahead of the treaty process, that might find themselves in the treaty process around things that the state and the Assembly might talk about.
How many traditional owners are you working with?
As in the traditional owner corporations?
Mm-hmm.
We have grant agreements with, I think, 10 of the 11 under Yoorrook Commissioner. And they currently go to the provision of support for them to engage economic coordinators. And in a number of other cases, we've provided additional support for the establishment of economic hubs in a number of those traditional owner corporations, which they've developed and they run. Outside of that, we engage regularly with traditional owner corporations. Our regional directors, for example, work regularly with traditional owner corporation CEOs, and we as a department are responsible for delivering a number of big capital projects in regional Victoria and work with and are attempting to work with traditional owners in a far more strategic way.
And how many have you met with personally yourself? You've been in the job over 12 months. How many have you met with?
3 or 4, I say, Commissioner.
And what's like out of 11, 12 months? Does that like, how does it sit with you?
That's not good enough.
So the Yoorrook strategy was launched in 2022.
That's right.
The current document, DJSI.0001.001.001, says both under the heading of introduction and under the heading of the current economic situation for First Peoples in Victoria, economic development is an essential component of the treaty process. But do I take it from what you've just said that apart from the economic statement and input into the broad Victorian economic statement that's under development, you have not specifically engaged in discussing economic development and your areas of responsibility, jobs and skills with traditional owners, elected representatives or others?
We have discussed with the caucus and traditional owners around opportunities. We've not met, to my knowledge, with the Assembly. We participate in a senior governance forum around treaty and opportunities, and we're an active participant in that. That is a forum convened by the Department of Premier and Cabinet, but we have not met with the Assembly in recent time on this topic.
So how do those coming to the treaty table know what's available, what's on the table?
I think I'd like to think that some of the opportunities that are being pursued by traditional owner corporations around some of the bigger economic opportunities on country will be very visible during the treaty negotiations. A number of those have been supported by funding by the department. I think it's a question of when we meet with the Assembly, not if we do. And out of respect to the process, I'd be looking to the Department of Premier and Cabinet for some guidance about when and how that is best done. It's not a lack of willingness. It's about sort of being respectful in that opportunity. But
with respect, I don't think you've answered my question. How do First Peoples understand the opportunities available to them? You've just mentioned large businesses. Are they the tide that raises all boats, or is there information to be disseminated some other way?
More generally, I think there's more we need to do to, if I can understand your question, is about what can this department do. There's more we can do as an organisation to raise awareness about the opportunity, the economic opportunity that's presented by treaty. And we need to take further action on that. We have to date sought to talk with the caucus and traditional owner corporations around identifying and supporting the early investigation of those opportunities. And we need to be more active engaging with the Assembly and other bodies.
Can you just elaborate on the we? Because you're using the word we, and I get why you're doing it, but I'm trying to understand where your involvement is. So, as the leader of the organisation, again, visually, everyone's watching you, you know that. Well, can you just sort of articulate to me what is we? Who is we, sorry? Are you a chair or a co-chair of the governance over the top of the strategy? Yourself.
I'm the co-chair of the Yoorrook Council.
Yeah.
And I've prioritised participating in all caucus meetings over recent months. And that's a role I take very seriously and have prioritised.
No, thank you. But the reason why I'm asking this question is because you just said before that you have met with 3, and I understand you got 9 ministers. Was it 9 ministers? And in order for us to have confidence that you are able to genuinely articulate to ministers what the systematic barriers are to traditional owners. I get businesses, and you're doing that but traditional owners, all 11, are not on the governance forum, and you've met with 3 in the 12 months. So how are you elevating matters of strategic importance to traditional owners to the 9 ministers?
The deputy secretaries in the organisation and the senior executive teams, Travis, sorry, Commissioner. I'm not able to perform this role and without providing a high level of delegation and trust in the deputy secretaries. Supporting 9 ministers is a stretch.
Yep.
And I every day have to rely on information that is conveyed to me, and in many cases the engagements with a whole raft of stakeholders, including traditional owners. That advice is provided in many instances by those deputy secretaries and senior executives that are having the engagement to those ministers. I'm obviously responsible as secretary for the advice that is provided as the head of the department, and I know I need to do more to engage with First Peoples stakeholders.
I mean, no, they're not stakeholders; they're cultural rights holders. I just want to be clear on that. Our people are not stakeholders.
Sorry.
Not stakeholders. We are. Come to the table. You said we are, and you recognise our sovereignty. We come together as equals. We're not stakeholders. And I think this is the challenge that we're grappling with here, is that, there's a lack of an understanding across the Victorian public sector about the cultural rights that our people have as First Peoples to these lands and these waters. That's access to land, to water, to sky, to language, to law, to customs and traditions. So we come to the table to these conversations as equals, and I think it's important that our CEOs turn up to these governance forums, they volunteer their time a lot of the time. And, you know, they want to meet with people like yourself. You know, you are meeting with industry leaders all the time in your role, right? Take away Aboriginal. You are meeting with senior leaders every day of your life, whether they be ministers or whether they be big businesses and all that kind of stuff. What our people are asking for is the same level of respect. You know, we should be prioritized over those people. And we understand that they generate a lot of wealth and so forth, but what's not factored in is how much wealth the state generates off the Aboriginal economy. You know, there was a Treaty Day Out conference, Treaty Day Out concert in Shepparton. Sold the whole of Shepparton out for the weekend. You couldn't get accommodation. Do you think any Aboriginal people own businesses in Shepparton or any accommodation facilities? None. We didn't see that, but yet that was so much profit that was generated to that regional town on a treaty concert, you know, and it's really important stuff, but we are continually contributing to the economy, but continually shut out of the economy.
And I just circle back, Mr. Ada, to a question I asked earlier about economic reform. Do I take it that apart from the economic statement that you alluded to, there is currently no transformational work, formulation, consideration for the sort of macroeconomic reform that might flow from treaty negotiations?
We have discussed some of those bigger reform opportunities. Some of them are very significant and many of them would require decisions of government as part of the treaty process.
But no thinking about what the principles might be? No.
We've started that work.
Okay. And any thinking about how to design a framework of exploration for those issues? Anything?
We have started that work and it's we need to accelerate that work over the coming months. We have started to identify the principles, the priorities, the types of interventions, those that could be done without legislative change, for example, and those that would. How various funding models could be applied. That work's not yet complete.
So just having a broad, high-level economic conversation here, treaty potentially represents a disruptor for good, for the good of the whole state, just as investments in renewables might be seen as a transition to a new economy and opportunities there. Is there, and tell me if I'm straying into things that you can't talk about, but is there a recognition that this conversation needs to happen at that level?
I hope so. I think there's a genuine commitment in the discussions that I have with my ministers, for example, about ambition, a recognition that for too long the state has imposed injustices on First Peoples, and treaty presents an opportunity to find different ways and to enact self-determination in a far more significant way that's been achieved. I think there's absolutely intent. There's good ideas, and we need to do more work as an organisation to be able to share those ideas and create opportunities for First Peoples to understand what some of those ideas might be in more fulsome terms. And I say that with all due respect, that's not me or my department sort of suggesting these are the ideas that need to be pursued, but having an authentic conversation. And we've started that, as I said, with the caucus and traditional owners.
So you would agree that for that to be successful, First Nations peoples need to be involved in those conversations?
Yes.
Actively involved and not just consulted, tick a box. And you would agree that they need to be jobs and skill ready to take up the opportunities presented by those transformational economies?
Yes, I do.
And that falls squarely within your responsibility.
There is a jobs and skills, and if I can call it a human capital if there were to be some significant changes, opportunities, new initiatives, more funding, to answer your question, it is my department's role to play a part in making sure that the human capital and jobs and skills are available for First Peoples to capture those opportunities. And I say that with all due respect, but yes, to answer your question, that is within the remit of my department, to provide employment opportunities and to, as stewards of the vocational education and training system, make sure that we are doing all we can to ready the First Peoples for the opportunities that might be presented through treaty. And that I say that in needing to do that with absolute respect to those priorities being determined by First Peoples.
Can I just ask, how are you going to get First Peoples in Victoria skills ready to take up these opportunities? Because we know First Peoples educational achievements are well below and have not improved for 20 years. We've also done a little bit of internal work here where we had a look at census data over the last 3 census by First Nations country. And the further you get away from Melbourne, some areas up along the Murray, the level of educational attainment up there means that the people there, the population there, are just not equipped to be able to take up. The schooling system has let them down. They will not be able to take up the opportunities that are available. So what is happening to make sure that when these opportunities come, First Peoples don't miss out yet again?
Commissioner, to answer your question a couple of ways. One of the things that we have been doing, as I mentioned earlier, removing impediments from people's participation and First Peoples' participation in the vocational education and training system. Seen a significant increase in enrolments in the first quarter of this training year. By way of example, I think, and I say this with the greatest respect, there might be opportunities, and we've discussed this with the caucus, about above and beyond vocational education and training. What are some opportunities that might present around leadership, development, governance, training, and development? And the conversation, without sort of going into the minutiae of the conversation, I think there was a recognition that those sorts of interventions are probably going to be impactful. Recognising, of course, there's already some terrific initiatives underway, including by a number of Aboriginal controlled organisations. But they're the sorts of things, in addition to the current administration of the vocational education and training system, that I think we need to be thinking about.
I think we need to be more than thinking about it. It is urgent. And I would leave you with one thought that's come from our earlier hearings. 1 in 10 Aboriginal children in Victoria has been in contact with the child welfare system. So that's 10% of the emerging useful demographic. How does the population get to take advantage of these opportunities that are coming up when 10% of their youth have had these difficulties in their lives?
Incredibly challenging, Commissioner. One of the things that working with VAI under the Monagle strategy and the Yoorrook plan is the brokers that VAI engages to work as a conduit between Aboriginal community and the TAFEs that I mentioned before. And then within the TAFEs, the engagement of career liaison officers and career student support officers to. One of the things that we've seen, Commissioner, is that commencements by First Peoples haven't been as high as they could have been in recent years, but the completions hasn't been as high as we would like them to be, and are below the population average. And so the work of the career liaison officers and career student support officers are critical in making sure that when a First Peoples student starts a training course, that they've been given every equitable chance to complete that training.
I guess my point is that Yoorrook and those other ones that are coming out of VAI and TAFE are more of the same.
I
when
agree.
It's very clear that we need to do something dramatically different and dramatically soon to stop this opportunity missing by and First Peoples in Victoria being left behind in wealth generation.
So this notion about a human capital leadership academy, call it, sorry, that's just a local term, is something that came out of the conversation we had with the Koori Caucus, just one example. And I intend to take some advice to my ministers soon about the form that could take, and that would obviously be a decision for the government in terms of resource allocation. But they're the sorts of things, Commissioner, that I agree with you are required to deliver the step change that we need. I couldn't agree with you more.
You've done an analysis. In your experience, you've done 25 years, I think it was. 25 years is
Almost, yes.
yeah. And many of those in executive roles.
The
Many of
last
that.
10 years or so, yes.
Years, long time.
Yes.
And you understand that how you affect changes through policy and legislation. And you talked about legislative opportunities that you identified through your trip to Aotearoa or New Zealand, as some people may know it. What analysis have you done across the system that you oversee now, particularly from a legislative barriers point of view, to see our people be able to thrive? Have you done any analysis?
We have, to the extent that I don't think the greatest impediments, Commissioner, relate to legislative impediments. I think there are opportunities could be enabled, as along the lines I mentioned earlier, that could provide a greater head of power or a sense of expectation, potentially even the way resources flow. In the work of this department, unlike a lot of others, the legislative impediments necessarily aren't there. There are policy choices and impediments. I use the fee waiver as an example of a policy intervention, but we don't, I think, Commissioner, we have looked at this. There's not great legislative impediments, but there are certainly opportunities that could be enabled.
And have you discussed, to go to the Councillor's earlier point around opportunity, have you discussed those opportunities with traditional owners, for instance?
Not in detail, no.
You think that would be a good thing to do, particularly in the context of them being able to understand where the opportunities are for them to go into treaty negotiations on an equal playing field?
I think it would be a very good thing to do. Particularly those things that might require legislative change, I've got to be careful, Commissioner, not to get too far ahead of the government, but in terms of authentic conversation with people, including traditional owner corporations, around opportunities, I think it's a very sensible thing to do.
Yeah, I mean, because you're only aware of what you know, and if you've been continually shut out or not being spoken to about where the opportunities are, to highlight your earlier opening remarks, to remind people, we were rounded up onto, and I keep hearing this word through, it hurt me to hear it, through trade missions. Well, that word's not a good word for our people, evidenced by all the people that have come before this commission. It's not a good word.
Mr. Ado, the opportunities that appear from the questions you've just been asked by commissioners at the point of exiting child protection systems, out of home care, school leaving, if you knew, as we do, that there are large numbers of First Nations children leaving the system or exiting the system at those points, would that not be good points to target training and skills?
Yes, to answer your question, it would depend on the age of the individual, but there are opportunities around stronger pathways between the secondary schooling system and the vocational education and training system. You'll forgive me, I'm not sort of at liberty to talk about primary and secondary school system in any detail, but the notion of targeting engagement with people that may have experienced out-of-home care or the justice system, certainly there's been positive attempts made in the past to engage with people, adults, and I think for younger people who there are stronger opportunities to find pathways into vocational education and training, if indeed that's what that student would like to do, and indeed into university.
I understand the concerns around privacy. The state is meant to provide to individuals in readiness of exiting state care an individual plan that contemplates residence, education, employment, social supports. Does your department have any input into jobs and skills opportunities that can be offered to those children as they exit with their individualised plans?
We have some role to play. I'm just not prepared enough to talk. I'm sorry, Council, in the detail.
Spring that one on you.
Sorry, I'm very happy to take that question on notice and report back to the Commission. We play some role. As to exactly what role, I need to confirm that.
Okay. I just want to come back to the broad overarching strategies that the state has adopted to grow prosperity through jobs and skills. The foundational document is the Victorian Aboriginal Affairs Framework, correct?
Right.
Which sets out various objectives. And the delivery of those objectives is primarily through the Victorian Aboriginal Employment and Economic Strategy, Yoorrook. And we have in the folder, I might ask for it to be brought up on the screen, DJSL.001.001.001, and just to check that you've got that strategy in front of you, or that you can see it on the screen when we bring it up. So we'll zoom in so you don't have to read handwriting, but could we turn to table 1 on page 2? Just before we get there, sorry about that, page 1. This plan is described as a phased approach to address First Peoples in Victoria economic disparity in a generation. So that's the bold ambition. And the words "invest in tomorrow" capture the strategy's long-term vision, coordinated and sustained approach to increasing the wealth and prosperity of First Peoples in Victoria. That's the bold ambition. We turn to the second page under table 1. There is a list of key funding streams to Aboriginal Economic Development Branch since 2019. So is this the primary document that captures those funding streams to deliver those bold ambitions?
These are the primary funding streams associated with the delivery of Yoorrook.
Okay.
I did mention earlier, Council, obviously there's some work underway in the department to look at opportunities to leverage our base recurrent funding, but as it stands, this is a good articulation.
Okay, so if we start with the table that's up on the screen there, the largest item in this list, table 1, is the Yoorrook commitment of 25 million over 2 years, which is lapsing this year.
That's right.
And as you say in your statement, ongoing funding of that program is around $8 million over 3 years, correct?
8.6 million over the next 3 years, that's right.
Okay, so $2 and a bit million on average for each year of the next 3 years is committed to delivering this bold, ambitious program.
In terms of dedicated programmatic funding, yes, that's right, Council, and which means we have to work harder to identify other opportunities in our recurrent work in pursuit of that goal. But you're right in saying that is the programmatic funding that is tied to this strategy.
I take it you would accept there is no way on earth that $3 million, let's say, can deliver the long-term vision for coordinated, sustained approach to increasing the wealth and prosperity of First Peoples in this state.
I accept that.
And $3 million a year is what is now on the table for you and your department to deliver this through that strategy.
Through that dedicated funding stream for this strategy, that was the money that was allocated in the 24-25 budget over the next 3 years.
Okay. If we go to the next page, the next 2 largest items of spending are at the top of the page. Creating jobs and supporting economic recovery of Aboriginal Victorians, 18.5 million over 2 years, or 9 and a bit million per year. That lapsed in 2022. So was that overtaken by this Yoorrook program?
Yes, in broad terms.
Okay. Then we have Working for Victoria, 14 million over 2 years, also lapsed in 2022. Again, overtaken by this broader strategy.
Yes, the only thing I would offer is some of those funding sources were part of the state's support related to the COVID-19 pandemic. But yes, they are precursor programs for Yoorrook.
How much of this funding, which is, I haven't added up those numbers, I think it's around 53 million, or maybe it's more, but how much of that money was pulled into COVID response?
Provided by COVID response?
Yes.
So the working for...
Oh, sorry, I misunderstood you. These funds were reallocated to COVID response, were they?
Were allocated by the government with the objective of supporting the community and the economy from the effects of the pandemic and the restrictions that were applied. The Working for Victoria initiative is an example of an initiative that was funded by the government in response to the pandemic and the hardships faced by businesses and the community. That's just an example of a program that was supported.
So the government was facing an emergency and it made a decision to support businesses throughout the pandemic.
Yes.
Do you know how much money was pulled from Aboriginal programs to support that statewide emergency response?
I don't believe any, but I can confirm that on notice, Council. I don't believe any. I think there was a net additional funds provided by the government's COVID response in pursuit of Aboriginal economic development.
I see. The 8 million that you mentioned in your statement, 8.6 million over the next 3 years, has that funding been allocated to specific policies or programs?
Yes, in a sense that responsible minister bid for funding through the budget process. Elements were supported, and so in broad terms, and we've started a conversation with the caucus around refining how those initiatives might be delivered.
When we come to the bottom of that table, you see the last line is total ongoing funding, and then there's a footnote or a mid-note to ongoing funding supports for the Department's Aboriginal Economic Development Branch, VPS staffing, and the Department's Self-Determined Aboriginal Partnership Entity. That ongoing funding is spent internally in the department, is it?
That's right, Council.
So what money is there? We'll come back to the Yoorrook funding. What money is there available in your department to pursue the goals of economic prosperity through jobs and skills for First Nations peoples?
In terms of ongoing funding?
Yes.
In terms of ongoing funding allocated to the Aboriginal Economic Development Branch in pursuit of the Yoorrook objectives, there is no recurrent funding allocated for that purpose. There is recurrent funding in the organisation in pursuit of training and skills system, industry development, trade development, which is why, Council, we're doing the work we are about how do you leverage that recurrent funding in other parts of the organisation in pursuit of the Yoorrook goal.
I'm sorry to try and cut through the way you described that. You said there's no recurrent funding for this
programs. For programs that are delivered through the Aboriginal Economic Development Branch.
That doesn't make sense. If you've got a strategy there, and then you've got so what are you doing for First Peoples? Is the question.
Strategy.
So Commissioner, the lion's share of the funding that's provided to the Department of Job, Skills, Industry and Region is provided through fixed term initiative funding. The main exemption in the organisation is the training and skills system that we are responsible for administering, which has a significant recurrent funding base. Most of the other programmatic funded is provided through state budget processes for a fixed period of time. The implication of that is that ministers rebid for programs that are lapsing or indeed new initiatives that they wish to pursue, which is what's happened with Yoorrook funding that was initially allocated for the first 2 years of the strategy. Lapsing in 23-24, the responsible minister has bid for funding to continue that implementation, and received 8.6 in the 24-25 budget. It's not unique to this work in the department. It's a feature of the way the department is funded.
How much investment has the department put into Aboriginal affairs that is being from savings from other parts of the department not delivering on their financial year? So at the end of the financial year, there's sometimes savings in the departments. How much of that savings has been redirected that's now showing up on here? And what sort of sticks out for me is the 5 million for traditional owner Aboriginal economic development. The 1 year, but I mean, it may not be that, but just
In terms of being reallocated from
reallocated
another part of
from
the
mainstream, from other parts of the department where you haven't delivered during that financial year, and then put in as a last minute, oh, here you go, traditional owners or Aboriginal businesses, here's some extra funding to do whatever.
I'm not saying that hasn't happened. I'm not saying that hasn't happened, Commissioner. It hasn't been a feature in my time as Secretary of the Department.
Yeah.
So if we could just go back to the page before, I think the
Okay.
$0 was the shocking.
No, I was having a conversation with Commissioner Walter about, maybe there's something that I'm not getting. And I just feel like it send everybody to a vet course or TAFE. And there you go.
So we can
in one
come to the
generation.
specific funding initiatives that you set out in your statement. But just staying with this, there are two sources of specific funding streams: the Victorian Aboriginal Economic Strategy and the Yoorrook that are both, sorry, I've missed it, the Yoorrook and the Aboriginal Economic Development, Building Opportunity and Economic Prosperity, both lapsing this year, correct?
Yes.
The second of those is internal within the department, is that correct?
The majority of that.
Okay. And then the funding to lapse next year is the Pathway to Aboriginal Prosperity, which lapses next year, and it's some portion which may have already been allocated of the 1.75 million, and the ongoing recurrent funding of DJSIR, correct? Which gets us to about, after the 2025 fundings lapse, gets us to about 2.68 million, correct?
It's the recurrent allocation for the branch.
And then I want to come to the specific programs you mentioned in your witness statement, but if we can just stay with the Victorian government funding of the Yoorrook strategy. In 2022, that was funded with a promise of 25 million to support the strategy implementation over 2 years, correct? And I don't know if you have in front of you, I just want to be able to do this so we don't reveal sensitive information. But can we go through the various allocations under that strategy? The first is Aboriginal Business Capital Investment Program, 750,000, that's been allocated.
That's right.
By way of grants.
That's right.
So that's done. The DJPR Preparing for Treaty Series, 360,000, that has been reallocated.
Proposed to be reallocated. I can talk more about that if that's helpful.
Okay, well, we'll just pause there. I just want to keep the numbers, get the numbers down. The Aboriginal Tertiary Scholarship Program Extension, 280,000. Again, that's been reallocated. Yes?
Yes, it has.
Trade Routes Program Extension, 1 million. That's to be reallocated.
Yes.
McLeod, we don't know what you're talking about.
Do commissioners have DDF.0007.0001.0015 in your folders?
About that, but I'm following where you're going.
I'm following where you're going to.
Make sure Commissioner
Where
North
in
can
the
follow.
folder do you suggest that it is?
It's in the one with the yellow on the top.
Commissioner, the document that hopefully you've just been given at page 15.
Yeah.
I'm not sure, Commissioner, if you have a redacted version or a non-redacted version. there's sensitivity, if I can just alert it, around the descriptions of grant recipients. I'm avoiding that column. So on page 15, I'm down to the last entry, traditional owner economic development coordinators. The allocation is 6.2 million. 3.4 million has been expended by way of grants, correct?
Yes.
There's some Aboriginal Business Innovation Excellence Awards, 400,000, that's been delivered.
Yes.
The Yoorrook Economic Development Innovation Program, 3.3 million, 2.28 million of that has been allocated by way of grants.
It's been paid to date, that's right.
Yep. The Dardi Pathways to Employment, 400,000 of that 380 has been delivered.
Yes.
Social enterprise, 300,000 of that 250 has been delivered.
Yes.
And we go on down the page, and in most cases, there's sums of money that are less than $1 million or around $1 million. The exception being Aboriginal economic hubs that you mentioned before, $2.3 million allocated and around 1.14 expended.
Paid to date, that's right.
Okay. So of the total of allocated funding of 25 millions, 23 million, roughly 23.3 has been allocated in various places, but only 13.26 million expended.
Yes, Councillor, if I can, just the reconciliation I have is of the 25 that was allocated for the first 2 years of the strategy's implementation, 21.35 million has been allocated.
Okay.
Almost 15 million has been paid. And of the remaining commitments, they will be paid over the course of the next 12 months when milestones fall due. And 3.65 of the 25 remains to be allocated. And we have some advice before the relevant minister as we speak about how that money is allocated in pursuit of the Yoorrook strategy goals. And we have developed that advice with the caucus and taken input from traditional owner corporations and other partners.
In terms of, I should ask, is that funding secure? Does it roll back into consolidated revenue if you don't spend it at the end of this year?
My intention and understanding is that we will have the opportunity to allocate it in pursuit of the Yoorrook strategy goals, as I've just said.
Okay. And then beyond this year, it's the 2 or so million per year, total of 8.6 million over 3 years.
The 2.2 provided through the 24-25 budget over 3 years. The only other thing that's worth mentioning, if I can, Councillor, is 20 million was allocated as part of the $2 billion regional package that the government announced in July last year. And that was allocated by the government in 2 tranches, 10 for Aboriginal business development and employment and 10 for First Peoples tourism initiatives.
And did they go to single recipients?
I expect the government to have more to say soon about how that money will be allocated. I expect that the lion's share to be available to Aboriginal businesses to build their capacity and build their business. Regarding the 10 million for tourism, I think the intention is for that largely to be allocated in line with the First Peoples tourism plan, which is currently being developed and will be finalised later this year. And that's a piece of work that we've been working closely with traditional owner corporations, other Aboriginal organisations, and indeed we've had an Aboriginal business leading that consultation.
Okay. So we've got the $20 million, which is part of the $22 billion regional package.
$2 billion regional package, that's right.
So 20 million there. We've got the Yoorrook leftover money that you're hoping that you can reutilised. You've got the $8.6 million over 3 years.
Yes.
And then I just want to confirm if these are additional sums. If you turn to paragraph 41 of your statement. That 4.47 million on employment programs, is that an additional sum or is that included in those sums?
That's additional.
Okay. Then we have, I think the next is 45, 6 million towards 9 projects.
Additional.
That's additional. So that's specifically for vocational education and training.
That's right.
And is that again different to the 180 million mentioned in 46, paragraph 46?
Yes, the figure mentioned at paragraph 46 of my statement refers to the Skills First subsidies provided to support First Peoples learners in the vocational education and training system over the last 8 years.
But that's expired. That was the last 7 years or so?
It is, however, that is one part of the department that is recurrently funded and together with initiative funding, and the Skills First contracts would expect to be continued, which is the current policy of the government. And that is demand driven to the extent that First Peoples and other learners participate in the vocational education and training system. But that is a historical reference over the last 8 years.
That's not current funding.
No.
So I just want to briefly touch on the current strategies. Commissioner Walter mentioned the Yoorrook strategy. You've also mentioned social procurement, tourism and the like. Just starting with the Yoorrook strategy, which commences at paragraph 68 of your statement. Can you give the commissioners an update about the status of that strategy and whether any assessment has been made of the efficacy of that program?
The Yoorrook strategy is a plan that talks to the vocational education and strategy components of the Monagle strategy, education strategy. We have a career skills working group that we meet with regularly with VAI, who is the principal owner and champion for Aboriginal education in Victoria. The relationship we have with VAI is a good one. Conversations have commenced about how could we do this even better than we currently do, to answer your question. Whether that takes the form of a formal evaluation or whether that's a series of conversations with VAI and other partners around making changes to how we go about brokers and the career support officers, career liaison officers in TAFE, but those conversations have commenced.
But the Yoorrook strategy hasn't really delivered results, has it? When we talk about
the evaluation
of First Peoples who are coming out of TAFE with level 3s and 4s and trade, is it that there hasn't been a big increase?
My understanding is, Commissioner, there's been a gradual increase in First Peoples' participation in the vocational education and training system. We've seen an increase part of this training year, as I'd mentioned. I think Yoorrook has played a important role in supporting TAFEs, the operations of TAFEs being delivered in a way that reflects the priorities of Aboriginal communities, and that there has been a not insignificant increase in the employment outcomes of First Peoples leaving the vocational education and training system. I think that's in part due to Yoorrook. As I said, the conversations are underway with VAI about what are the opportunities for improvement.
Has Yoorrook been independently assessed for efficacy and value?
Not to my understanding.
Would it be? Or it's redone?
I'm of the view that, yes, to a point, Commissioner, that we want to understand what's worked in tangible terms and how could things be done even better and more efficiently and more effectively, with the guiding principle being what is best for the First Peoples learners in our vocational education and training system, both in the skills attainment and the employment outcomes. I agree with you.
It needs to be independently assessed.
The next was the social procurement strategy, and this concerns the purchase of services, goods and services by government, including your department, obviously. So I want to ask you about the industry sectors that the department is investing in through social procurement.
So in the current financial year, we have procured goods and services from almost 30 Aboriginal businesses and vendors. The spend, the procurement spend on Aboriginal businesses is higher this year than it was last year. It's less than 1% of the department's total procurement spend, but it has grown not insignificantly in the last 12 months. And the number of procurements of Aboriginal businesses as a proportion of the number of total procurements, I hope to achieve our target of 2% in 23-24. And again, that's grown from the year before. We have some targets in the organisation that go to both the value of procurement and the volume of procurement. And over the next 2 years, I'd like the organisation to pursue a target of 1% by value and 3% by way of volume in the organisation. I think all departments have an opportunity to leverage their procurement spend in pursuit of these sorts of goals. And I think our department needs to be a role model to the extent that we can be as the Department of Jobs, Skills, Industry and Regions. And so they're the strategies that we'll be pursuing, and we'll be codifying that in business plans and performance plans accordingly.
Can you share why you decided to go down the 3% volume compared to the 1% dollars spent?
Suggesting, Commissioner, both of them are targets for us over the next 2 years, recognising both value of spend and the number of procurements are both important. That represents a stretch goal for our organisation, Commissioner, but one that, you know, I'm committed to achieving. Beyond that, is there more we can do?
I mean, because I can see the value in the, I mean, I'd say dollars spent, but what's the word you use?
Value.
Value.
The dollars spent.
Same but different.
What?
You know, there's, that's how you're going to affect change, through dollars spent. You know, we can, I mean, we've seen and we got evidence here around how many catering contracts that our people get. And it's great to be able to, and I'm not taking away from Aboriginal business providing catering services to government and events and all that kind of stuff. But we, you know, we look at the amount of different businesses and opportunities and so forth that our people have been able to create. And where you affect meaningful change is the amount of dollars spent. And, you know, in a big, mega billion-dollar department that your department is, probably one of the more wealthiest departments out of all of them, that's where the opportunities are.
I agree wholeheartedly, Commissioner, that there is the number of businesses as the biggest customer in the marketplace. Government has a really big role to play. And as I've said, I want our department to play a really big role, because at the end of the day, it's a really tangible way of particularly new businesses securing the first few contracts that are going to help them on their path to prosperity. And I couldn't agree more with you. We do have a declining, it's a very tight fiscal environment, Commissioner. We have a declining spend. And so what we're attempting to do here is increase our spend in a overall declining budget scenario. So it's, I recognise that we, in other circumstances, could be more ambitious, but it is a stretch target for us, but I'm committed to achieving it.
Yeah, I mean, Aboriginal people have been experiencing, you know, fiscal decline since the impact of colonisation. You know, we get it, we live in it. You know, and it's important that you know, our people have those opportunities as well. And we've also heard about, you know, systemic barriers around our people not having not capability but capacity to be able to bid for meaningful bids of multi-million-dollar contracts, because we don't have thousands of staff being able to write and get through those processes as well. Is the department doing anything to work with First Peoples businesses to be able to cut through that barrier, but also what is happening to remove the barriers for First Nations businesses as well?
as just a couple of examples, some of the initiatives that we've supported under Yoorrook go to building the financial literacy, for example, and governance. There's a particular initiative that has had, I think, more than 100 participants from Aboriginal businesses and potential entrepreneurs around building their capacity, as you say, Commissioner, to then participate and win government contracts. And I'm eager at looking how we can remove those impediments. We've got obviously obligations on us in terms of the processes that we need to run to secure, value for all Victorians, but there are things we need to do differently to remove impediments so there is an equal playing field. I accept that.
I mean, can you just give us some tangibles around what are you doing? So it's great that 100, I think you just mentioned, 100 Aboriginal businesses have gone through this literacy, which I hate that word as well, but particularly in the context of our peoples, given the old systematic education barriers that our people have faced, or the lack of. Yeah, like what's happening around removing the barriers? And we understand you've got requirements that you have to meet, but what's happening around removing them or helping our people work through them, given that we're coming from a different place?
I think there's an opportunity to work with businesses and vendors in a different way, Commissioner, to your point. I think if we're to aspire to and meet the targets I've just talked about, we're going to have to be more proactive. There's been initiatives historically which have gone to how do you use government procurement as one of the, and I think I mentioned it before, one of the early first contracts for a business to build their footing and their stability and to employ the next tranche of people. I'm attracted to understanding what more we could be doing in that space. With regards to the procurement that we've actually undertaken in the department, and I mentioned about 25 or 30 vendors, we've seen a real spread of types of businesses that we've procured from. The lion's share have been professional services firms. There has been some research procured, some photography procured. There's been some training procured. We've procured some services from traditional owner corporations. There has been some catering, Commissioner, but the lion's share has been professional services related.
And I think if you're going to, thanks for sharing that. And I think if you're going to be able to hit your target, you've got to be able to remove those barriers.
I understand that.
That's the only way to do it.
Understand it.
The advocacy and the ask and the knocking on the door from our people has been there, but it's always the barriers around capacity, and we've got 200 years of catching up to do. And it's only been in the last 20 years that we've been able to cut through and break through, into these forms of economic prosperity. And it's not that long, 20 years. Again, 200 years head start on us.
Is one of the barriers to achieving your stretch goal in terms of the value of contracts the lack of businesses available to provide those, supply those goods and services?
In some sectors, I think that's true, Council.
So is there an opportunity to invest in businesses to enable them to take up those contracts?
I think your question and the Commissioner's questions are good questions that we need to do some more reflection on as an organisation about what things we could do differently to make Aboriginal businesses aware of our interest in procuring goods and services, and then for maybe thin markets, for example, as an example, how do we actually build the capability of the vendor community? And I think the Commissioner's points around us needing to work harder as an organisation to remove impediments are good ones.
So you would have a unique view of where those thin markets are, niche opportunities for new businesses to upscale or expand their operations to new areas. Would you agree that that's an area that could bear considerable fruit?
Yes. Yes, it is.
And in terms of when you talk about professional services, your vocational and education training is mostly TAFE level, or is it university placements as well?
The state and the Minister for Skills and TAFE has some role with regards to university governance, but the universities are largely, not exclusively funded by the Commonwealth and other revenue, and the Commonwealth retains the relevant legislation. we obviously have a more direct relationship with the 4 dual sector universities in Victoria that provide both vocational education and training and higher education. In the context of the University Accord that the Commonwealth Government has sponsored just in the last 12 months, we are deeply interested in integration opportunities between vocational education, training and higher education. Our principal levers, if you can call it that, Council, do though relate to the vocational education and training system.
But wouldn't you want to be having a relationship with universities about supporting first people through business and other degrees? Do you do any of that at the moment?
Some, but not enough, Commissioner. I mentioned the opportunity around, when you asked me a question around other opportunities, and we talked about human capital and capacity development. I think that would present as a really good example.
Yes, because, you know, if you could fund a full cohort, 50, 60, 70
yes,
First Nations people through business and economic degrees, marketing degrees,
yes,
what a difference that would make.
I couldn't agree more, Commissioner.
The last thing I wanted to touch on, just looking at the time, there's plenty of detail in your statement, but I did want to touch on the closing the gap targets. And you start the discussion around these at paragraph 83. And if I could just invite you to turn to page, the page commencing the flow on of paragraph 84. 4 targets.
Yes.
Target 6, 7, 8 and 16. You say in your statement, this is paragraph 84 on the second page, you say in your statement target 6, that's increasing the proportion of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people who've completed a tertiary qualification. That target is not on track.
That's correct.
Target 7, increase the proportion of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander youth in employment, education or training to 67%. You're close to that with 65.5%. Target 8, increase the proportion of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people who are employed to 62%. You're on track to reach that target. And target 16, concerning languages, you note there's a sustained increase in the number and strength of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander languages being spoken. So I want to ask you about that. But in 2016, 4 languages were being spoken. While there has been no new data since the baseline year, the 2023 Victorian Government Aboriginal Affairs report, due to be released at the end of June, will include reporting on the number of schools teaching a First Peoples language in Victoria. So is it fair to say that targets 6 and 16 are probably not on track at this time?
I think that's a reasonable conclusion.
And what steps is the department taking to meet those targets?
I can start with target 16, recognising, of course, there's Department of Education has a really significant role to play with regards to the language in schools. We have worked with a number of training providers and traditional owners to develop a number of new accredited courses related to First Peoples languages. And
Are
we expect
they the ones described in paragraph 87?
That's right. We expect those to, subject to traditional owner permission, we would expect those to start delivery from January 25, and that's directly relevant to target 16. With regard to target 6, the principal goal for us as an organisation is to remove the impediments, to continue to remove the impediments and increase the enrolments by First Peoples in vocational education and training courses that they wish to pursue, and to support an increase in the completions, because I mentioned before the completions by First Peoples in the vocational education and training system is not as high as it is for the general population. That is the principal strategy under the Monagle plan for us to continue to work on making progress related to target 6. But I would acknowledge that there are opportunities for reform and funding to accelerate progress related to target 6, because the progress we've made in recent years has not been good.
Largely, the progress that has been made is attributed to the waiver in tuition fees.
Particularly, I think the growth that we have seen in First Peoples enrolments in Victoria's vocational education and training system, principally in TAFE, over the first quarter of this year is very encouraging and suggests that the fee waiver, together with some of the eligibility changes the government made last year, is having a positive impact. And we need to continue that growth in enrolments and then support First Peoples learners to ensure they're having a quality experience, completing their training and finding the jobs that they want.
Assuming that fee waiver is continued and that's seen as a successful driver of enrolments, what do you project will be the result for this target next year? So
we haven't concluded our modelling. We're eager to see the second quarter and particularly the first quarter of the second semester of this training year as to see whether we're going to see that sustained enrolment growth. If we see that sustained enrolment growth, we will make faster progress than we have.
And does anything else need to happen beyond the fee waiver to help you reach that 70% target?
I think there's a question around, as the Commissioner asked the question about how effective our Warraka strategy has been and whether it's adequately resourced. I think that's a good question. There's both an efficacy and efficiency and a scale question there. Are 8 brokers and 50 career liaison officers and student support officers enough? There's a question if we continue to see enrolments by First Peoples in TAFEs and non-TAFE RTOs in Victoria, is there more resources required to support a quality experience, their conclusion of their studies, and then the attainment of a job that they want at the end of that? There is a resourcing question.
I wanted to invite you to offer any reflections you might have on the broad goals of economic equity and economic empowerment of First Nations peoples, and what you are prepared to commit to on behalf of the department in terms of delivery of those goals within the framework of government policy.
So we've talked a little bit about procurement and the role that and the targets we want to commit to as an organisation. I think there is an opportunity to evaluate and find continuous improvement with regards to the delivery of our vocational education and training system, or indeed some of our other mainstream programs, to use that term again. We need to work harder as an organisation embedding the principles of self-determination in our organisation, some of which will require decisions of government, as I mentioned earlier. The final thing I'd say is I've talked about my aspiration for the department to be a culturally competent one. The organisation's chock full of wonderful people, but we need to provide more opportunity for them and all of us at all levels to build our awareness and cultural competence as an organisation, so those working at the organisation of all levels have the ability to contribute to the delivery of the Yoorrook overarching goal of economic equity within a generation for Victoria's First Peoples in a more significant way than we currently are.
Commissioners have further questions?
I think just in relation to languages, and we've had Honey Vicky Cousins come before the Commission. If you haven't seen her evidence, I'd like you to make a commitment to go and watch that. And she continually made strong comments around, linguicide and the lack of teaching of our languages in schools. And we had the secretary, one of your peers, who sits on the, the Secretary's Leadership Group.
Yes.
Sit here and say 15 out of the public schools teaching First Nations language, 1,529 out of 1,566. So we've got about 30 schools teaching language throughout the state. Honey Vicky comes here and says who's leading one of our peak organisations for language, Victorian Aboriginal Corps for Languages. No Victorian government investment into the Victorian Aboriginal Corps for Languages. So how are you going to be able to achieve target 16 in having more languages taught in schools if we are not investing in the peak organisation, which is VACL, for languages?
I will watch that, Commissioner.
Just to add to that, that's another space that traditionally the Commonwealth has avoided funding in Victoria, the language space. All the funding's been up north. And small projects have been done in the schools, individual projects with local communities, maybe a HESO or somebody, you know, and small apps with language words from maybe half a dozen, 8 different groups, if they were lucky enough. But I noticed since COVID, nearly all of the apps are no longer up to date. And there's only a couple that you can use properly now. So it's not never been well supported in this state.
I just want to make that comment again, just to be clear, because I don't think I expressed it really clear enough, but 1,529 out of 1,566 schools do not teach language. So what I'm asking here, Secretary, is you have power and resources. We know how much power and resources your position holds and how much influence your position holds across many sectors and forums. And I'm not only asking you to watch the evidence, but I'm asking you to act and do something about it, because it's really important. When you went to New Zealand, how much Maori language did you hear? And not just in the meetings that you had, but walking around the streets. It's in your face, in a good way.
In a good way.
It's their identity. It's a national identity that they walk around. And I'm not saying it's perfect for Maori people living in Aotearoa, but it's in your face. You walk out of the airport, boom. You know, even depending on what plane, you know, you jump on, which carrier, you know, already speaking in languages, they're flying into it. There's an expectation there. You fly into Melbourne, when you flew back, what'd you see?
A very stark difference.
Very stark difference. You would have got all the way to your place and you would have had no interactions with our culture. We have no visual representation beyond flying the flags, which is important. But there's more to it than just flying flags. It's about change. Visual. We want to be seen. We want to be heard. We want to be respected. And we want people to be accountable for their commitments. It's hard to do that when there's no investment in language. You know? What hope do our people have? You know, we heard stark evidence this morning about family violence, you know, and our women and how they're treated. It's not good enough this day and age. Anyway, thoughts?
Hey. Council.
Yes, thank you, Chair. That's the evidence, Mr. Ada.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, we thank you very much for that fulsome advice and a lot of things to think about there. Lots and lots of things to think about, and we are behind the 8 ball.
I do intend to tender the Secretary's statement and the document that we went to in a version of that.
Yeah. Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks, Commissioners.
Oh, I did.
Tomorrow morning, I think, I'll just do a quick check. Tomorrow morning, we're resuming at 10 o'clock. Commission, please.
The Commission will adjourn until 10 o'clock in the morning. Thank you. Thank you.